The sun beat down hard on the field as the girls delivered flawless performances in every event. From a distance, a stranger watched it all, completely fixated on the athletes' agility and talent. The training atmosphere, however, was shattered by frustration. One of the girls, fed up with being watched like that, confronted Professor Tan. She didn't hide her discomfort, calling the man out as an intruder who wouldn't stop staring at the group in a suspicious way. The argument was suddenly interrupted by collective shock. Right in the middle of the field, disaster struck. Yui collapsed and showed no response. Panic spread when everyone realized how critical the situation was. One of the teachers immediately took control, suspecting a sudden cerebral collapse. She ordered everyone to step back to allow proper airflow and began emergency procedures on the spot. It became a desperate battle. The teacher alternated between intense chest compressions and rescue breathing, fighting to keep that young life from slipping away. Time passed, yet Yui's body remained motionless, ignoring every attempt to revive her. With no response and her deeply unconscious state growing more alarming, Tun acted fast, calling on the students to carry the girl off the field and seek urgent medical help. The stranger tried to lower the temperature of the chaos, asking the group to stay calm. The teacher, still on edge because of his suspicious behavior minutes earlier, immediately ordered him to back away. But the man didn't retreat. Instead, he gave the team a harsh reality check. The girl had most likely suffered cardiac collapse, since the way she had been running clearly showed her body had been operating at its limit. Tun was panicking, but demanded to know why she should trust someone who looked like a threat. That was when another student revealed crucial information. The victim suffered from severe high blood pressure and had barely survived a recent hospitalization. Without wasting time, Tun searched through the girl's pockets and found a bottle of medicine. The problem was serious. The container was completely empty. The atmosphere grew heavy. The medication was rare, and the lack of it explained the sudden seizure. The stranger examined the bottle and, just from the scent, immediately identified it as an advanced traditional Chinese medicine compound for the heart, something only a master physician would prescribe. He finally introduced himself as Nico Yuir, a student in the medical field. Faced with the revelation and the student's critical condition, the teacher set aside her suspicions and begged for any method that could revive the girl before it was too late. Nico was direct. The girl's survival depended on a new round of resuscitation efforts. Tan doubted him instantly since her own attempts had failed, but the young man explained that this heart condition required a level of technique and endurance only someone with superior training could provide. The ultimatum hit hard. They had only 10 minutes left to avoid an irreversible tragedy. The teacher felt the crushing weight of responsibility. Beyond the girl's life, the institution's reputation was also on the line. With no other option, she accepted the stranger's help and ordered all the students to step back and avoid looking at the scene. Nico, now fully focused, reminded everyone that for a doctor, there is no man or woman, only the duty to save a life. Tension exploded when Tan realized 9 minutes had already flown by. Frustrated by the delay, she demanded that he stop talking and act immediately. Without wasting another second, the hero began the decisive procedure to bring the girl back. The atmosphere turned tense when Nico made a bold decision. He started removing the clothing, compressing the girl's chest. Tan, shocked, immediately ordered him to stop, unable to understand what he was doing. Then reality clicked. As a physical education professional, she knew the basics of rescue involved clearing the chest of any obstruction, yet the young man's behavior still seemed strange, almost distracted by unnecessary details. Furious, she demanded total seriousness, since time was running out and only seconds remained before the worst could happen. Nico calmly asked her to trust his special technique. Despite the nervousness that always took over during crises, Tan decided to wait. What she witnessed next felt unreal. With one precise and unique touch, the hero stimulated the student's vital pressure points. The reaction was immediate. The girl slowly began regaining consciousness, leaving the teacher speechless at such unbelievable efficiency. But the process still required one final step. Nico focused and began performing rescue breathing in an intense and continuous manner. To anyone watching from the outside, the motion almost looked intimate, but the technique was executed with a mastery only years of training could explain. Even though the scene made her uncomfortable, Tan remained firm in supervising, closely watching for every sign that the student's life was finally out of danger. Nico finished the procedure and quickly looked around. He knew that if the students had witnessed the details of the resuscitation, scandal would have been unavoidable, but luckily the secret had remained safe. With the situation now under control, he explained that the girl's consciousness would fully return in about 2 minutes, and that it was only a matter of time. Tan watched over the student anxiously, but relief soon arrived when the girl began mumbling her first words. Without wasting time, Nico explained that he needed to leave for an appointment in the principal's office. As he walked away, the teacher started connecting the dots. The school hospital had recently come under new management, and that man had to be the prodigy doctor personally hired by the chairman. The fact that he looked about the same age as her only made the situation more intriguing. Before disappearing from sight, the young man stopped to ask for directions. He wanted to know the exact way to the administration office, and Tun, still processing everything, told him to head about a kilometer east past the main building. As he walked away, the student suddenly erupted in excitement. The girl had finally regained full consciousness. The teacher rushed over to assist and dismissed the rest of the class to ensure the victim's privacy. The girl admitted she had been living with a chronic health condition that decided to strike at the worst possible moment. Tun's warning was direct. No more intense training from now on, or she wouldn't get a second chance. Still dazed, the student confessed that it had felt like she was trapped inside a strange dream, where a mysterious man was fighting to keep her alive. As soon as Yusi regained her senses, she realized a piece of her underwear was missing. Tun immediately figured out what had happened. The item was in Nico's pocket, removed during the emergency procedure. The teacher felt the weight of the oversight, but now the priority was damage control. She needed to reach the doctor at the administration office as quickly as possible to retrieve the item and prevent a misunderstanding from ruining both the student's reputation and the school's image. Meanwhile, Nico walked across campus, impressed by the massive structure of that elite university. Upon arriving at the administrative building, he entered the office and was met with a tense atmosphere. Sitting at the desk was the director, a woman of flawless beauty and an icy gaze, accompanied by Lontenyu, a powerful figure from the Dragon Group. The businessman didn't even bother hiding his contempt, treating the young man like someone insignificant who had no business being there. The hostility was obvious. Lontenyu tried to intimidate Nico, bragging about his wealth and supposed close relationship with the director. The protagonist, however, didn't buy into the act. He had known the woman for years and knew the whole dating story was complete nonsense. The encounter ended in a tense standoff, sealed with a greeting dripping in irony that made it clear Nico carried a far greater secret than the arrogant businessman could ever imagine. Lontenyu's arrogance couldn't handle the disrespect. Boiling with rage, the suited executive abruptly pulled back his hand and launched into verbal attacks. He went out of his way to humiliate his rival, labeling him as a useless puppet who could never compare to someone of his status. Puffing out his chest, the executive guaranteed that his romance with the director was rock solid and that her family had already given their blessing to the relationship. To crush any competition, he proudly listed his flawless resume. Besides running a corporate empire, he was a prodigy who earned a doctorate from Harvard at just 26 years old, a mind he considered nothing short of genius. Nico didn't back down an inch in the face of the bragging. With an ironic smile, he shattered the rich man's image by pointing out that his speaking skills were weak and clearly exposed a serious lack of recent reading. The businessman instantly took the bait. Visibly offended, he rushed to defend his sharp intellect, challenging the outsider to ask him anything to prove his knowledge. Nico's response broke the tension in the most unexpected way. He proudly began listing his own literary background, rattling off countless comics and webtoons about hunters and power levels. The hero cut off the tantrum and demanded respect for the works. He then fired back with a sharp cultural test, asking what concept civilization had revered for thousands of years. Confident, the suited man answered immediately that the foundation of everything was devotion to elders and family. The director silently watched the circus unfold, already predicting disaster. Deep down, she knew the executive's answer was spot on and perfectly reflected the web trapping her, since family pressure was the real force behind that engagement. The argument intensified once the weight of family tradition entered the conversation. Defying the wishes of elders was practically sacrilege, the kind of offense that felt destined to bring divine punishment. Using tradition as his shield, the hero played his card. He bragged about turning down countless love-struck women just to honor his commitment to the director. To prove his unwavering loyalty, he declared that he would uphold the agreement and walk down the aisle even if she were the ugliest creature on earth. The woman, having absolutely no patience for the drama, immediately found the perfect opening in his statement. Since he was supposedly so desirable elsewhere, she proposed a final solution. She would beg her grandfather to tear up the marriage contract and, in exchange, pay him a hefty settlement so he could disappear and live comfortably. The protagonist's mind calculated the profit instantly. He agreed to cancel the arrangement on the spot, but imposed one condition before naming his price for breaking the contract. The suited executive had to be thrown out first. Lontenio exploded with rage at the audacity. Completely losing his composure, he made a huge scene, and even ended up shoving the very woman he had been trying to impress. With no dignity left and completely overwhelmed by the situation, the insolent rich kid had no choice but to storm out, leaving the room free for real business. Even though Nico seemed like a cheap fraud, the director felt there was something seriously off about him. To her, it didn't matter how talented or useful he was, she would never walk down the aisle with someone she couldn't stand. The problem was the weight of the past, since the contract was a sacred promise made to her grandfather, who dreamed of continuing the family bloodline. Sensing that the woman felt trapped like some bargaining chip, Nico decided to raise the level of provocation. He was willing to cancel the engagement, but the price had gone up. Besides money, he demanded an unusual favor. He wanted her to introduce him to the beauties of the university. He argued that after arriving on campus, he had seen so many incredible girls that he couldn't help being fascinated. That request became the final trigger for the director's fury. She completely lost her temper and resorted to physical force. Outraged by his audacity and wanting to choose among the institution's 15,000 female students, she struck with a martial arts attack. Nico, with razor-sharp reflexes, instantly realized she had been training since childhood. During the movement, his attention drifted toward details of her legs, which only made things worse. Labeled a pervert and completely disgusting, Nico kept dodging her attacks with an irritating calmness. While she fought with full force, he continued mocking her, analyzing her fighting technique as if he were casually watching a performance, which only made the director even more determined to knock him out on the spot. The fight didn't last long. Taking advantage of an opening in the director's balance, Nico counterattacked with precision, knocking her off her feet. In one swift motion, he pinned her against the desk, restraining her hands with a strength she simply couldn't overpower. Even though she had mastered kung fu since childhood, the young woman realized in frustration that the guy's raw physical power was on a completely different level. Trapped under his control, she fired off threats, demanding to be released immediately. Nico wasn't intimidated. To make sure she stopped attacking, he came up with an improvised and bold solution. He pulled out the item from his pocket and used it like a rope to tie the director's wrists together. Humiliated and furious, she called him a pervert and screamed that she would tell her grandfather everything, but the hero ignored the insults and admired his own knot, oddly satisfied with how effective the improvisation had turned out. With the situation under control, he crouched beside her with an irritating calmness to discuss business. Nico revealed that he had already checked the calendar and decided next Friday would be the perfect date for the wedding. According to him, there would still be enough time to organize everything without rushing. Trembling with rage, the director guaranteed that her grandfather would never allow such nonsense if he knew how Nico had been behaving. That was when the cold truth hit her. Nico casually admitted that he had already spoken with the old man. Not only had her grandfather approved of the marriage, but he had practically given Nico permission to tame his granddaughter, fully aware of her difficult personality. The revelation left the young woman stunned. She couldn't understand how her grandfather had somehow become the biggest fan of a complete stranger after a single 4-hour conversation. The conversation was interrupted by a knock at the door. It was Professor Ton, looking for the new doctor. Kunin, trying to preserve whatever dignity she still had left, demanded to know why the teacher was looking for that doctor. The reason turned out to be as embarrassing as possible. Ton had come to retrieve the student's item that Nico had taken during the rescue on the field. The atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Seeing the underwear item in Nico's hands, the teacher started imagining all kinds of scenarios, suspecting that the relationship between the doctor and the director was much more intimate than it appeared. She analyzed Kunin's posture and noticed something seemed off about her clothes, yet somehow failed to realize that the director's wrists were literally tied up with the very item she had come to retrieve. Feeling guilty for accidentally leaving the accessory with Nico during the chaos of practice, Tan awkwardly tried to explain herself. Meanwhile, the director silently boiled with rage, realizing the teacher now believed the two of them were secretly involved, and that Nico had simply forgotten the item there after some private moment together. To Kunin, the nightmare was only getting started because now everyone would assume she and that stranger were having some hidden affair on campus. She said she would return the item later, leaving the teacher confused about why a doctor would even need something like that. Sensing how weird the atmosphere had become, the director quickly dismissed Tun and ordered her to return to her duties immediately. As soon as they were alone again, the tension rose all over. The director offered an outrageous amount of money if the young man agreed to break off the engagement. She admitted he was attractive, but confessed she had spent countless sleepless nights trying to find a way out of the arrangement forced on her by her grandfather. To her, that contract felt like a prison keeping her from living her own life. Nico, however, crushed her hopes with cold reality. He explained that the agreement had been sealed by the patriarchs of both families, meaning neither side could cancel it without mutual consent involving every relative. He even challenged her to ask her own brother or grandfather if she doubted how serious the promise really was. The woman grew frustrated, unable to understand how someone who seemed so carefree valued obedience to elders so deeply. She insisted she wasn't the right wife for him and continued throwing threats around, demanding he accept her terms to cancel the marriage once and for all, promising to fulfill any other request he might have. Nico got straight to the point. Her resistance wouldn't change the fate decided by their families. He painted a future where she wouldn't need to worry about a single household chore since he planned to hire an entire staff to handle everything. His idea was simple. They would live independent lives during the day, only sharing the same roof at night. The proposal infuriated the director, and she demanded that he disappear forever. But Nico revealed her grandfather had already planned everything, including securing him a job at the university. With clear disbelief, she questioned the young man's qualifications, doubting he had the credentials necessary to work at an institution of that level. Nico admitted that he had spent his entire life traveling with his grandfather and had never even stepped into a school before, making him a complete beginner in formal education. When asked about his specialties, he listed only two: medicine and combat. The director laughed at the skills he presented. To her, martial arts were completely unnecessary since campus security was already flawless. As for medicine, she was even harsher, proudly boasting about the elite team running the university hospital. If anything, the challenge only made him more curious, and he demanded to meet the so-called chief physician in person to evaluate her abilities himself. Surprised by the young man's boldness, the director agreed to take him to the campus hospital. The university was so massive that transportation was required just to get around, reinforcing its reputation as Shanghai's most prestigious elite institution. She explained that the school hospital was considered top tier and that many of its professionals had turned down offers from major medical centers just to work there, drawn by exclusive benefits and cutting-edge facilities. During the ride, Nico still found time to joke around. He complimented the director's luxury car and shamelessly suggested trading it for his old bicycle, claiming the vehicle suited him better. Her response came in the form of an outraged yell, as she was already running out of patience with his ridiculous behavior. When they arrived at the medical complex, they were informed that the doctor in charge, Miao Zhen, was still with a patient. While waiting in the hallway, Nico noticed something strange on one of the monitors. Yui, the girl he had rescued on the field, was unconscious again. He couldn't understand how her condition had worsened so quickly since she had been stable when he last saw her. The truth surfaced moments later. After waking up, the young girl became the target of cruel jokes and bullying from classmates because of the confusion surrounding her personal belongings during the rescue. The psychological pressure became so brutal that some students forced her into exhausting physical activity, causing her to collapse again. Faced with such injustice, Nico reaffirmed that his top priority was keeping the girl alive, while the director, horrified by the seriousness of the situation, realized she would have a lot of explaining to do to the girl's grandfather and relatives. The atmosphere in the hospital grew tense with the arrival of the director and the new doctor. The concern wasn't only medical, it was political as well. Yusi's father, Mao Guntan, was a powerful figure in Shanghai public security and the leading candidate to take over as police commissioner. Any mistake involving his daughter's health could turn into a disaster for the director's career. The physician in charge, Miaowen, admitted she had reached a dead end. Despite all the modern testing, the girl's body showed no physical abnormalities, yet she still refused to respond. That was when Nico stepped in, openly criticizing the heavy reliance on Western medical equipment. In his view, machines sometimes mask the real issue instead of curing the patient. Curious, but slightly skeptical, Miaowen questioned the young man's medical background. The director tried to smooth things over, introducing him as a family acquaintance. Nico, however, didn't sugarcoat anything and openly admitted he had never attended college, explaining that all his knowledge came from traditions passed down by his grandfather. Even surprised, the doctor didn't dismiss him. She knew ancient Chinese medical lineages often preserved valuable secrets and produced results modern science couldn't always explain. Respecting that background, she allowed Nico room to make his own diagnosis. With a focused clinical eye on the girl's vital points and internal circulation, the hero immediately pinpointed the issue: a deep heart malfunction. He warned that conventional methods would be useless in this case, and that without more specialized traditional techniques, the girl's life would remain in extreme danger. Nico was firm. The only way to bring the girl back was through needle therapy. He explained that the procedure was 1,000 times more complex than any modern electrical stimulation method, requiring surgical precision to avoid irreversible damage. Still skeptical of her fiancé's abilities, the director tried to interrupt, reminding everyone that Dr. Meowen was an authority in the field with 10 years of international experience and that Nico should watch himself. Meowen, however, was genuinely impressed. She knew diagnosing that specific heart condition without equipment was nearly impossible for an ordinary doctor, proving Nico possessed real talent. She gave her approval, trusting the confidence she saw in his eyes. To proceed, Nico immediately ordered that the patient's chest be cleared, warning that any obstruction would interfere with the success of the technique. Once the preparations were complete, the room fell into absolute silence. With almost superhuman focus, the hero concentrated on every heartbeat until he found the exact point of connection. In one swift, nearly mystical movement, he inserted needles around the heart region, using a secret vital rejuvenation technique. The effect was immediate and unsettling for everyone watching. Even while unconscious, the girl's body trembled violently as she let out a painful cry, reacting intensely to the treatment. The witnesses stood frozen in shock, having never seen anything so extreme. Nico remained completely focused, knowing the 5 needles represented the final line between life and death. The procedure succeeded, proving that where technology had failed, ancient knowledge prevailed. After several tense minutes, the result was flawless. Yusi's breathing stabilized, and her heartbeat returned to normal. With the situation finally under control, Nico removed the silver needles. Amazed and slightly awkward, Dr. Meowen thanked him and admitted she had never seen anything like it, even going so far as to ask him to share his secrets and ancestral techniques. Nico, however, stayed detached. He explained that he wasn't someone who usually taught others, and that while he might speak with specialists in the future, he didn't see himself as a formal instructor. As he walked away, the mood among the medical staff shifted to stunned disbelief. The director recognized the young man's incredible talent, but his lack of an official degree still worried her. In the system's eyes, he remained a risk operating outside the rules, a kind of outlaw genius. Meowen's curiosity only grew stronger, and she bombarded the director with questions about Nico's origins and age. The answer came bluntly. He was the heir to one of China's greatest masters and carried an enormous legacy on his shoulders. Despite his youthful appearance, the depth of his knowledge remained a mystery, and no one could figure out what truly lay behind that serious expression of his. As Nico walked across campus, he reflected on the treatment. He felt relieved that he had managed to handle the case without a bigger audience, and remembered having faced something similar in the past, which made the diagnosis easier. However, the relief inside the infirmary didn't last long. Yusi suddenly woke up in the middle of a violent coughing fit, coughing up a strange substance. Everyone was startled, and no one in the room could explain the young girl's sudden reaction. Panic spread through the infirmary when the girl, confused by her own coughing, collapsed once again. Her condition turned critical, her body went limp, and the pain seemed to consume her even while unconscious. A strange liquid dripped from her mouth, leaving even the experienced Dr. Meowen without answers. Right in the middle of the chaos, a man rushed into the room in desperation, sensing that the worst was about to happen. Meowen tried to step in, but Nico reacted quickly and stopped anyone from touching the patient. He warned that one wrong move at that moment could be fatal. The hero quickly realized he had been negligent. The girl's body had been weakened by years of chronic illness and simply couldn't handle the intensity of the first treatment. The shock triggered a violent reaction, requiring a far more delicate and gradual approach. Under immense pressure, Nico ordered the needles to be sterilized immediately. While checking the patient's pulse, he carefully planned a new strategy to stabilize her without causing another collapse. Once the needles were heated, he ordered everyone to step back to ensure total focus. This procedure was much more surgical, targeting vital points in the neck and abdomen. Nico then began a deep therapeutic massage, working to unblock the girl's energy pathways and cleanse her system. Every movement was calculated and precise. Watching his dedication, Meowen started seeing him differently, realizing that beneath the arrogance was a doctor of genuine character, completely focused on saving a life. After the intense effort, the hero finally relaxed. The immediate danger had passed. Handling cases this severe required extraordinary preparation, and Nico admitted he had only managed to stabilize the girl because he had once watched his grandfather treat an identical condition. The director finally started viewing him in a different light, realizing he carried an elite level of medical knowledge that very few people in the country possessed. The diagnosis was clear. The student's life had been saved, but her heart remained extremely fragile, requiring complete rest and distance from any form of stress. Curious, the director tried to understand the reasoning behind the massage that followed the needle treatment. Nico, in his straightforward way, explained that the technique helped restore physical recovery and vitality, something that would be crucial for the patient's long-term well-being. He also casually reminded everyone that, despite saving the girl twice in a single day, he hadn't charged a single cent for his efforts, acting purely out of duty. Professor Tan arrived shortly afterward, relieved to see her student out of danger. She tried thanking the medical team, but Dr. Miaowen made sure to give Nico full credit, admitting he had been the true reason behind the rescue. Not wanting to drag out the drama any longer, the hero noticed lunchtime was approaching and mentioned that he already had plans with friends. Before leaving, he promised to return later to continue his conversation with the director, as long as his meeting with friends didn't go on for too long. As he walked away, the mood among the women remained completely divided. To some, he was nothing more than a strange and arrogant guy. To others, he was an incomprehensible genius who mastered ancient techniques capable of performing miracles. In the end, no one could deny that he was the only person capable of pulling the student back from the brink of death, twice in a row. As soon as Yui regained consciousness, the girls around her quickly helped her gather herself. Still groggy, the student tried piecing together what had happened. She remembered being on the training field, then suddenly waking up in a hospital bed. Curious, she wanted to know who had saved her and what miraculous technique had been used. Professor Tan explained that the situation had been serious, but luckily, someone connected to the director had happened to be nearby and solved the problem. Interested in thanking him personally, Yui insisted on getting the young man's contact information, but the director immediately dodged the request. With a weak excuse about her phone being too far away and promising to give the number later, even though she didn't actually have it, she managed to shut down the conversation. Since it was Friday, the director suggested Yui head home and get some rest, considering her health still required special care. As they said goodbye, Dr. Miaowen showed a rare kind of humility, admitting that despite all her overseas education and months of professional experience, the real hard work and credit for the recovery belonged entirely to Nico. The reality check made it clear that even with an international resume, she still had a lot to learn from the newcomer. An hour later, the director found herself reflecting on everything she had witnessed. Yui's fragility in the face of illness only highlighted just how absurd her fiancé's talent truly was. She remembered that Nico's grandfather had been a legendary figure who traveled the world solving impossible cases, and now she was realizing Nico seemed destined to follow the same path. If he was already performing miracles at such a young age, his future would be enormous. The idea of accepting the arranged marriage started carrying a different weight in her mind, blending admiration with unease. The director had reached a dead end. Nico Yuir was a walking problem, and she needed a strategy to deal with him. While lost in thought, Dr. Miaowen asked to have a serious conversation over coffee. The revelation hit like a shockwave. The doctor wanted to resign. Her failure during Yusi's case had shaken her confidence so deeply that she planned to go overseas for further specialization before returning to medicine. Kunin immediately grew concerned. The medical department was the heart of the university, and Miaowen was its key figure. She tried convincing the doctor to stay at least until a worthy replacement could be found. That was when Miaowen dropped a surprising suggestion onto the table. The perfect candidate was already there, and his name was Nico. Even without a degree, his talent was undeniable, far beyond that of any specialist currently on the staff. The offer was tempting, a position with a base salary of $50,000, an amount that rivaled some of the biggest names in medicine. The doctor argued that the hospital's ultimate goal was saving lives, no matter whether the method was Western or traditional. She suggested that with Nico joining the team, the Chinese medicine department could expand and help ease the pressure on the other sectors. The director froze. She remembered the chaos she had caused in her office and how harshly she had treated him. After everything that happened, how could she possibly ask him to accept the job? To make things even more awkward, Miaowen was eager to stay in touch and asked for Nico's phone number, putting the director in an embarrassing situation since she didn't even have a way to contact her own fiancé. Miaowen immediately noticed the director's discomfort and quickly figured out she didn't even have the guy's number. Kunin had to admit that despite the long history between their families, that day had actually been their first real meeting, and no numbers had been exchanged. Still, she had a gut feeling. Nico hadn't gotten what he wanted yet, and he would definitely come looking for her again. Miaowen decided to wait, confident that the young man would eventually accept the position, even if the salary seemed low, because she felt he had a real purpose there. The director made one last attempt, asking if the doctor would stay in case Nico turned down the offer. The answer hit like a bucket of cold water. Meowin had already made up her mind to leave for the United States to continue her studies, no matter what decision Nico made. Without the prodigy doctor and without her top specialist, the university would be left completely stranded. Meanwhile, the story's hero wandered through the streets, feeling the weight of reality crash down on him. His grandfather had left him with almost nothing in his pocket. After paying for the trip back and covering the bare minimum to survive, he was completely broke. His only stroke of luck was managing to rent a rundown apartment with dirt-cheap rent. When he arrived home, he came face to face with the landlady, who had officially run out of patience. Nico tried buying time, suggesting they talk after dinner and even offering to cook the noodles and meat he had just bought. But the woman wasn't having it. The rent had already been overdue for a month, and today was the final deadline. Either he paid up, or he'd be sleeping on the street. With an irritating calmness, Nico assured her the problem would be solved quickly. He explained that he had already reunited with his rich fiancée and promised the money would be in her hands by tomorrow without fail. The landlady didn't buy the story about the wealthy girlfriend for a second. In her eyes, a guy who looked like him wouldn't be able to keep someone high-class interested for long. She reminded him that she had already been way too patient, letting him stay there for an entire month while he mostly lounged around and survived on whatever food he could get. The woman threatened to throw all his belongings onto the street if the money didn't show up, but her tone quickly softened, almost turning desperate. She needed the rent money to pay for her daughter's schooling. Feeling the weight of responsibility, Nico promised he would talk to his daughter-in-law and get the money, even including extra for the late payment. That promise calmed the landlady down, and she delivered one final ultimatum. If the money wasn't there tomorrow, he was out. With a temporary truce established, the woman, who oddly seemed to have a strange friendship with her tenant, asked if lunch was still happening. Nico, still smooth as ever, said he would cook whatever she wanted, but since he was completely broke, she would have to pay for the ingredients. The woman agreed and went out to buy vegetables. Meanwhile, Nico discovered that the landlady's daughter, who was supposed to be out with friends, had unexpectedly returned home. Her plans had been canceled because her best friend suddenly got sick and had to leave, without realizing that the very same friend was the girl Nico had saved at the hospital. When the young woman saw the vegetables in the kitchen, she looked confused. But her mother quickly came up with an excuse, saying Nico was broke and that she had bought the food so he could cook for them. The mother kept up the excuses, insisting she had bought the food to help Nico out. The daughter, starving by that point, headed downstairs and commented on how generous her mother had been for buying not just vegetables but also meat, considering the tenant was so broke he couldn't even pay rent. Grateful for the help, Nico promised to prepare a full feast for everyone that night. The landlady, on the other hand, was secretly boiling with frustration. In her mind, Nico had hit the jackpot. He had lived rent-free for a month and was now getting free food on top of it. She mocked the story about him finding a rich girlfriend to cover his debts tomorrow, treating it like an obvious lie. Even so, her soft-hearted daughter invited brother Nico to cook at their place and eat dinner with the family. Always the charmer, Nico casually complimented the girl, telling her she looked especially beautiful that day. That crossed the line for the mother, who absolutely could not stand seeing the freeloader flirting with her daughter under her own roof. Part of her wanted to throw him out immediately. Nico, completely ignoring the tension, casually walked away, leaving mother and daughter bickering behind him. The young woman finally snapped, saying she was tired of hearing her mother constantly complain about him. In the middle of the conversation, the mother asked what had happened to the daughter's friend, the same Yusi. The girl explained that her friend had suffered 2 serious medical crises that day, which was why their plans had fallen apart. Concerned, the mother suggested bringing a gift and visiting the sick girl, but still emotionally shaken by the day's events. The daughter preferred not to go just yet. Confused by her daughter's irritation, the mother pressed further, wondering if the problem involved Yusi's family. Hananitsi shut the subject down immediately, explaining that she hated going to her friend's house because Yusi's mother was overly arrogant and treated everyone with condescension. While the two continued arguing, Nico was already far away, standing at a bus stop. With his unusually sharp memory, he mentally calculated all the city routes and began counting down with perfect precision. The exact second he finished counting, the bus pulled up. At that exact moment, a luxury car slowed down nearby. It was Yusi. She recognized the silhouette of her savior getting onto the bus and, on impulse, begged her father to stop the car so she could follow him. Completely confused, the man watched his daughter jump out to take public transportation in the middle of the afternoon. Yusi didn't have time to explain. She just needed to catch up to the young man before he disappeared from sight. Inside the bus, Nico was completely relaxed, enjoying the view and casually watching the city move by. But the calm atmosphere didn't last long. He noticed a man behaving in an extremely disturbing and unsettling way, standing right behind a young woman sitting nearby. The guy had a crazed look in his eyes and seemed completely unstable, acting suspiciously as he slowly moved closer to her. The potential victim, a girl named Kanan, was completely unaware of the danger. She was glued to her phone, endlessly scrolling through her feed and watching social media videos, not realizing a stranger was closely watching her from behind. Nico immediately understood he had to act fast to warn her before things got out of control, searching for a way to step in without causing a major scene inside the bus. Nico wasted no time and moved through the digital shadows. He managed to send the young woman a warning message, telling her that a creep was watching her from directly behind. The guy continued acting disgusting, completely unaware he had already been exposed. Following Nico's instructions to stay calm, the girl, named Cheon-jun, pretended to be polite and offered her seat to an elderly man standing nearby. The strategy worked perfectly. By giving up her seat, she quietly moved away from the predator without creating any alarm, leaving the creep completely confused. Relieved, she sent a thank you message to her anonymous savior, curious about the hero hiding behind the screen. Keeping the mystery alive, Nico joked that he was already on the bus and challenged her to figure out which passenger he was among the crowd glued to their phones. Cheon-jun looked around, but couldn't identify him in the chaos of public transportation. She introduced herself as Sangwan, and Nico returned the gesture by revealing his name. The young woman found herself impressed by his kindness, while Nico modestly brushed it off, saying any real man would have done the same thing. However, the sense of victory didn't last long. Realizing Nico had ruined his plans, the creep started glaring at him with pure rage. Feeling humiliated, the villain redirected his anger toward the poor elderly man who had just sat down, suddenly yelling insults and mocking the old man's appearance. The thug was spiraling out of control, and what had been a moment of relief quickly turned into another scene of chaos in the middle of the bus. The atmosphere on the bus instantly turned sour. The bully made up a ridiculous excuse, accusing the elderly man of stepping on his foot, even though it was obvious the old man could barely move. When the retiree complained about pain, the thug completely snapped. Ignoring passengers yelling in protest, he grabbed the old man and landed a brutal punch straight to his face. The impact was so violent that it dislocated the elderly man's jaw, sending him collapsing helplessly. Completely horrified, Chunjun started recording the attack to expose the coward online, but she nearly got hit when the old man's body collapsed toward her. That was the exact moment Nico stepped in. With absurd reflexes, he caught the elderly man and prevented an even worse accident. Turning toward the girl with complete calmness, he simply asked if she was okay. The moment she heard his voice and realized who he was, her face instantly turned red. Her anonymous savior had been standing right in front of her all along. Without losing his composure, Nico confronted the attacker. He made it clear that cowards who assault elderly people deserved punishment, and that the thug's time acting tough had officially ended. Still arrogant, the criminal pointed a finger directly in Nico's face and told him to mind his own business. Terrible choice. Nico had always hated people pointing fingers at him. In one fast, nearly invisible movement, he used an ancient technique and locked the thug's finger in place. A scream of agony echoed through the bus as unbearable pain shot through the man's body, leaving his finger completely immobilized. Nico didn't sugarcoat it. If the scumbag wanted movement back, he would need to beg forgiveness from the elderly man's family. Otherwise, he'd be stuck with a permanent reminder of his own stupidity. Nico wasted no time and immediately started first aid. The diagnosis came quickly. The elderly man suffered from epilepsy, and the thug's violent attack had triggered a severe seizure. In the middle of the chaos, another man tried playing negotiator, throwing around absurd numbers like 50 million yuan to settle the situation, while the criminal, still hysterical, started screaming threats about belonging to the Black Dragon Tea Club, one of the region's most dangerous criminal factions. He swore Nico would be hunted down and eliminated. The hero didn't even blink. Gang threats meant nothing compared to the urgency of saving a life. As police officers arrived to drag the criminal off to the station, the elderly man's condition worsened. He remained unconscious, and there simply wasn't enough time to reach a hospital. Nico decided to intervene on the spot, pulling out his silver needles. He explained to Sangwan that while he couldn't permanently cure the chronic illness, his 5-needle technique would immediately restore the old man's consciousness and mental clarity. To break the tension of the situation, Nico proposed a bold bet. If the treatment worked, she would owe him lunch. If it failed, he would pay for hers. The young woman accepted with a smile, realizing that no matter the outcome, fate seemed determined to push the two of them toward a date. With movements that looked simple but carried centuries of precision, Nico performed the acupuncture treatment. The effect was immediate. The elderly man woke up, stabilized. Sangwan was amazed. She had seen many respected specialists before, but none with that kind of raw, direct efficiency. At that moment, she became certain of one thing. Any university hospital would be incredibly lucky to have someone with Nico's natural talent on their staff. The mystery surrounding him only grew, along with her admiration for him. With the crisis resolved, Nico honored his side of the deal and headed with Sangwan to the restaurant Fumanlo. What neither of them realized was that they were being watched. Yusi, the student Nico had rescued at the hospital, spotted the scene from afar and felt strangely conflicted. She couldn't understand how the guy who had saved her, and who seemed involved with Director Kunin, was now casually walking around with another girl. Yusi's father, Maogun Tan, noticed the situation too. The moment he found out Nico's companion was Sangwan, a nurse at the university hospital, the man boiled with jealousy and frustration. He could barely contain the urge to confront the young man right then and there, but he had an unavoidable appointment with the renowned Dr. Lin. The physician was considered one of the 4 legendary doctors in China, and Mao had pulled every string possible to make sure he examined his daughter. Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the restaurant was much lighter. Nico introduced the young woman to his 2 trusted friends, who were completely stunned to see the runaway fiancé showing up with someone so beautiful. Although Sangwan felt a little shy about having dinner with someone she had just met, she quickly found herself welcomed by the group's blunt but genuine hospitality. The night's entertainment came from the introductions. Nico's friends went by some pretty unusual nicknames. One was called Monkey, while the other went by Bear. Sangwan couldn't stop herself from laughing. The names matched their appearances and personalities way too perfectly. Between jokes and oversized plates of food, the group made one thing clear. Despite their rough-around-the-edges vibe, they were fiercely loyal to one another. Meanwhile, the nurse found herself trying to process how this mysterious guy could jump so effortlessly between performing medical miracles and hanging out with such eccentric friends. Sangwan was dying of curiosity about Nico's bizarre nickname, Hanging Ghost. Laughing, his friends explained that when he was a kid, Nico had been ridiculously skinny, pale-faced, and had a weird habit of sticking his tongue out, making him look exactly like a hanging spirit. The mood at the table was all playful teasing. Monkey quickly pointed out that Bear was rolling in money, making hundreds of thousands, and that she shouldn't hesitate to order the most expensive thing on the menu. Bear wasn't about to let that slide, and proudly bragged about his work ethic, saying he woke up at 3 in the morning just to keep everything running. Monkey fired back angrily, claiming he stayed up all night running the barbecue business and would soon surpass him. Nico simply shrugged and reassured Sangwan, explaining that this ego battle had been going on for more than 10 years and that she shouldn't feel guilty about the bill because his partners insisted on paying. Finding the whole dynamic hilarious, the nurse laid down one condition. She'd agree to hang out with them again the next day as long as they stopped calling her daughter-in-law or daughter, since she and Nico were just friends. The hero backed her up, telling the two of them to stop talking nonsense. As Nico quietly watched Sangwan, he reflected in silence. She was the kind of girl who felt easy to be around, kind, warm, and completely drama-free. He could tell she was subtly flirting with him, almost like casting a fishing line to reel in a big catch. Compared to Director Kunin's fiery and difficult personality, Sangwan's sweetness felt almost comforting, even though both women were equally beautiful. The night ended with the young nurse heading back to work at the hospital, promising that the next lunch would be on her. The atmosphere at the university was overflowing with beauty. The guys couldn't focus on anything else. The rumors were true. This campus was basically paradise for beautiful women, but getting in wasn't easy, and only a lucky few ever had access. Determined to face what he jokingly called the University of Sin, Nico invited his partners along for the mission, and Monkey and Bear immediately accepted, ready to test their luck with the students. The moment they stepped through the gates, the two were completely stunned. Monkey had already spotted what he considered an elite-level beauty, while Bear swore he had never seen so many gorgeous women gathered in one place. But their loyalty didn't last long. Remembering Nico still had unfinished business with Director Kunin, they ditched their friend without hesitation to go hunt on their own. Nico barely had time to complain about the betrayal of his ungrateful friends before someone tapped him on the shoulder. It was Professor Tan. With gratitude written all over her face, she thanked him once again for the miracle he had worked for Yusi that morning. She admitted that without his intervention, things could have ended terribly, As a gesture of appreciation, she insisted on buying him lunch and asked for his contact information so they could arrange it. Nico didn't play hard to get and simply showed her his QR code. After adding him, he casually said goodbye in his usual laid-back style, reminding her not to take too long setting up the invitation. The second he turned around, the professor already had her phone in hand. She wasted no time forwarding Nico's contact directly to Yusi, making sure the student finally got the number of her mysterious savior. Yusi had finally gotten what she wanted. With help from her father pulling a few strings, she managed to get Nico's full name and phone number. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside Director Kunen's office was tense. Her father kept pressuring her about the marriage, but the director was firm. Marrying a complete stranger was out of the question. She even threatened to flee overseas and never return if her grandfather tried forcing the union. Always practical, Nico proposed a deal to buy time. He would stay at the university as the school doctor. If they eventually fell in love for real, the engagement would continue. If not, they would go their separate ways and end the arrangement. Kunen took a moment to think before agreeing. Even though he didn't have an official medical license for hospitals, no one would ask difficult questions if he worked as a campus doctor. His salary was set at 10,000 wan, along with a few performance bonuses. The hero accepted the job with a grin, but being shameless as always, he immediately got to the point. He needed an advance of 3,000 to pay overdue rent and avoid getting evicted. He even tried offering a massage as an extra thank you, but all he got in return was a slap across the face from the director. Even so, he still walked away victorious with the money in his pocket. The peace didn't last long. A desperate scream coming from the dorms shattered the silence across campus. The voice was weak and filled with agony. Nico instantly realized this wasn't an ordinary cry for help. Someone was in critical condition and needed immediate intervention. Without thinking twice, he left the office and sprinted toward the danger, ready to pull off another miracle before even clocking in for his first day of work. The security guard barely had time to process what was happening when he saw Nico sprinting toward the women's dormitory. With zero patience for bureaucracy, Nico simply yelled for someone to call an ambulance before barging into one of the rooms and ordering everyone not to touch the victim. The situation was desperate. The girl had just gone into cardiac arrest, but Nico realized her other organs were still holding on, meaning his extreme resuscitation technique still had a chance of working. Right behind him, the guard stormed in furiously, shouting that men were strictly forbidden inside. Completely focused on the procedure, Nico snapped at him to shut up and stop interrupting a life-or-death situation. In the middle of the chaos, a bizarre figure suddenly appeared, a girl with a deep voice who had originally called for help. It turned out to be Kian Chen, wearing a wig and women's clothes to sneak into the dorm. Shocked by the sheer audacity of the disguise, the guard immediately restrained him and prepared to hand him over to the police for trespassing. As Kian Chen was being dragged away, the guard remembered there was still another intruder in the room. Turning around, he found Nico in what looked to an outsider like a kiss, but was actually CPR combined with strategic acupuncture points. As unconventional as the method looked, it worked. Color returned to the young woman's face, and her life was no longer in danger. The moment she woke up, the student panicked, screaming that Xian Chen had tried to kill her. With his usual calmness, Nico assured her she was safe and that the attacker was already in police custody. Still confused, she asked who the stranger was that had pulled her back from the edge. As detached as ever, Nico simply answered that he happened to be nearby, heard the cries for help, and did what had to be done. The hero had arrived in the final second, preventing the worst from happening. The chaos had started when the girl left physical education class to take her medication, unaware that Xian Chan had been following her with violent intentions. Meanwhile, Nico received an urgent alert from an ally. The situation elsewhere had gone bad, and Bear was getting absolutely beaten down. Driven by loyalty and gratitude, the hero rushed to the rescue. When he arrived, the crowd was in shock, screaming at Guantun to stop the attack before things ended in tragedy. The reason for the assault was absurd. Bear had apparently only looked at a girl. Guantun's fury exploded. He had trained several girls without realizing one of them had become his girlfriend, and somehow forgetting that after destroying a few books had made him even more unstable. That was when Nico Jira stepped into the middle of the fight to defend his ally. Jira held nothing back, calling the aggressor cruel before throwing a powerful strike to avenge his fallen friend. Right in the middle of the chaos, a new fighter appeared. The man's speed was unbelievable, and his energy felt completely different from anything they had seen before. The crowd around them wanted blood, hyping up the fight to continue, but the newcomer shut everything down. He demanded the students be taught what justice really meant, claiming his brother had been brutally beaten and that he needed to settle this misunderstanding. The tone of the conversation shifted. Tan tried to explain that his brother had been defeated by Master Wan from the school's prestigious taekwondo club. Political pressure immediately entered the picture. The vice principal would now have to deal with 3 serious facts. Huan Pintun was the 5th-ranked master in the region, and his father was an influential businessman. No one there had the courage to openly stand against him. Even with the professor trying to calm things down and urging caution around the doctor, the young man refused to back down. Locking eyes with the villain, he declared that after what had been done to his brother, there was only one way out. The man would have to kneel and beg for forgiveness. The big guy didn't believe he was in any real danger and decided to test Nico Yuir's strength. Nico tried stepping in to prevent the worst, but Wan Pingping made it clear his fists were already ready for battle. Before charging in, the man pulled a wig from his pocket and put it on, revealing his bizarre cosplayer identity. He entered full battle mode. Wan Pingtunse, completely underestimating his opponent, arrogantly claimed he was about to turn him into a handsome man through brute force. The first strike landed cleanly, but the young man barely flinched. With more than 5 years of training under his belt, he decided the best way to respect his opponent was to unleash his full technical experience and completely overwhelm him. The crowd was stunned. No one expected the doctor to possess martial arts skills advanced enough to stand toe-to-toe with a master like Wan Pingtunse. As the fight remained evenly matched and brutally intense, a mysterious stranger watched from afar, bizarrely licking his own hand with a disturbing look of satisfaction. Wan Pingtunse believed victory was already in his hands and was clearly enjoying the hero's resistance. That was when Tong sounded the warning. The Taekwondo Club's ultimate technique was about to be unleashed. The reputation of the move was terrifying. It was said to be powerful enough to take down a full-grown bull with a single strike. Against an ordinary person, it would be game over. But the hero didn't retreat. Instead, he prepared the perfect counterattack. The moment their forces collided, Nico Yuir unleashed the 8th Libai style, delivering the full force of a precise strike straight between the villain's legs. The impact was brutal, like crushing eggs. The pain was unbearable. Wan Pintunce let out an agonizing scream, overwhelmed by fear and rage, but he no longer had the strength to fight back. The girl's fear disappeared the moment she saw the doctor had completely taken control of the situation. With no way out and utterly destroyed, the Taekwondo master dropped to his knees, defeated in humiliating fashion. Clutching himself in agony, the man complained that no one had ever fought that dirty against him before. Suikojira even gave him a bit of advice. Maybe stop kicking so high next time if he didn't want to suffer like that again. He left the fallen wig behind as a humiliating reminder of the defeat. As the dust settled, the mysterious observer decided he would need to find the winner again very soon. The hero approached the girl and tried to calm her down, explaining that the master had his reasons and that the whole situation had been one giant misunderstanding. His main focus now was getting his friends out of there and making sure they received proper medical attention. Foaming with rage, the professor demanded the young man's name for a future reckoning. Without hesitation, he introduced himself as Sunako Yuira and said he would be waiting. The master's condition was critical, and the hero bluntly told him to stop talking and get to a hospital immediately. Unable to stand on his own, the man had to be dragged away by his own students, while the protagonist's friends were finally safe. Right in the middle of the tension, Nico's phone rang. It was an angry tenant furious about the dinner he had promised and completely forgotten. The hero instantly panicked, jumping around like a madman. He quickly ordered Monkey to take care of Bear before sprinting back home. When he arrived, he found a crowd of hungry people waiting for him. Among them, he met Jiao Lantin and the couple Tinun and Linanian, neighbors who had shown up curious to see his cooking skills firsthand. Nico apologized for being late and, even surrounded by beautiful women and sky-high expectations, didn't hesitate for a second. He took control of the kitchen, ready to prove that his hands were just as fast at cooking as they were in a fight. Showing surreal skill and hands moving like a blur, he completely took over the kitchen. Working at top speed, he prepared dinner for everyone there and immediately apologized for not being even faster. Even though he wanted to prepare an even bigger feast, the lack of ingredients limited the menu to only 20 different dishes. The moment everything hit the table, he encouraged everyone to dig in, and after the very first bite, the guests were completely blown away by the flavor. The food was on another level. Nico Yuir's culinary talent was so obvious that one of the women admitted his dishes were better than the food served at her own restaurant. Impressed, she suggested he work as a professional chef, offering him a salary somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000. Nico rejected the offer immediately, explaining that he already had a new job lined up for the next few days. That was when the teasing started. One of the men commented that without a degree or formal education, Nico would be lucky to land anything better than a cleaning job. The man's girlfriend seemed disappointed by how poor he appeared, even though both of them had graduated from the prestigious University of Shanghai. To them, life in the city was already hard enough, and they saw Nikojira as someone destined to become nothing more than a waiter or a small-time janitor. One of the women even tried to ease the tension, asking them not to humiliate him just because he lacked formal education. Nico, however, didn't seem bothered at all, and casually remarked that being a chef wasn't really what he was aiming for anyway. The group burst into laughter, insisting that getting a good job without a resume was impossible, especially compared to them, since they worked for the Dragon Group. The mood quickly shifted into pure flexing. The Dragon Group stood at the very top of Shanghai's corporate world, founded by the powerful Lan Yan-chen, one of the wealthiest figures in the city. For those college graduates, earning 7,000 yuan a month there was considered the peak of success, and they made sure to rub it in the faces of anyone without a diploma hanging on the wall. Curiosity quickly took over the table. Everyone wanted to know how much Suniko Uira's new job would pay. Keeping things casual, the young man said it wasn't anything too crazy. But the moment he revealed he'd be making 10,000 yuan a month, the entire room froze. Nobody could wrap their heads around how some country kid with no diploma or formal education could be making more than actual university graduates. Even though he had turned down the offer at first and hadn't officially received an advance, he proved he had cash on hand by tossing 3,000 yuan to Tolstoy to cover the rent. Everyone sat there stunned, watching the stack of bills land on the table. For people who had underestimated him, the scene felt unreal. The vibe changed fast when one of the men, trying to recover his bruised ego, challenged the hero to a drinking contest. The guy proudly called himself 80 cups, bragging about how he had even outdrunk beer festival champions. Suniko, completely unfazed, casually replied that he could probably handle about 4 drinks. The answer was met with laughter and mockery, like he was some clueless amateur who knew nothing about nightlife or corporate entertainment. An hour later, the situation looked completely different. Empty bottles covered the table, but the only person yelling nonsense was the challenger, now completely wasted. Lin Xian, who had been arrogant and ignored the girl's warnings, ended up humiliating himself, passing out in front of everyone and wrecking the reputation he had brought with him from college. Meanwhile, Suniko's little sister watched the chaos unfold in confusion. She knew for a fact the hero could drink twice as much as that guy without breaking a sweat, so she couldn't understand why he lied about only handling 4 cups. In reality, the guy just wanted to see what it felt like being surrounded by drunk people while staying completely sober. The hero played humble about his drinking tolerance just to keep the mood light, holding on to his usual calm attitude. It was already late, but he stayed relaxed, telling Hanji to take it easy and promising that the food made by the landlady would be the best part of the night. Right in the middle of the conversation, someone knocked on the door. The door wasn't locked, and it quickly opened to reveal Yushi, who had rushed over to check on her friend. Worried, she asked how things were going, but the girl reassured her that she was already feeling much better and had only gone out for a walk. Along the way, she remembered that Suniko Uira lived nearby and decided to stop by. The host immediately invited the newcomer to join the dinner, praising the young man's insane cooking skills. Yushi ended up eating way more than she expected, completely blown away by the flavor. To her, it felt like Suniko must have spent years training as a chef, but the reality was completely different. His real focus had always been traditional Chinese medicine, and he was basically a master at saving lives. The hero joked that sometimes when girls passed out, mouth-to-mouth was the only thing that worked. The comment instantly made Yushi blush. Sensing the awkward tension, the mother and the other woman quickly changed the subject and headed into the kitchen, leaving the two alone. Still embarrassed, the girl finally worked up the courage to ask what had really happened that morning. She wanted details about how he saved her after collapsing on the sports field. The guy paused for a moment, replaying the rescue in his head. At first, he almost apologized, but sticking to his usual blunt personality, he admitted that mouth-to-mouth had been the main reason she made it back alive. Noticing the hesitation in her expression, the young man realized she was holding something back. After letting out a heavy sigh, she finally gathered the courage to ask him the truth about her condition. The hero didn't sugarcoat it. She could either hear a comforting lie or the brutal truth. The lie was that another hospital stay would solve things. The truth, nobody besides him had the technique needed to truly save her for good. Her reaction was pure skepticism. She questioned whether he had simply taken advantage of the situation during the last rescue. Even so, she gave him a very clear warning. If anything like that happened again, her father would take serious action. After making herself clear, she turned and walked away, leaving Suniko Yuir alone with his thoughts. Back inside, the house instantly shifted into gossip mode. The women living there surrounded the hero, wanting to know if there was some kind of romance going on. The guy, already tired of the assumptions, insisted there was nothing to talk about. Even the girl's mother showed up demanding answers about all the drama. Things escalated fast when the woman, acting on pure protective instinct, suddenly punched the protagonist square in the face. Convinced he had crossed the line with her daughter, she ordered him to get out of the house and forget everything that happened. Trying to calm the chaos, everyone turned their attention back to Mao Yusi's health. Even though the color had returned to her face, the diagnosis was worrying. She had been stuffing herself with dozens of different herbs and traditional medicines. The hero pointed out that relying on medication to mask symptoms, especially while mixing multiple substances together, would never solve the real issue. Over time, the body ages, medicine loses its effectiveness, and eventually, the damage catches up. The whole situation was snowballing into something dangerous, and with no immediate solution in sight, the protagonist decided to wait it out. That's when shouting from the apartment next door caught his attention. Listening more closely, he realized the argument was actually about him. The neighbor was having a jealous meltdown, accusing his girlfriend of being interested in Suniko Yuir. Blinded by paranoia, the man suddenly punched the woman hard in the face, screaming that she better never look at another man again. On the other side of the wall, Nikojira couldn't believe someone would actually hit a woman like that. Heartbroken and in tears, the young woman finally decided enough was enough. She had endured that coward's abuse for 3 years and could no longer imagine spending another day living under the same roof as him. As the domestic fight exploded, tension spilled into the streets. Trying to get away, the girl suddenly found herself surrounded by a group of strangers who seemed to appear out of nowhere. Confused, she asked what they wanted, but the men weren't interested in polite conversation. They claimed they had a destiny to fulfill and tried to force her to go with them. One of the criminals, annoyed by the woman's pleading, quickly lost patience. Pulling out a knife, he threatened to carve up her face if she didn't stop screaming or trying to call the cops. Watching from a distance, the girl's boyfriend, the same guy who had hit her earlier, tried to bribe the gang, offering money in exchange for her freedom, hoping they would take the cash and leave. The gang wasn't interested in the deal. The money wasn't enough, and they clearly wanted to have fun tormenting the girl. To make things worse, they turned the knife toward the boyfriend, warning him not to interfere. In a pathetic moment of cowardice, the guy decided his life and career mattered more than anything else. Without looking back, he abandoned his girlfriend and ran for his life, leaving his dignity behind while the criminals laughed at his desperate escape. Alone and surrounded, the young woman looked completely trapped, until a commanding voice suddenly cut through the tension. It was Nico Yuir, ordering the men to let her go immediately. One of the attackers recognized the hero instantly. He was the same guy Nico had humiliated during the bus incident a few days earlier. Hungry for revenge, the thug pulled a knife and rushed forward, convinced things would go differently this time. The girl screamed in panic about the weapon, terrified for Nico's safety, but the hero didn't even blink. He already knew exactly what kind of people he was dealing with. With surgical precision, Nico struck a vital pressure point using a light shock technique. The hit was so precise that the attacker instantly lost his grip on reality, slipping into a full-blown hallucination. Without missing a beat, the protagonist repositioned himself to take down the rest of the gang, shutting down every possible sneak attack. From a distance, the gang leader silently watched his men get dropped one by this mysterious stranger. The gang leader thought he had finally found someone on his level and couldn't wait to show off the power of his fists. But the confidence didn't last long. The villain couldn't handle the pressure and got knocked out after taking just 3 hits. With the gang scattered, the hero recovered the victim's wallet, only to realize the criminals had already cleaned out all her money. The girl was devastated. Not only was she completely broke, but she was terrified of going home and facing Lintian again, fearing more abuse and humiliation. With nowhere else to turn and embarrassed beyond words, she begged to stay the night with her savior. Nico Yuire agreed without hesitation and brought her back to his room, where he took the chance to give her an acupuncture treatment. Out of respect, he gave her the bed and slept on the floor. Meanwhile, the light still glowing in the apartment next door made it clear that Lintian had already made it home. Curious and worried about what he was up to, the girl decided to investigate. As she approached the door, she heard her boyfriend talking to another woman, and to her shock, it was his boss. Inside, the scumbag was putting on a dramatic performance. He swore he had dumped his girlfriend because she was cheating on him with Nikojira, using the lie as an excuse to confess his feelings to his boss. He promised loyalty, eternal love, and claimed he would spend the rest of his life protecting her. Standing outside the door, the young woman listened in disbelief, finally realizing just how manipulative her ex really was as he tried to fool another woman with the same empty promises. The woman inside the apartment was Saolino Zuchiun, and she seemed willing to do anything for her master. Outside, Linian listened quietly, feeling a mix of embarrassment and the urge to run away, but deep down, she wanted to prove to herself that she was far better off without that toxic relationship. When she returned to the room, she found Nico Yuir preparing medical equipment. He needed to examine her injuries to treat the inflammation, but her clothes were getting in the way. Without hesitation, the girl began taking them off to make the process easier. Caught off guard by how impulsive she was, the young man quickly tried to stay professional, making it clear he had no intention of taking advantage of the situation. He asked her to cover up partially, reassuring her that he already knew where the treatment needed to be applied. The session lasted about an hour. After finishing the technical procedures, Nico started a specialized massage to reduce swelling and improve circulation. The results were impressive. Looking at herself in the mirror, the young woman realized the bruise from the assault had almost completely disappeared. Feeling refreshed and deeply grateful, she couldn't accept the idea of her savior sleeping on the cold floor while the bed sat practically empty. She insisted he sleep beside her, fully trusting his integrity. Nico accepted the offer, feeling respected, but stayed true to his gentlemanly nature. Exhausted and weighed down by everything that had happened that day, he refused to betray that trust, knowing he needed his strength for the challenges waiting the next morning. The next day, routine kicked back in. Linovson woke up with one clear mission: find a new place to live and leave the past behind. When she entered the apartment to sort out her things, she came face to face with her ex-boyfriend and his new boss. Smirking, the guy sarcastically asked what she was doing leaving Nico Yuir's apartment so early in the morning. The villainous couple immediately started throwing jabs, joking that both of them had moved on pretty fast and sarcastically thanking her for the breakup, since now Lintian could openly be with Yaolian. That's when Nico Yuir suddenly appeared behind Linovson and wrapped an arm around her, firing the same energy right back at them. He thanked the ex-boyfriend for stepping aside and giving him the chance to meet someone as amazing as her, making it crystal clear that their lives were no longer anyone else's business. With no comeback left, the toxic couple quietly backed off. Grateful for the constant support, the young woman got ready to head to the university hospital, since she had urgent matters to handle. She looked flawless, and even though she tried to act casual, deep down she hoped Suniko Jiro would start seeing her in a different light. The moment he arrived on campus, the hero was welcomed with threats from the director. The warning was crystal clear. If the medical skills he had shown earlier turned out to be nothing but luck or a fluke, he would be kicked out without hesitation. Over in the traditional Chinese medicine department, the staff was tiny, only 3 specialists, and nobody wanted unnecessary trouble. While the young woman got distracted for a moment, Nico suddenly vanished from sight. He had just run into an acquaintance who worked at the institution. The goal was simple. Suniko Jiro was submitting his application for a resident doctor position, meaning that very soon they wouldn't just be friends anymore, they'd be co-workers. With the workday almost over, Sanwan invited the young man to lunch, setting the meeting for noon. He accepted without hesitation. Their growing closeness quickly sparked Tsun's jealousy, making him feel like the hero was winning the girl over way too fast. Nico immediately shut the tension down, insisting he had no hidden intentions and that he respected his own wife, though the young woman quickly made it clear she didn't want to be called that. She pointed toward the university hospital building, explaining that the traditional Chinese medicine department was located on the top floor. As he stepped inside, the hero was impressed by the school's facilities and the constant activity. In the hallway, he overheard a doctor diagnosing a female student with a simple hormonal imbalance, casually suggesting she just get more sleep. The protagonist instantly realized the diagnosis was wrong. Without holding back, he interrupted the experienced doctor and bluntly stated that the issue wasn't hormonal at all. The student was actually pregnant. The school doctor exploded in anger, calling him inexperienced and questioning what some traditional Chinese medicine intern thought he knew. The man kept ranting about how arrogant the younger generation had become, throwing around diagnoses without evidence. Completely unfazed, the hero gave his final word. If the patient didn't improve after following the doctor's advice, she should head upstairs to the traditional Chinese medicine department and ask for Suniko Yuir to solve the problem properly. He even tried to convince the student not to waste time on the wrong treatment. The student ignored the hero's warning and decided to follow the arrogant doctor's advice instead. Meanwhile, the protagonist headed to the top floor and finally reached the traditional Chinese medicine department. The place was practically abandoned, reflecting just how neglected the specialty had become at the school. Stepping into the silent office, he called out for someone. Xinuan, the department head, appeared from behind a divider. The veteran kept it real. The department was a ghost town, and the young man would need to get used to the loneliness. Nico didn't seem bothered at all, making it clear he was there to save lives, not fill his pockets. The old master, who had stayed in the position purely out of altruism, explained that patients were incredibly rare, maybe one every month if they were lucky. But the silence didn't last long. Urgent knocking suddenly echoed through the room. The hero already knew who it was, the same girl from the hallway. She burst in desperately asking for Suniko Uira. The department head stood there speechless, stunned that the rookie had already managed to attract a patient on his first day. Inside the office, the female students looked anxious and uneasy. Picking up on the atmosphere immediately, the hero got straight to the point before they could even bring up the pregnancy concern. Leaning back casually in his chair, he spoke cryptically, saying her own body already knew the truth. He bluntly added that if she already doubted his ability to read her condition, there wasn't much point in asking for his help. Since Dr. San's diagnosis hadn't solved anything, the student, now fully panicked, tried to explain that she had been living in a constant state of exhaustion. Thinking the hero was just mocking her with riddles, she stormed out, convinced he was nothing more than a fraud. The protagonist knew he needed to clear his name and prove himself, but life moved fast. Barely 15 minutes later, he was informed that he had already received an official complaint on his record. The punishment was ridiculous. A symbolic one real fine and mandatory formal apologies to the victim. Furious, the doctor confronted the director, demanding to know how they could punish him without even hearing his side of the story. The director simply shrugged, claiming the patient's word was law in that place. Seeing how cold and unfair the system was, Nico Uir quickly realized things were completely arbitrary, but he didn't back down. He fired back, saying she could just as easily become the target of complaints for making such senseless decisions, leaving the woman stunned by his nerve. Even after leaving the office, the tension didn't die down. The woman made it clear she had the power to crush him and that he was untouchable, since her sister was none other than the school director herself. Staying calm, the young man asked her to stop for a moment. Instead of arguing back, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to her, a detailed medical prescription. He had already noticed that the director herself was struggling with serious health issues and urgently needed treatment. The woman exploded in anger, thinking he had lost his mind for diagnosing her without being asked. But as she looked into the doctor's calm, serious eyes, she realized he wasn't joking about how severe the situation actually was. Right in the middle of the argument, the director was suddenly hit with a sharp pain in her chest. The hero understood instantly. All the stress and bottled-up anger had overwhelmed her heart, pushing her illness into a critical stage. There was no time left to argue. He already knew the only solution was to act fast with his silver needles. Things got even worse when the director collapsed, causing panic to spread everywhere. Kanun arrived at the exact moment, and the hero immediately gave an order. She had to run to the traditional Chinese medicine department and grab his medical kit. A rival doctor, still bitter and jealous, tried to interfere and take over the case, but the protagonist shut him down with authority, warning that any interruption now would be fatal, since the patient was slipping into a coma. Meanwhile, in a rush to find her brother's belongings, the young woman ended up digging through his stuff and got an embarrassing surprise. A woman's bra suddenly fell out of his bag. She froze in shock, completely confused about why it was there, but there was no time to ask questions. When she handed over the medical case, the nurse's face was burning red. She tried to play it off, claiming it was just from running around so much, while secretly wondering whether her brother had some weird fetish or if it was all just a misunderstanding. The hero, completely focused on saving a life, didn't even notice the awkward tension in the room. Under the watchful and skeptical eyes of everyone present, he prepared the massive needles, ready to perform the procedure that would decide the director's fate. Without hesitation, Nico Uir pulled out an even more impressive needle to finish the treatment. He made it clear that this was just basic acupuncture and, jokingly, suggested that if the other doctor felt grateful, he could always send a little donation to the traditional Chinese medicine department. The only thing that mattered was saving the director's life, and Nico confidently assured everyone that she'd wake up within moments, despite her difficult personality and overworked body. The moment she opened her eyes, the director immediately wanted to know who was responsible for the miracle. The rival doctor quickly stepped in, trying to take credit while telling her not to move because of her weakened condition. With sharp chest pain still lingering, all she could think about was going home to rest. Watching everything unfold, the protagonist wondered if this incident would finally help improve the bad reputation of his department, though he knew the road to recognition would be a long one. Just as he was about to head out for lunch with Kanan, another student recognized him and interrupted his plans. She lived in the girls' dorm, and knowing he was now working at the university hospital, came looking for him because she still wasn't feeling well. In the office, Nico checked the young woman's pulse, and the diagnosis came instantly. She had been destroying her health with cigarettes, alcohol, and sleepless nights. Curious, he asked why someone so young would put herself through that kind of suffering. With a sigh, the girl admitted he was too good to fool. She explained that she had been working as a waitress under brutal conditions for the past 2 years for a noble reason. Her boyfriend came from an extremely poor family, and she had been covering nearly all his expenses through sheer hard work. The disappointment hit hard. The girl eventually discovered that her boyfriend wasn't just a liar. He had been using her money to spoil other women. Their breakup nearly turned tragic when the completely unstable guy snuck into the dorm disguised as a woman to try and kill her. Even after hearing all that, the doctor still couldn't understand the alcohol abuse until she revealed the second reason behind it, the shadow of the Taiyun family. The girl explained that she belonged to the clan and was threatened every time she tried to escape their control. The Taiyun family's power was so overwhelming that she felt forced to suffer in silence. Fighting back tears, she thanked the doctor just for listening to her. Nico Yuir prescribed the medicine she needed and gave strict instructions: complete rest for half a month if she wanted to survive her exams. To him, it was obvious that the Tailun family was at the root of a lot of the city's corruption. Shortly after, San Juan showed up to take the hero out for dinner. As kind as always, the young woman didn't mind being treated like a close friend. Since the guy knew nothing about the area, he let her choose the place, and they ended up at a restaurant famous for its fried fish. While waiting for the food, the conversation drifted toward how hard it was to find attractive girlfriends. But they also made a pact that friendship would always come first, no matter what profession either of them pursued. The restaurant was packed with university students, and that's when someone familiar, Feiju, walked over to greet the doctor. She apologized for the mess from earlier that morning, explaining that she hadn't been able to calm down her friend Kano, who ended up filing that official complaint. Being polite, Nico invited Feiju to join them, but she politely declined, explaining that she was already there with a guy. The couple was sitting nearby, and the girl, trying to be friendly, introduced her companion to her new friends. To absolutely no one's surprise, the guy turned out to be the same taekwondo coach who had already gotten beaten by Nico Jira before. The brute looked furious and outright refused to even greet the doctor, leaving the girls confused about why there was so much hostility between two training buddies. The gossip spread around the table quickly. Nico's friend soon revealed that the two had thrown punches before, and that the hero had won the fight. Staying humble, Nico brushed it off and claimed he was just an amateur in martial arts. The others reminded everyone that he had already promised to teach them some techniques, saying they'd rather learn from him than the official martial arts instructors on campus. As the girlfriend tried calming down the coach, the mood suddenly turned heavy. She decided to come clean about the diagnosis she had received at the hospital and admitted right in front of everyone that she was pregnant. The guy exploded with rage, claiming it was impossible since they had always been careful. In a paranoid meltdown, he convinced himself it was all part of Nico Yuira's revenge scheme and, disgustingly, accused the doctor of being the baby's father. The scumbag went beyond verbal abuse. He pulled out his wallet and asked if the girl had been offering services for money before hurling it straight at her face. He shouted that they had been together for a year, but now she meant absolutely nothing to him. The young woman stood frozen in shock, unable to react to the cruelty, but Nico Yuira wasn't about to sit back and watch. In a nearly invisible motion, a needle shot forward. Before the wallet could hit the girl, the needle intercepted it mid-air with unbelievable force, piercing straight through it and pinning it to the wall, stopping the assault in one silent and terrifying move. Everyone froze at the sight of the wallet stuck to the wall. Nico Jira wasn't letting that disrespect slide. Pin Tunce had raised his hand against his girlfriend, and to Nico, that was the end of the line. Seething with rage, the brute yelled at the doctor to stay out of his business and turned to leave, but the hero stopped him cold with a bold proposal. A bet was sealed right there on the spot. If the villain loses, he'll have to get on his knees and apologize to Feiju. If the protagonist fails, he promised to disappear for good. But if he wins, Pin will become his servant for an entire month, obeying every order without question. The challenge? Black Bear, Nico's friend, would have just 3 months to train and defeat the taekwondo master in a duel. Pin accepted immediately, laughing at the whole thing. To him, Bear was nothing but trash, a punching bag he had already humiliated on the sports field. But the hero stayed confident. He promised that with brutal training and total dedication to martial arts, 2 months would be enough to turn his friend into an absolute machine, with impressive muscles and enough confidence to win over any girl. While the villain stormed off, eager to crush Bear in the future, Nico walked over to Feiju to make sure she was okay. The girl, still shaken, thanked her savior, but things got heavy when she admitted that if she really was pregnant, she planned to get an abortion. The doctor stepped in immediately, revealing that he had much safer and far less traumatic ways to handle the situation, asking her not to rush into anything. Confused but grateful, she promised to think things through before making any drastic decisions, while Bear, already locked into his new mission, didn't waste the chance to try and get the girl's attention. The last clue about Bear surfaced at Feiyu Bridge and rumors spread fast. The girl was actually interested in him. Wasting no time, Nico Jira dumped the bill on his friend and made his exit to deal with his own problems. The damage wasn't cheap. After everything was added up, the total came to 2,400 yen, and Bear took the full hit by himself. During the conversation, Monkey decided to embarrass Nico Yor, calling him a pervert, and saying he had been chasing girls since he was a kid, apparently a habit passed down from his grandfather. Nico smacked his friend upside the head and tried convincing the girl he was a saint, but Bear kept going. He revealed that when Nico was 10 years old, he became obsessed with a village girl known as the Widow of Van. The story was weird. She was only a 12-year-old girl raised by the late Van, but the nickname stuck for years. On the day she decided to leave, Nico pulled her aside and stole a kiss while she was napping, just to make sure she would never forget him. The plan worked so well that even the villagers got fooled by the gossip. 10 years passed without any news about her, and Nico's friends still believed the whole thing was destiny. Nico Jira decided to leave the past behind and brought the crew to the Chinese medicine department for some intense basic skills training. Bear felt the pressure. Only 3 months remained before the final showdown, and he needed to lock in. Meanwhile, the organization's boss stayed hidden, monitoring everything behind the scenes. He ordered his people to report any movement, but then came the shock. The so-called widow showed up in person. He couldn't believe Nico Uir was standing face-to-face with that woman again. Their connection felt written in the stars. Mastering Bear's training fundamentals would double his progress, and even with the challenge of facing an elite fighter ahead, Nico Uir's friends still believed in his potential. The training was intense, 40 minutes of daily practice. Within a week, the duo was already balancing on poles, focused on flexibility and endurance. The hero knew he couldn't blame himself. The whole mess had been caused by other people. Meanwhile, the guys were already showing their first signs of muscle growth, and Kunin wouldn't stop teasing them. Nico Uiri answered his phone, hoping his fiancée had finally changed her mind about the marriage, but the cold shower came fast. She had zero interest in romance. She just wanted the truth about what happened with manager Inlay that morning. The man's life was a disaster, and his health had taken a serious hit, forcing the director to seek medical help. Things got tense during dinner when Dr. Miaowen questioned why the director hated Nico Uir so much, considering how close their families were. The reason was simple. The director found the guy's attitude unbearable. Far away, walking down the street, Nico Jira suddenly felt his nose itch and instantly figured people were talking about him. That's when a former patient recognized him. The girl looked pale and exhausted, and the doctor got straight to the point. She needed to quit that job immediately. Tian Lin tried to reassure him, saying she planned to quit that very day, but first she had to pay off a debt before she could finally be free. The girl's urgency was obvious. As stunning as she was, Nico Uir knew the road was blocked. Kunin was already technically his fiancée. All he could do was sigh in frustration over his grandfather trying to force him into marriage with someone so ruthless. The engagement situation had completely shifted, and now Nico Jira had officially taken his position as a doctor at the university hospital. There he ran into Miaowen, who recognized him instantly and congratulated him on the new chapter. Her confidence in him was absolute. She boldly claimed that within just 2 months, his name would be the most talked about one in the hospital. But the hero wasn't focused on fame. He was more interested in where dinner would be. Kunin mentioned a restaurant famous for grilled fish, where the director had already reserved a table. Even though Nico remembered eating there once with a beautiful woman, nothing stopped him from going back. Still, something strange immediately caught his attention. Tian Lin was there, with the same villain he had recently fought. Nico read the situation instantly. He decided it was time to straighten out the mess, but first, they had to get to the restaurant. Meanwhile, Nico Uir tried to smooth things over with Meo Yen, who was waiting in the main dining area. Armed with a flower and a rehearsed apology, he approached her, hoping to finally understand how the director truly felt about everything between them. But the surprise hit hard. What he didn't expect was that her wedding plans with another man were already moving forward fast. At the table, the atmosphere turned painfully awkward. The doctor tried making small talk to break the tension, but the silence was sharp enough to cut. Finally, unable to take it anymore, he got straight to the point and asked Ziwayunin why they had invited Director Lon in the first place, since his presence there was, at the very least, uncomfortable. Getting that VIP room was nearly impossible, usually requiring weeks of waiting, but Mr. Lon used his connections to skip the line. His goal was obvious: impress Kunsen. While Nico Uira casually devoured the food, Lon watched him with pure disdain, convinced that a country bumpkin like him had never stepped foot in a place this luxurious. Trying to humiliate him in front of Chiyun, Lon suggested the doctor take the leftovers home since he seemed to be enjoying the dishes so much. To everyone's surprise, Nico Jira didn't look offended at all. He simply packed everything up, genuinely pleased, which only made the villain even more furious. Things got even weirder when Nico asked the girl not to judge him, explaining that he had spent his last bit of money on rent and barely had anything left to eat. He even fake-cried a little, asking Kunin for money so he wouldn't starve. The young woman couldn't understand how a doctor could live in a tiny 30-square-meter apartment, but Nico shrugged it off, saying that kind of life was normal for plenty of people. Trying to regain his superiority, Lon commented that poverty usually came from laziness. The hero smiled and fired back, asking if Lon really had to work that hard just to flex his wealth. Offended, the villain slammed his fist on the table, yelling that he had built everything from the ground up and that Nico was nothing but a worthless nobody. Kunin watched the whole thing in shock, realizing Lon was clearly trying to manipulate the situation against Nico Uir. The scumbag even had the nerve to say the engagement should be cancelled for good because Nico and Tunin had absolutely nothing in common. Surprised by the level of arrogance, the young man calmly asked him to repeat what he had just said. Lon's repeated declaration of love sounded like a bad joke, and Nico Uire instantly realized every word coming from the CEO was pure performance. Watching the whole show, Kunin was stunned by how ridiculous the businessman looked. It was honestly bizarre seeing an executive at that level struggle so badly with someone as simple as Nico. As tensions at the table kept rising, Nico Jira decided to make a strategic exit to grab drinks. His only plan was to pick up yogurt for Miaoyan, but things changed fast when he heard familiar screams in the hallway. A young woman was being cornered by the same creeps from before. She begged them to stop forcing her to drink and tried to quit, but the guys treated her like some disposable trophy. Nico Uir appeared at the door with a grin, almost thankful to run into the group again. To him, this was the perfect opportunity to teach another lesson in manners. He immediately understood why his patient suffered so much. Guys like these were the reason. The payback was lightning fast. Within a minute, the attackers were sprawled on the floor and kicked out of the room. The intervention couldn't have been more perfectly timed. If Nico had shown up even a little later, things could have gotten much worse. Grateful and tipsy from the alcohol, the girl tried to thank him in a more intimate way, but the doctor stopped her immediately, telling her to keep herself together. She admitted she was more clear-headed than she looked, having only drunk one beer, but confessed that the villains had drugged her drink. Realizing she was about to lose control from the effects of the substance, Nico acted fast. He apologized for touching her, lifted her up, and used 2 acupuncture needles to help her fall into a restorative sleep while flushing the toxins from her system. Without hesitation, he carried her back to his VIP room so she could safely rest. Not long after, the other girls recognized the young woman, who finally passed out under the group's care. Nico Jira didn't keep the rescue a secret and quickly explained that he had just saved a girl from 2 creeps. Kunin, suspicious as ever, assumed it was just another excuse for him to take advantage of the situation. The director didn't buy the story either, but the truth came out the moment the victim woke up. The girl opened her eyes with a brutal headache and immediately ran to hug the doctor the second she saw him. In tears, she admitted she would have been completely doomed if he hadn't stepped in. Meanwhile, outside the restaurant, things were heating up fast. A brute named Mr. Don showed up surrounded by the same thugs Nico had beaten minutes earlier. The gang was thirsty for revenge and claimed the hero had not only humiliated them, but had also stolen the girl from the karaoke room. Don gave the order, beat the protagonist into the ground. One of the thugs charged with a baseball bat, swinging straight for Nico's head. With quick reflexes, the doctor bent down to pick something up off the floor, and the swing completely missed him. Smashing right into Lon's face instead, since he had been walking directly behind him. The whole thing turned into absolute chaos. The moment the gang leader realized who got hit, panic took over. Lon was actually their boss. The thug instantly started stammering apologies, swearing it was an accident and insisting he would never try to attack his own employer. Nico took full advantage of the mess to expose the truth, revealing that Lon's men had been forcing the student to work against her will. Cornered and desperate to save face with Kunin, Lon had no choice. He tore up the girl's exploitation contract and ordered his men to stay away from her from now on. Safe and finally free, the young woman thanked Nico endlessly, though she also awkwardly gave Lon some forced gratitude. Watching the scene unfold, Kunin started questioning her assumptions. Maybe her fiancé wasn't the villain she had imagined after all. The businessman left the restaurant, but the feeling remained that the score between them was far from settled. The villain tried to stop Nico from leaving, not realizing he had just awakened a monster. What triggered the hero's fury wasn't the threat. It was the fact that his bag of leftover food had fallen to the floor during the chaos. Staring at the guy like a predator sizing up prey, Nico coldly said he had just destroyed his entire food supply for the month. The atmosphere instantly turned deadly serious. Realizing his mistake, the thug stuttered out an apology, but Nico Jiro wasn't interested in excuses. He unleashed a brutal strike directly to the top of the man's head. The impact landed with a horrifying crack, dropping the criminal to his knees hard enough to shake the floor. Nico warned everyone not to touch the body, saying the guy's bones had basically turned to dust. That was the price for ruining his meal. The message was loud and clear. Never mess with someone you don't know. Humiliated and trembling with fear, the gang leader picked up his glasses and ordered everyone to erase that day from their memory. No one was allowed to repeat what had happened. While his subordinates panicked at the sight of their boss's condition, Nico and Miaowen were already long gone. Since her house was about 30 kilometers away, they decided to catch a ride with Kunin. Lon made one last desperate attempt, insisting that Kunin spend the night with him for protection. The girl barely acknowledged him, cutting him off and saying she had things to take care of and would call him later. Burning with resentment, Lon swallowed his pride, convincing himself he only needed to wait for the company merger before finally putting Kunin in her place. The final surprise came in the parking lot. Kunin showed up with a gift from her mother, an absolutely stunning Rolls-Royce. While Nico joked that the car probably wasn't even worth 500,000 yuan, Miaowen corrected him immediately. It wasn't an ordinary car. It was a limited edition Bentley, with only 20 units in the entire world. The girl's family wealth was on another level. The flex was unreal. A car like that wasn't for just anyone, easily costing between 7 and 8 million yuan. Nico's financial reality was so far removed that he couldn't even process a vehicle being worth that much. Numbers like that simply didn't exist in his world. If he accepted the girl's conditions, he could pocket 100 million yuan and instantly change his life, but he turned it down without hesitation. To him, talent and freedom mattered more than a loaded bank account that tried to buy happiness. Tensions rose when the girl made it clear that the forced marriage was still completely off the table. As they got closer to the doctor's place, everyone was shocked. The narrow streets and rough living conditions made it painfully obvious just how simple his lifestyle really was. To make things worse, the director noticed an ad taped to the wall with such suggestive content that the girl immediately blushed and looked away. Nico invited everyone inside, but forgot one crucial detail. He wasn't alone. A voice from the bathroom casually announced that, since the renovations at her own place still weren't finished, she would be staying there for a while longer. It was Lenotsun, stepping into the living room wearing nothing but a bathrobe and casually declaring that she would be sleeping in Nico's room that night. The misunderstanding exploded instantly. Kunin completely lost it, yelling and demanding to know who the woman was, especially since she and Nico were technically engaged and he had another woman under the same roof. Feeling betrayed, the girl threatened to tell her grandfather everything. Lenotsun tried to take the blame for the misunderstanding, but Nico stayed calm, promising to explain everything. By the end of the night, the student they had rescued admitted she still trusted the doctor, and the group decided to take her to a safer place, since it was late and the streets were no place for her. The protagonist left with the student and immediately ran into a drunk couple. The guy, in a mocking tone, pointed at the waitress and joked to Dr. Suniko that the waiter there sure was lucky to have a girlfriend like that. The situation was pathetic. The student quickly recognized the man as a regular customer at the restaurant where she worked, mentioning that he was always seen leaving with a woman named Zua. His reputation checked out, a dangerous womanizer putting his own wife at risk with his reckless lifestyle. The moment he realized he had been exposed, the man lost it and rushed after his partner, desperate to stop things from getting even worse. Fed up, the woman slammed the door in his face. Moments later, Linotsun opened the entrance thinking the doctor had returned, but the second she saw her ex standing there, she locked everything back up without hesitation. The tension exploded when the man, completely out of control, spat in humiliation toward his rival, blaming Suniko for the disaster. After the chaos died down, the doctor and the student returned to the school. With her work contracts finally over, the advice was clear. It was time to quit the exhausting restaurant job, focus on recovery, and leave her bad habits behind. The woman's gratitude was genuine. She knew the doctor's effort was what had truly helped her recover. But the goodbye was suddenly interrupted. Spotting strange movement in the bushes, the girl panicked after seeing what looked like a body lying in the grass. Thinking it might be a corpse, she immediately called the police. In the end, it was just Hanfei, completely passed out among empty bottles. The young woman, who attended the same school as the student, had simply drunk way too much and blacked out on the sidewalk. Seeing the unconscious girl, the doctor stepped in. He strategically inserted acupuncture needles to force her awake. The effect was immediate. The young woman jolted back to consciousness with a scream, terrified by the needles in her body. The treatment had been precise and efficient, using only 2 pressure points to bring her back to reality. The moment she fully regained consciousness, reality hit her hard. She apologized for doubting his earlier diagnosis, admitting that she really was pregnant. Panic took over, and through tears, she begged the doctor to terminate the pregnancy. The student watching the scene was completely stunned, even briefly wondering if the doctor had some personal connection to the situation, before remembering his position and engagement to Nico. Nico confronted the patient about her self-destructive behavior, asking why she had been drinking while pregnant. Her answer was bitter. She just wanted to erase the existence of the child. She confessed that she hated the baby's father, a man she had already cut out of her life but still felt trapped because she was only a student. Sensing the girl's anger, the doctor offered her an alternative: revenge. She accepted immediately, promising to pay for his help. The obstacle was huge. Her ex-boyfriend was the son of the deputy head of public security, a powerful and influential man, but the plan was already moving. The doctor assured her that training one of his friends would be the key to taking her ex down. To motivate his ally, the hero handed the girl a phone and asked her to invite the guy to dinner. The strategy worked perfectly. Driven by passion and the desire to impress such a beautiful woman, the friend threw himself into an insane training regimen. He promised to become stronger than ever and swore that in 3 months, the mission would be completed without a problem. The plan is to humiliate the ex-boyfriend, making the scumbag beg for forgiveness on his knees. The bear is locked in and motivated by his interest in the girl. If he wins the fight, dinner is guaranteed. Meanwhile, exhausted, Jira decides it's finally time to head home and recover his energy. Even though he hasn't been back in the city for long, problems just keep piling up. He reflects on what his grandfather always used to say: the men in their family never deal only with their own problems. They always end up carrying everyone else's burdens too. Realizing he's gotten rusty, he decides he can't put off martial arts training any longer. Meanwhile, a young woman working tirelessly to support herself and the children feels completely worn out. On her way home, she comes across clothes and belongings scattered all over the ground that seem to belong to a doctor. Confused by the mess, she starts picking everything up to organize it, but Jira suddenly appears and orders her not to move. The next morning, the place is still a complete mess, with items scattered everywhere. His phone rings. It's Grandpa Sai calling him to a family dinner. Jira accepts without thinking much of it, but once he fully wakes up, he's shocked to find Xiaolantin nearby. Trying to piece things together, he remembers going into the forest the night before to train martial arts with the chicken. The training had been as intense as ever until nearby footsteps signaled someone approaching. The students showed up for treatment. The doctor led them into the room to begin acupuncture. Seeing their fear of pain, he assured them the procedure would be painless. To carry out the treatment, and Nico Jira promised to wear a blindfold to stay professional. His skills seemed straight out of a movie, treating patients without seeing a thing. But the act didn't last long. The girls noticed tiny holes strategically placed in the blindfold. The doctor had been seeing everything. After getting caught and awkwardly laughing it off, he adjusted the mask to properly cover his eyes and focused on the treatment. Half an hour later, the session was successfully completed. The appointment ended with the patient completely exhausted and in need of absolute rest. As Nico Uir headed back with TSU, he was asked to keep a close eye on the young woman. People were still skeptical of his abilities, but the results were starting to speak for themselves. Not long after, the scene shifts to a breathtaking estate. The protagonist arrives at a massive mansion, complete with a helipad and worth an absurd amount of money. But the luxury of the place didn't match the welcome. The atmosphere was openly hostile. Unlike in the past, the hosts treated their guests coldly, watching every move as if any small action were some kind of invasion. Sharp as ever, the hero notices something off while looking at a fire extinguisher. He immediately starts forming a plan. Meanwhile, his grandfather watches from afar, impressed by his grandson's calm under so much pressure. The old man knows he chose the right successor, someone destined for greatness, and whoever dares break their promise to him now will regret it later. Behind the scenes, tensions are boiling over. One of the girl's fathers argues with the grandfather about the marriage arrangement, revealing that his daughter has threatened to take her own life if she's forced to marry the newcomer. The patriarch stays calm, promising to handle things his own way. The tension peaks at the front entrance, with an unexpected move involving the fire extinguisher, which ends up lodged in the wall after flying through the air at high speed. The hero makes a dramatic entrance. A wealthy, nostalgic old man welcomes him with a grand feast, celebrating their reunion after many years. But the young man isn't fooled by the food and luxury. He knows this dinner invitation hides much bigger secrets. The reason behind the engagement finally comes out. It was all part of an old agreement between their grandfathers. 25 years earlier, after T. Sunsin's grandmother tragically died in an accident, the patriarch carried guilt over what happened. As a symbolic form of compensation, the families decided to unite through the marriage of their grandchildren, who happened to be born in the same year. The hero quickly figures out what's really going on, realizing the girl's family is desperate to get rid of him. Driven by prejudice, her mother believes he's a nobody and thinks the marriage would completely damage their social status. Their solution? They offer him a check for 200 million yuan to disappear and officially cancel the engagement. For most people, it would feel like winning the lottery, more money than they'd ever see in multiple lifetimes. Faced with a mountain of paperwork and pressure to take the money and walk away, the hero stands firm. Following his grandfather's advice, who had always treated the arrangement like an old joke between friends, he signs the papers out of respect for the past, but with a twist, he refuses the check. He doesn't take a single cent, making it clear he doesn't need their money, and that from that point on, all ties are cut. Before leaving, he thanks the old man and promises to invite him to dinner someday. Watching him leave, the patriarch deeply regrets his family's behavior. He knows the young man is a rare talent, a diamond in the rough, and that his granddaughter will one day bitterly regret throwing away such an opportunity. Upon noticing the empty table, Grandpa and the guests were left in shock. The entire feast had vanished in the blink of an eye. Outside, the protagonist was already on the move, focused on bringing something to Han, who was still at work. He was searching for the girl's address, knowing she was tutoring little Xiaowei. The tension rose when the hero ran into Xiaowei himself on the street. When asked about the lesson, the boy revealed that the teacher had suddenly passed out. The child's father told his son to go play, saying he would personally take care of the teacher. Sensing danger immediately, the protagonist didn't hesitate to call the police while studying the building. The target was the 5th floor, and time was running out. Inside, the boy's father was already standing over the unconscious teacher, disturbingly admiring her beauty. What he didn't expect was for the hero to already be outside the window, ready to break in. The sound of shattering glass stopped everything cold. Panicking, the attacker shouted in confusion, unable to understand how someone had gotten there so fast. Within seconds, the young doctor was inside the room, shielding the unconscious woman lying on the couch. Furious over the intrusion, the homeowner rushed in to attack. The teacher slowly began waking up, opening her eyes just in time to see the hero facing off against the villain trying to strike him. Confused, she looked around for her student and asked why the hero was there. After learning the truth, Han was horrified. She had only accepted a cup of coffee from the attacker, never imagining it was a trap. Meanwhile, in a violent meltdown, the criminal started injuring himself to make it look like he was the victim, taking advantage of being alone in a corner. Hearing the approaching sirens, the hero reacted fast. Since the police had already surrounded the main entrance, the only way out was through the window. In a risky move, he jumped with the young woman, using improvised equipment to soften the fall. Down below, officers were already heading upstairs to respond to the call made by the child himself. The protagonist told his friend to head home first while he handled the legal mess. At the police station, the attacker tried to twist the story, claiming everything had simply been a personal dispute and demanding a full investigation into the so-called intruder. Later, safe at Han's house, the hero gave her a serious lecture about the dangers of trusting strangers. Catching her breath and speaking more softly, she admitted she felt safe whenever he was around. Taking advantage of the moment, she flirtatiously mentioned that she had been feeling a strange discomfort in her chest ever since they left the chaos behind. Ignoring the protagonist's hesitation, the teacher lowered her dress and demanded a medical exam on the spot, reminding him that he was a doctor. Sun Yu, completely shocked by her boldness out in public, covered his eyes and begged her to get dressed before someone showed up. In the middle of the awkward and chaotic moment, Han didn't care at all that the street was empty. The fun abruptly ended when a police officer appeared nearby. Flashing her badge, the officer informed them that Sun Yu was the main suspect in a physical assault case. Han tried to step in as an eyewitness, but the hero accepted responsibility, assuring them he would cooperate with the authorities. Before being taken away, he told the teacher to go home, take care of Phi, and stay calm despite the tense situation. As soon as the patrol car drove off, the young woman panicked. She couldn't just sit still while he was being detained. Acting on impulse, she decided to call Father Yusi, believing his influence might be enough to get the hero out of the station. The cry for help was sent immediately. Meanwhile, the teacher's partner also started reaching out to family connections, wondering why it was taking so long for the young man to be released. Back at the station, Sun Yu refused to back down in his statement. He remained calm and insisted that the building's security footage would prove he had done the right thing. Despite the evidence, the police seemed uncertain, arguing that the situation was still messy and difficult to fully understand. The stories didn't match up, leaving the police stuck with two completely different versions of events. To settle the matter, the group headed to the hospital where the attacker had been admitted. The atmosphere in the hallway was tense. The man was accusing his own wife of betrayal, claiming she had exposed his ties to organized crime. Arriving with the officer, Sun Yu was introduced as the man responsible for beating up the husband. Trying to dodge responsibility, the wife blamed a mysterious company her husband had gotten involved with. The doctor requested a private moment with the so-called injured man, and the officer allowed it, even though she found the request suspicious. Inside the hospital room, the villain tried to intimidate the hero with serious threats. Sun Yu didn't even blink. He reminded the man that he had already taken down plenty of his goons and that their last fight had left the attacker with a serious condition that probably couldn't be fixed. Changing tactics, the criminal tried bribing the doctor, offering peace in exchange for treatment, but the hero just laughed. He made it clear he was there to investigate, not negotiate. When Sun Yu stepped back out of the room, he exposed the patient's rage to everyone, proving that the whole helpless victim act had been fake. To seal the case, police found the sleeping pills used in the crime, leaving the criminal with nowhere left to run. As the man broke down crying and begged for forgiveness, Father Yusi arrived to close out the case. With a detective's instincts, he helped connect all the missing pieces. In less than 12 hours, the hero's innocence had been proven, showing that he was far more clever than the authorities had imagined. Mao Yukai expected to find the doctor behind bars, but instead she was surprised to get a call from him. Curious, she asked how he was already free, and the hero casually explained that he had already cleared things up with the police. Taking advantage of the reunion, he suggested she stop by the infirmary for a quick checkup. While checking the young woman's pulse, the specialist noticed something alarming. He was furious to discover that Yukai had doubled her medication dosage on her own. Sun Yu got straight to the point. Abusing the dosage might seem like it speeds up recovery, but the risk of serious damage was huge, and it could also create resistance, making the treatment useless in the future. The revelation left the patient stunned. Desperate and clutching her chest, she tried to deny reality, but the doctor stood firm. He suggested she get a second opinion to confirm the diagnosis, and warned that her treatment plan needed to be revised immediately. Feeling cornered, she stood up arrogantly and walked toward the door. Before leaving, she threw threats at Sun Yu, furious at the possibility that she had been misled before. The hero simply watched the scene with exhaustion, commenting on how draining it was to deal with patients who repaid help with ingratitude. But the serious mood broke when he noticed something left behind. The girl's bikini was still in his hands. Looking at the item, he realized leaving that lying around the office would be an even bigger problem. The plan was to return the bikini as soon as possible, but time ran out. The door suddenly swung open, and Miss Tan walked in, catching the doctor red-handed with the item in his hands. The shock was immediate, and awkwardness filled the room. Trying to save himself, the doctor complained that she should have knocked first, explaining that it was all just a technical misunderstanding involving the outfit. Recovering from the shock, Miss Tan got straight to the point. Her father was in a coma. With foreign doctors failing to help, she was turning to traditional Chinese medicine for answers. After learning that the specialist she originally wanted wasn't available, she saw the hero as a new source of hope. Even aware of how young he was, she decided to take the risk and invited him to assess the situation. During the drive, she explained that her father lived in a care facility to make constant treatment easier and that he never let go of his camera before the incident. Upon arriving and examining the man's condition, the doctor concluded that the coma had already lasted for months. The confirmation came right after. It had been exactly 4 months without any signs of improvement. The young woman realized she had no more time to waste on conventional methods that weren't working. The doctor then requested the imaging exams and, after carefully reviewing the CT scan, identified the real issue. There was a blood clot in the patient's head, and the pressure caused by it was exactly what was preventing him from waking up. The diagnosis was spot on. The clot's pressure on the nerves was what kept the man in a coma. Once the inflammation was resolved, recovery would be possible. Seeing the hopeful look in Miss Tan's eyes, the doctor explained that patience was key. Even with advanced technology, the process would take months, and treatment would begin the very next day. Relieved, the young woman finally felt like there was light at the end of the tunnel for her father. Later, Han found the protagonist and scolded him for leaving the police station without saying anything. The mood quickly shifted when she started flirtatiously questioning details about how he had dressed her while she was unconscious. Teasing him, she complained that he hadn't complimented her figure and wanted to know if he thought she was more attractive than Seseon, the gorgeous neighbor. Cornered by the questions, the doctor felt his face burn as embarrassing memories from the past came flooding back. He got so nervous that he ended up with a nosebleed and had to escape the conversation before embarrassing himself even more. As he walked away, he could still hear Han's playful shouts, promising he wouldn't get away so easily next time. For the hero, trying to compare the beauty of the women around him was a trap with no winning answer, since each one had her own charm. But the peace didn't last long. A notification buzzed on his phone. It was a video from Han. The moment he opened it, he was met with close-up shots of her showing off every detail of her figure in a tight dress, making it clear she had no intention of leaving his mind anytime soon. The hero recognized Han's move, but his mind was elsewhere. He had already arrived on the street where Xiaolantin worked and was determined to apologize to her. As soon as he entered the establishment, he found the young woman dressed in a themed maid outfit, forcing smiles for customers while secretly regretting her boss's bizarre idea of combining waitress and housemaid duties. The peace didn't last long. An arrogant customer started yelling at Lantin, accusing her of spilling water on his clothes. Ignoring the young woman's apologies, the man grabbed her aggressively, mistreating her and demanding that she come to his house to wash his stained pants. It was disgusting and abusive behavior. A voice from behind interrupted the harassment. Sun Yu asked the man exactly who he thought he was taking home. The aggressor, an old troublemaker, growled in irritation after seeing the doctor interfere with his plans once again. Tension filled the room, and the restaurant manager, worried about losing business, suggested that if they wanted to settle things with fists, they should take it outside. Keeping calm, the hero asked the villain only one question. Why did he feel the need to act like human trash every time the sun came up? While Lantin tried to figure out if he was protecting her specifically, the young man grabbed her hand and invited her to leave with him. The manager practically broke down, crying and complaining that without a waitress and with the restaurant already empty, he'd have to shut the place down. But the doctor didn't care and walked off with the girl. Despite Xiaolantin's shock, the protagonist excitedly announced that he was taking her to the movies. He framed the invitation as a way to make up for everything that had happened earlier, reminding her that she probably hadn't had fun like this in a long time. The young woman grew shy, fully aware that this felt exactly like the setup for a classic first date. Once inside the theater, though, things weren't exactly great for the hero. He found himself annoyed by the movie's questionable quality, and especially by the overload of cheesy scenes and over-the-top special effects. But when he checked on how his friend was reacting, he was surprised to see tears running down her face, leaving him completely confused. Later, as they walked through the park, Lantin admitted that she had barely paid attention to the movie. The scenes had only brought back memories of her past. Her confession was suddenly interrupted by a scare. She started trembling in fear after spotting 3 people arguing up ahead. The doctor assumed it was just another difficult restaurant customer, but the brunette revealed that one of the men in the argument was her ex-boyfriend. In the middle of the chaos, a woman accused the man of being a fraud. Even though he was engaged and already a father, he still kept seeing other women, proving the relationship had been nothing but a lie. Furious, the man tried to deny the accusations, claiming the woman had no proof and verbally attacking her for showing up with a stranger. Things escalated until one of Lantin's acquaintances stepped in, suggesting the guy should be sued for his disgusting behavior. The tension got worse when the man started laughing mockingly and threatening the woman. If she didn't hand over 500,000 yuan soon, the consequences would be severe. Sun Yu didn't back down and confronted the loudmouth, even without knowing him personally. That was when Zhao Fei stepped in, revealing that the brunette had been forced to flee back to her hometown after falling victim to a scam planned by that very same man. The anger was obvious. 2 years had passed, and the villain still acted like he was untouchable. The tables turned fast. Sun Yu demanded justice, and the pressure became so intense that the man lost his confidence. 1 second he was arrogant, the next he was on his knees in front of Chunjuai, begging for forgiveness, and one last chance to avoid ending up broke. But the decision had already been made. The money he was demanding would instead be used to fund the lawsuit against him. As they walked away, ignoring the scammer's desperate pleas, the doctor was stopped by Yahello. The man introduced himself as a physical education teacher and thanked him for stepping in, revealing that he had already seen the damage that group had caused. Right after that, Chunjua tried to get closer to Lantin, inviting everyone to the restaurant where she worked. Embarrassed, Lantin wanted to rush off and change out of her themed uniform, but the doctor jokingly said the maid outfit was adorable and that he wouldn't mind admiring it a little longer. When they arrived at the restaurant, the scene was almost ridiculous. The manager was standing at the entrance, also dressed in a maid outfit in an attempt to attract customers. Sun Yu couldn't take it, and shouted for the man to take it off immediately before ruining the whole appeal of the costume. Embarrassed, the manager awkwardly tried to explain himself through nervous laughter, apologizing for the disastrous idea. The atmosphere inside the restaurant was full of culinary showmanship. The manager brought out the signature dish, proudly claiming they followed every modern food trend to satisfy customers. However, the protagonist's new companions didn't seem very convinced and quickly started making excuses to avoid tasting it. The restaurant owner looked confused, unable to understand why anyone would reject the house specialty. Sun Yu decided to take control. Putting on gloves, he announced that he would show them the true meaning of elite Chinese cuisine. The restaurant owner, arms crossed, mocked the challenge, pointing out that they were completely out of meat and doubting the young man could somehow pull off a vegan miracle. Only 15 minutes later, the hero presented a platter of grilled strips coated in sweet and sour sauce. The aroma smelled so identical to beef that the owner stood there in shock, swearing there hadn't been any meat in the kitchen. That was when Chunjua revealed the secret. It was tofu. Sun Yu's technique was so absurdly good that the texture and flavor could fool even an expert. Recognizing the rare talent in front of him, the owner immediately tried to negotiate for the recipe. Clever as ever, Sun Yu used the man's interest to help Lantin. He hinted that the secret had a price, and the manager got the message instantly. Praising the young woman's hard work, he announced that starting the next day, she would stop working as a waitress and instead become the chief administrator. Outside the Lantin family home, the goodbye turned tense. Sun Yu felt like he still needed to properly apologize for everything that had happened that night, but the words just wouldn't come. In the middle of the uncertainty, the inevitable happened. The two ended up kissing, completely lost in the moment. Neither of them noticed someone hidden in the shadows, watching every move they made. Before going inside, the young woman, still dazed, asked him to stay just a little longer. Once inside the apartment, the young man insisted on taking responsibility for everything that had happened that night, making it clear the blame was entirely his. Lantin tried to brush it off, but he kept insisting, making her realize just how hard he tried to protect her. In a reflective tone, the young woman confessed that if he truly knew everything about her, things might be different, hinting that maybe distancing themselves would be for the best. But she quickly changed her mind, deciding to enjoy the happiness while it lasted, even if it was temporary. Before walking inside, she floated the idea that the two of them should officially start dating. Meanwhile, the brunette watched everything from the doorway, feeling left out after his outing with Lantin. Despite the pain, she still held on to hope of figuring out what her true place in the doctor's life really was. The next morning, during a walk through the park, the protagonist felt like life was finally getting back on track after everything that had happened. His mind drifted to the martial arts lessons his grandfather used to teach him. The peaceful mood was broken by a woman's voice teasingly accusing him of being jealous. He immediately denied it, making it clear there was no emotional connection left between them. Shunjua, grateful for his help during the divorce process, pointed out that while a close friendship was probably off the table, they could still maintain a professional relationship. To mark the beginning of this new chapter, she invited him to lunch. Acting in her role as the institution's director, she mentioned there would be time later to discuss personal matters and relationships, but for now, the focus was food. So the group headed to the nearest restaurant, well known for its excellent cuisine. The brunette's companion mocked the restaurant's name, but she didn't let it slide. Cutting him off coldly, she told him to keep his distance and walked into the restaurant alone for lunch. The man stayed behind, furious, bitterly stewing over his failed plan to marry her and mold her into the kind of woman he wanted. Inside, the hero sat down for a technical discussion with the veteran doctor. Between compliments about his performance, the young man cracked a joke about using honey to treat digestive issues, making his colleague laugh, who reassured him that his health was just fine. Impressed by the young man's early talent, the veteran admitted he was progressing way too fast and would soon need to be referred to top-level specialists. The mood shifted when the director of CEU brought up the pressure of an upcoming audit, stressing that there was no room for mistakes or dishonesty. In the middle of the discussion about deadlines and checks, Kanan Lin interrupted the meeting. Fully recovered, she offered to become the doctor's assistant, claiming she was a quick learner. The hero didn't give a final answer, leaving the decision up to management. The manager asked the young woman to wait and promised to arrange the assistant position. As they walked out, an older employee commented that this was a golden opportunity for the young doctor, nostalgically recalling his own clinic days. Alone with the hero, Kanan begged to learn his techniques. Unsure if she would really be interested in traditional medicine, the doctor grabbed a stack of books and warned her that the learning process would start there. Tension rose when a group of officials entered the room right as support for new students was being discussed. One of the men immediately frowned, complaining that the strong smell of medicinal herbs made the place unbearable and suggesting the department should be shut down to avoid wasting public funds. Miss Tsu didn't back down and fired off a sharp warning. If they shut that department down, the hospital would lose its status as a general hospital. Sun Yu stood his ground and shot back at the official, saying his ignorance kept him from making any sensible decisions. Pressured by the Ministry of Health, the director snapped and started insulting the young doctor, claiming he was a nobody and that traditional medicine specialists only got jobs through connections and favoritism. Without flinching, the hero challenged the official to test his skills right there on the spot. With a sharp glance, he diagnosed the man with a serious kidney problem and even dropped embarrassing details about his health. Panicking, Juan tried to deny everything, but things got worse when the official's wife started yelling, accusing him of lying about where he had been the night before since he claimed he was at a casino. To make matters even messier, the doctor landed the finishing blow by suggesting the wife had her own late-night secrets with another man. The office instantly turned into a battlefield of embarrassing revelations. Watching the spectacle, the ICU director realized the doctor was simply exposing the rot within that family. In the end, not knowing how to react to the public humiliation, the couple decided it was better to stop fighting and bring the young specialist aside for a serious talk, realizing he knew way too much to ignore. The woman exploded, accusing the protagonist of making up lies without a shred of proof about her involvement with another man. Taking advantage of the chaos, Juan shouted that the police were already on their way, and the young doctor would be arrested if he couldn't prove what he said. The hero knew that if they kept denying everything, things could get ugly, but backing down wasn't an option. Not wanting the doctor to get screwed over alone, Kan Lin decided to step in. Against her friend's wishes, she revealed that she knew exactly where the official spent his nights, in the arms of a woman at a local karaoke bar. She offered to take everyone there and expose the lie. Juan lost it, while his wife, desperate, no longer knew who to believe. Cornered, the official got a phone call and suddenly changed his tone, suggesting it would be best to cancel the hospital audit before the disciplinary board got involved. Panic took over the couple as they desperately tried calling an influential doctor to bury the case. While the man ranted about throwing everyone in jail, the hero began listing the crimes, identifying Congressman Juan Zenu and his wife as the people responsible for the misconduct. In the middle of the chaos, Juan lost his balance and collapsed on top of his wife, who screamed for someone to get that dead weight off her. That was when the police walked into the room and found the bizarre sight of the couple sprawled out on the floor. Completely confused, the officer leading the team recognized the protagonist. Letting out a sigh like she already expected trouble wherever he went, she ordered him to come with her once again. The director entered the room right in the middle of the chaos and, with a curious look, commented that he never expected to stumble into such a bizarre show while handling business. He took the opportunity to suggest that the government had an interest in a young talent like the hero taking on an official position. The doctor, however, rejected the offer immediately. The CEU director, surprised that such powerful figures were interested in the young man, realized his family's influence was fading and that going against the protagonist would no longer be easy. After seeing his proposal turned down, the director simply smiled and dropped the subject. Still, the tension lingered. The hero knew that, regardless of the brief moment of civility, he and the Kuhoning family were now declared rivals. Meanwhile, Miss Zhu brought updates. The nurses involved in misconduct had already been detained, and an official investigation was underway. Just as she was about to leave, the doctor stopped her, offering to do a quick health checkup. Caught off guard by how direct he was, the officer grew flustered and told him to keep his distance. That was when the young man brought up a sensitive topic, the birthmark on her forehead. He noticed it bothered her and offered a procedure to remove it permanently. The blonde tried to play it cool, saying she needed time to think, but she couldn't stop thinking about how confident and skilled the guy seemed. Completely won over by his charm, she eventually changed her tone and invited him out to dinner. The dinner invitation was enthusiastically accepted by the protagonist, sparking a hint of jealousy in Kane and Lin. Even bothered by it, she accepted that the doctor's work involved dealing with other women. To lighten the mood, the young man offered his assistant a ride, instantly cheering her up as she no longer minded sharing his attention with others. Later, at a seafood restaurant, Sun Yu observed Miss Zhu. The place felt familiar to him, bringing back memories of previous visits. The conversation soon shifted to the police officer's scar. She mentioned that the standard medical recommendation was cosmetic surgery, but the hero presented a simpler alternative. He suggested using an herbal compound that would need to be applied daily. The officer seemed confused about how effective a natural treatment could be, while the young man couldn't understand why she was hesitating so much. In the middle of the conversation, she shyly asked to be called simply Zuane and questioned the cost of the treatment. Sun Yu got straight to the point. He wouldn't charge for the service, only for the ingredients, and said her gratitude after the mark disappeared would be payment enough. To lighten the mood, he joked that she could just become his girlfriend as payment, leaving the blonde completely stunned and speechless. Realizing how awkward things had gotten, the officer told him to stop joking around, though the mood had noticeably lightened. Watching from a distance, Kane and Lin let out a relieved sigh after realizing it was just another one of the doctor's teasing remarks. The conversation was interrupted when an unfamiliar woman arrived carrying a grilled fish, specially serving the dish to the protagonist. She claimed she had been saving that fish for an old acquaintance, but Sun Yu looked completely confused. He pointed out that he had only been in town for a few months, and that there was no way they could possibly have a long history together. In a sarcastic tone, the woman criticized the doctor's terrible memory, reminding him that he had used her back when they were teenagers. While the hero searched his memory for a familiar face, the stranger stormed off, annoyed that he didn't recognize her. To her, Sun Yu was still the same idiot as always. To him, the whole thing felt like some kind of prank, especially since it was hard to recognize someone who used to hide behind oversized glasses. Curious, Kane and Lin asked if the owner of the restaurant chain was one of his patients, but the answer was no. She noticed how awkward the guy seemed around attractive women. Meanwhile, Officer Zuane quietly made a drastic decision. Once the mark disappeared, she would pay the doctor $1,000 and block him forever, wanting nothing to do with his shameless attitude. When it was time to leave, Zuane made it clear that she would pay for the treatment once she saw results. Sun Yu was confused by her sudden coldness, unable to understand what he had done wrong. He told Kanan he needed to head back to school, feeling like the day's mood had taken a turn. From the restaurant window, the mysterious woman watched the hero walk away, torn between revealing her identity or staying hidden, bitter over an infertility issue that made her believe no man would ever accept her. The protagonist received praise for his ability to cure almost anything, but he stayed grounded, admitting that cancer was still a barrier better handled by other specialists. He shared that his grandfather had successfully cured 3 cases of the disease during his lifetime, leaving Kanan Lin stunned. She immediately pointed out that if such a method were revealed, it would spark a global medical revolution. The doctor explained, however, that his grandfather's research had been left unfinished and that his mission was to complete that legacy. The conversation shifted when news broke that Chen Kong had been released. The statement accepted by the police claimed everything had simply been a fight between young people, with no real intent to kill. Regretful, the young man had allegedly called to apologize and seek reconciliation. Although the doctor believed in giving second chances, the young woman revealed she had rejected him. In a bitter tone, she explained that her ex-boyfriend was far too selfish for a fresh start. The problem was that after hearing no, Chen Kong began stalking her every day, watching her every move with unsettling intensity. The hero advised her that running away wouldn't solve anything, and that confronting the guy would be the best way to put an end to the situation. The moment he finished speaking, the stalker himself emerged from the shadows, staring at them. Chen Kong stepped out of the shadows, glaring at Kanan Lin with a mix of obsession and resentment, unable to accept the breakup. Seeing the doctor beside her, the same guy who had nearly sent him to jail, sent him into a rage. Kanan didn't back down and made herself clear. She owed her life to Sun Yu and was free to date whoever she wanted. The stalker tried one last, desperate move, claiming she would never find someone like him. The doctor stepped in, cutting off the nonsense and pointing out that no sane person would willingly stay with someone like him. To end the argument, Kanan declared that Sun Yu was her boyfriend. The villain laughed it off, assuming it was a bluff, but was silenced when the doctor kissed her. The moment felt so natural that the aggressor stood there in shock, bitterly realizing she had never been that affectionate with him. Proudly, the young woman pulled away from the kiss and suggested they leave. Humiliated and furious, Chen Kong lashed out physically, only to be stopped instantly with a slap to the face. Sun Yu called him an idiot, making it clear why an intelligent woman like her had left him, and delivered one final warning. If he ever bothered her again, the consequences would last forever. Lying on the ground, the villain still refused to give up. He pulled out a knife, whispering to himself that if she couldn't be his, she wouldn't belong to anyone else. As they walked away, Sun Yu tried apologizing for the improvised kiss, explaining that it was only to keep up the act, but Kanan played it cool while secretly wishing the whole thing had been real. When they arrived at the office, she noticed someone spying on them and immediately grew alert, but the doctor reassured her, explaining it was just his trusted friend, Monkey. Hearing the doctor's voice behind him, the young man turned around looking absolutely miserable, almost ghost-like, begging for a chance to talk. Through tears, he explained that his plans had been ruined by Feiyu, who was hanging around a guy nicknamed Black Bear. Sun Yu didn't immediately grasp the seriousness of the situation, but Monkey, looking completely fed up, suggested he draw his own conclusions after hearing what came next. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Feiyu was anxiously waiting for the doctor to arrive. Her companion asked how she had been feeling, aware that the doctor was trying to find a good match for her, even though the brunette disapproved of all her current suitors. Politely, Feiyu reassured her that her health was perfectly fine, but mentioned that the guy by her side would need to train hard if he wanted to surpass Wamping Juna's strength. The waiting finally came to an end when Sun Yu appeared at the door, announcing that the day's business had been taken care of. The young woman thanked him for the attention and reminded him that he also needed to take care of himself. Soon after, Monkey invited Bear out to lunch, grumbling only about how the guy somehow ate a ridiculous amount and still managed to stay in great shape. The girls took the opportunity to catch up. Kanan Lin mentioned her recent lunch with the doctor, which immediately caught Feiyu's attention since the doctor had seemed busy all morning. Noticing the blonde's interest in studying traditional Chinese medicine, Feiyu realized the two of them seemed to be on the same wavelength about the topic. Later, at a cafe, Monkey gave Bear a harsh reality check. If the interruption at the office hadn't happened, the chemistry between the doctor and the girl probably would have gone somewhere. He made it clear that she was completely into the doctor, and that Bear didn't stand a chance in that competition. The conversation between the two friends continued, as Monkey dropped another brutal truth. Everyone was ignoring what the blonde actually felt. He advised Bear to keep his own feelings hidden, warning that if he confessed now, everything would turn into an unbearable soap opera. Bear found it strange hearing so much wisdom from someone who had never been in a serious relationship, but Monkey fired back, saying that even without commitment, he understood the game of attraction just fine. Meanwhile, back at the clinic, the blonde searched through shelves looking for technical books, frustrated that she couldn't find what she needed. Sun Yu tried to help, suggesting she use his phone to watch free educational videos he had saved. He started scrolling through his files with complete seriousness until he accidentally opened a folder and froze at a compromising video of a familiar woman showing off her body, something that had supposedly been sent for medical evaluation. Completely embarrassed, he immediately closed it, awkwardly claiming he had opened the wrong file. Things got worse when the phone buzzed. Feiyu picked it up to check who it was and mentioned that Black Bear had sent a message. The moment she read it, her expression completely changed. Silently, a tear rolled down her cheek before she rushed out, saying she had urgent matters to deal with. The hero was left completely confused after reading the message himself, which was filled with desperate declarations of love. It was painfully obvious that his friend had written something incredibly stupid at the worst possible moment. Later, the doctor assured Dinan that he would personally handle the daily visits to her father, doing everything possible to avoid dragging the rest of the family into the situation. Once they entered the room, Xiao Yun introduced the hero to her father, praising the young man's unbelievable skills. Even after promises that they would pay any amount for the treatment, the doctor simply listened, focused only on what actually mattered, the patient's recovery. The doctor made it clear that because of his connection to Miss Tom Freeney, he wouldn't accept a single penny for the treatment. He promised to stay fully committed to the patient's fast recovery, reflecting that charging someone in such a situation would be morally unforgivable. Meanwhile, Xiaoyun noticed how stuffy the room felt and suggested moving him somewhere with better airflow. Her mother, however, had something completely different on her mind. She watched the young man closely, already imagining him as the perfect son-in-law. Even dressed professionally and trying to stay focused, the hero could feel the tension building. The young woman, acting flirtatiously, began wiping the sweat from his face while he worked. Her closeness and beauty visibly threw him off, but he took a deep breath and announced that preparations for the main procedure were complete. The technique was highly complex. He would use silver needles to channel energy and dissolve blood clots in the brain. During the process, something completely new happened. The doctor felt a strange vibration coming from the patient, unlike anything he had ever experienced before. That connection allowed him to track the blood flow in real time, ensuring the blockages in the brain were removed with surgical precision. Concerned about how hard he was pushing himself, Xiaoyun pointed out that an hour had already passed and suggested he take a break. But the hero, fully locked in and nearly finished, firmly ordered everyone not to interrupt him. Sensing her discomfort, the doctor suggested she go take a shower to cool off while he finished the procedure. Embarrassed, she apologized, admitting that in her concern for helping him, she hadn't even noticed how exhausted she had become. Under the shower, Xiaoyun reflected on Sun Yu's behavior. She knew he had refused any payment, but seeing how hard he was working made her feel it wasn't right to let him leave empty-handed. When she stepped out of the bathroom, though, her thoughts were interrupted by her mother, who cornered her with overwhelming excitement, clearly ready to discuss one very specific topic. The shock hit immediately. The young woman was horrified to realize her mother was already planning a romance between her and the doctor. Xiaoyun tried to shut the idea down, insisting that her father's recovery should be the only focus and that romantic distractions were completely out of the question. Her mother refused to let it go, arguing that the young man was a rare catch and that her daughter was more than old enough to start getting her personal life together. Exhausted by the pressure, Xiaoyun ended the conversation and walked away. But the family matriarch wasn't giving up. Determined not to let such a good man slip away, she began calling relatives to rally support for bringing the two together. While the young woman hid away in her room, she overheard her mother calling for Yu-chan to ask for advice on the plan. At the same time, in another house, a young man questioned his own mother about the recent call from his aunt, realizing the family gossip network was already in full motion. The goal was clear. A mother wanted her daughter to marry a top-tier doctor. Excited to meet the potential match, the girl insisted on tagging along. Completely unaware of it all, the young doctor was celebrating a scientific breakthrough in the shower. With that innovative technique, everyone expected Miss Tong's father to wake up in just half an hour. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the other side of the door, asking if he was done yet. The young woman insisted on paying for his help in a rather unusual way, making the doctor yell in shock, saying she had gotten everything completely wrong and that he would never accept something like that. But Xiaoyun ignored his panic and told him to hide quickly. In the blink of an eye, clothes went flying, revealing the young man's impressive physique. His athletic build reflected years of martial arts training with his grandfather. Seeing the young man's potential, the girl invited him to manage public relations for her future academy for 2 weeks. He accepted the offer immediately. After a quick goodbye, he turned down an invitation to dinner and rushed to the restaurant. Most people thought the place was falling apart, but the young man saw things differently after noticing they had hired a new employee. When the manager refused to call the owner, the doctor revealed that he owned 30% of the restaurant's shares and that the boss would come running if he heard his name. The manager burst out laughing, doubted the story, and called security. Within seconds, a huge bodyguard surrounded the doctor, claiming he could take him down without breaking a sweat. The doctor simply smiled at the threat, fully aware that no one there had the power to lay a finger on him. The employees kept mocking him, joking that the only thing left was for him to claim he was the big boss's father. The joke instantly stopped being funny when the real owner suddenly appeared out of nowhere and knocked the rude employee flat with a perfectly landed punch to the face. The owner recognized the hero immediately, admitting the restaurant had been packed thanks to his recipe, and quickly asked for more money-making ideas. Completely unfazed, the young man replied that he was only there to pick someone up. Around them, the security guards realized just how badly they had messed up and immediately changed their attitude, promising to behave. The manager nearly fainted in panic after realizing she had disrespected the shareholder who practically ran the whole place. Lanton was called over and dismissed by the boss, who even guaranteed her a day off the next day. On the way out, feeling shy, she suggested taking the bus so she wouldn't be a bother, but the young man had other plans. He congratulated her on the promotion and insisted on taking her to a luxury boutique to pick out an amazing dress. Though shy and worried about the cost, she let herself enjoy his kindness. At the high-end store, the doctor offered the women a ride, and as soon as Lanton tried on the new outfit, her flawless look left everyone speechless. The protagonist praised how she looked, saying the dress fit perfectly and that they were definitely buying it. Things changed when the salesperson revealed that the piece had been imported from Paris and cost 40,000 yen. Embarrassed, Lantine backed off, thinking it was way too expensive. Sensing the awkwardness, the employee suggested checking the discount section while the young man silently panicked at the ridiculous price of women's fashion. At that moment, a mysterious woman appeared at the entrance. Before the young man could recognize her, she told the employee the dress was free, revealing that she owned several stores in the area. Showing off her influence in the city, the wealthy woman boldly hugged the doctor and confessed her feelings, asking him to finally become her boyfriend. The hero immediately shut it down, making it clear he planned to earn his own living and had no intention of being supported by anyone. When she suggested revealing her true identity, he fired back, saying that if she really wanted to show herself, she wouldn't be hiding behind those sunglasses, and he insisted on paying. Lanton watched everything in amazement, impressed by the doctor's connections while feeling insecure about her own humble background and scared of losing her place in his life. After the two left, the employee questioned the owner about why she was giving free clothes to strangers, but she simply ignored him and responded with a question of her own. The store owner told the employee to shut up. Her focus was entirely on the doctor's companion, carefully observing the sharp contrast between that young woman's behavior and the doctor's personality. On the drive back home, Lanton noticed the protagonist seemed down and asked what was wrong. He brushed it off, saying he was just thinking, but the truth ran much deeper. It had finally hit him. He was no longer a carefree single man. Now he carried the responsibility of supporting and protecting the woman he loved. Right then and there, he silently vowed to work as hard as possible to secure their future together. She interrupted his thoughts to ask who the mysterious rich woman was and why she had given them such an expensive gift. The doctor was honest and admitted he had no idea who she was, but he was certain she would show up again soon. Lanton admitted she was worried the mysterious woman had ulterior motives, but the hero reassured her with a smile, promising that from now on, he would personally pay for all her clothes. Still, the young woman decided to save the luxury dress for the right moment when their finances were more stable. Before they arrived home, she gently told him not to fall asleep because she had prepared a special surprise. Alone in his room, the doctor could barely contain his excitement, trying to guess what was coming. When someone finally knocked on the door, he opened it with a bright smile. Sure, it was his beloved. To his shock, another woman suddenly appeared and clung to him, begging to stay there. Confused, he tried to make sense of the situation before remembering that he had helped that girl before. She explained that she only wanted to repay the favor, but the young man shut her down immediately. He told her it was late, ordered the visitor to go home, and locked the door, relieved that Lanton had not witnessed a scene that could have caused a massive misunderstanding. A few seconds later, the sound at the door echoed once again. This time he hesitated and slowly turned the doorknob. Standing in the doorway was Lanton, wearing a surprisingly bold and unexpected outfit. With a shaky voice, she quietly asked if she could come in. The next morning, the doctor woke up still stunned by his companion's boldness and creativity in choosing that outfit. The mood from the night before had been incredible. Since he had the day off from his hospital shift, the doctor decided to visit Miss Tong earlier than planned to continue treating her father. On the way there, Sayos crossed paths with him and casually brought up the surprise from that morning. Without hesitation, she dropped a bombshell, revealing that Lanton had spent the last 2 nights with company. The protagonist reacted with humor, and the informant assured him she would keep the secret locked away. He simply warned her that the gossip would turn into a massive problem if it ever got out before saying goodbye. As she watched him walk away, the young woman thought her discretion might change the doctor's opinion of her, silently regretting that her jealousy kept her from accepting the idea of sharing him with someone else. When he arrived at Miss Tong and Mrs. Duan's house, the hero was caught completely off guard. The living room was packed with women. Fenshin quickly explained that the crowd was simply the entire family gathered together. The doctor understood the situation instantly. This was basically an evaluation committee trying to figure out whether he was good enough to marry into the family. One suspicious relative wasted no time asking whether he was actually capable of curing their uncle, or if the whole medical thing was just a flimsy excuse to flirt with Xiao Yun. The girl's mother was furious at the rude comment and immediately demanded an apology, but the doctor simply laughed it off. He defended the young woman, saying honesty was never a bad thing. Eager to escape the never-ending family interrogation, he cut the conversation short and headed to the bedroom to begin treating Mr. Dunn. Back in the living room, the women couldn't stop praising his attitude. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, remembering how exhausting the last session had been, the doctor took off his shirt to work more comfortably and finish everything as quickly as possible. Suddenly, the door creaked open. The young woman herself stepped inside shyly, apologizing and offering to help. Focused on the procedure, the doctor responded bluntly, warning her not to do anything that might distract him. Her only job was to wipe the sweat from the specialist's forehead. While he remained fully focused on the treatment, the girl moved closer from behind and gently held his shoulders, taking advantage of his silence to stay near him. The doctor chose not to react, secretly hoping the household's attention would stay focused on the patient's treatment instead of this convenient little moment of closeness. The hero was saved when Xiao Yun's voice suddenly echoed through the hallway. Startled, the assistant quickly stepped away, claiming the room felt stuffy before leaving. Shortly afterward, Xiao Yun passed by, still half asleep, but her exhaustion vanished the moment she looked toward the bed. Her father's hand had moved. Shocked, she briefly thought she had mistaken the doctor's movements for her father's. Her mother immediately stepped in, insisting exhaustion was making her imagine things. After all, only 2 treatment sessions could never bring such an unbelievably fast recovery. The doubt disappeared the very next second. Right before both women's eyes, the patient's fingers began moving clearly and consistently. The protagonist examined his own hands, realizing that while his raw strength had not increased like before, his technical control and medical precision had improved dramatically. Knowing the man would wake up very soon, the young woman, torn between excitement and nervousness, asked how she could possibly repay such a miracle. Xiao Yun's mother immediately cut in, suggesting that the closeness between them made formalities unnecessary, making it very clear she already saw him as part of the family. Xiao Yun nearly died of embarrassment because of her mother's behavior. In the middle of all the chatter, another relative commented on how many women seemed interested in the young man, while someone else dismissed him, reminding everyone that he was still just an employee without a permanent position at the university hospital. Fed up with the endless family questioning, the doctor announced that his time there was up and left. The young woman kept admiring the doctor from afar, convinced he was completely out of her league. As soon as he stepped out the door, Fen Chen scolded her daughter for being too shy, urging her to make a move before another woman stole him away. The mother even warned her sister that if Xiao Yun hesitated, her own cousin might swoop in instead. Sitting on the couch, Xiaoong overheard the entire conversation and decided that if her cousin refused to act, she would take matters into her own hands, since she was interested in the doctor too. Meanwhile, at Red Bar, an employee questioned Director Chu about her meeting with the protagonist, reminding her that famous specialists had already been called in to examine her grandfather. The director explained that conventional medicine would not solve a mental disorder like his. She revealed that the hero was the grandson of the elderly man's best friend, and that the old man was completely determined to see the two of them married. The young woman made it clear that she would never accept an arranged marriage, even though she knew rejecting it would deeply hurt her grandfather. One of her close allies reminisced about the years the director had lived with her father, reinforcing the strong friendship between them. Despite warnings that the old man's health would only worsen without traditional medical care, the director stood firm, trusting that an honest conversation with the young man would solve everything. A third woman watched the scene, thinking the director was far too naive. In her eyes, if the doctor got close to the family, the old man's pressure for marriage would become unbearable. Determined to sabotage the plan, the redhead quietly decided to interfere. Shortly after, the doctor was fully informed about the grandfather's condition. The elderly man constantly called out his name, making the meeting absolutely necessary. Out of pure respect for the old man, the young man accepted the invitation, fully aware that despite all the family drama involving the girl's parents and stepmother, he still had to help. Already inside the vehicle, the doctor apologized to Lanton for not being able to stay with her until the end, promising to meet her at home later. One of the hero's female friends felt a sharp pain in her chest, painfully aware that her life as a waitress could not compete with the director's social status, fearing the young man might never get another opportunity this huge. Far away from there, a man with an exhausted expression suddenly jolted awake inside a dark room, opening his eyes and loudly asking where he was. The elderly man complained about the darkness, saying he could not see anything, and asked who was with him. Standing before him, a figure introduced himself as Zhanan Lin, but the old man could not understand who the person standing behind him was. The mysterious silhouette questioned why the patriarch had broken off the marriage arrangement. With wide eyes, the elderly man suddenly shouted the protagonist's name, and only then did Janan Lin realize it had all been nothing more than a bizarre delusion. Although the man briefly considered apologizing to the doctor, the door suddenly opened as Sin arrived, asking whether her grandfather had suffered through another nightmare. She introduced the doctor, leaving the gray-haired old man surprised to see the young man standing at the doorway. Happy about the visit, the elderly man called him over. However, the doctor felt frustrated after realizing how severe the patient's mental condition truly was, quietly assessing that his current abilities would not be enough to fully reverse it. Nearby, the young woman decided to leave them alone, making up an excuse about needing to deal with urgent school matters. She had barely walked away when Menchenchu called, immediately questioning why she had not come up with a better excuse to leave, doubting she truly had no interest in overhearing the conversation. The young woman pushed back, insisting she genuinely did not care about what they discussed and had no problem staying out of it. The other woman warned about the danger of the patriarch forcing a marriage with the doctor, arguing that all of their efforts would go to waste. The girl simply shrugged, making it clear that her grandfather's recovery was her only priority. Back in the room, the doctor promised the elderly man a formula capable of keeping him healthy and energetic until 100 years old, though the old man received the promise with complete skepticism. The elderly man insisted that older people can sense when the end is near, and revealed that he likely had only a few months left to live. He admitted he had only shared that secret with his granddaughter, but believed the young doctor was sharp enough to notice his condition anyway. The protagonist explained that, for now, his treatment could only offer temporary relief, but guaranteed that within 2 months, his technique would be strong enough to restore Zanlin's health. The patriarch soon began lamenting his granddaughter's refusal to get married, but the hero calmly asked him to let go of the past. Moments later, the old man asked the young doctor to make him some noodles and promised to quietly support whatever decisions he made. The hero reassured him that he held no grudges and had no plans to take revenge on Blue, in case that was the old man's concern. Deep down, however, the young man admitted that anger still burned inside him, because not everything could be spoken out loud. As soon as he stepped into the hallway, he ran into Menchenchu, who immediately demanded to know what had been discussed with the patriarch. The young man quickly realized he needed to stay cautious around that woman. She bluntly declared that she would never allow him to end up with the family's young heiress. The hero found her arrogance amusing and fired back, pointing out that the grandfather was the one calling the shots in the household, meaning nobody in that wing would dare challenge his authority. He ended the conversation by casually announcing he was heading to the kitchen to cook noodles for Xanthlini in celebration of the newly accepted engagement. Before he could walk away, the woman suddenly changed her tone, saying she had something important to tell him in private. She pointed toward her bedroom on the 3rd floor and told him she would be waiting for him there. The young man accepted the invitation with an ironic smile, pretending to give in to her whims, while the woman convinced herself that the doctor was far too insignificant to deserve her respect. Meanwhile, at a university administration banquet, a senior colleague showered a young professional with compliments, admiring her beauty and predicting she would one day rise to the institution's highest position. The woman tried refusing more alcohol, but the man insisted, serving her a glass he had personally prepared. She accepted without realizing he had been secretly hiding a bottle of pills under the table with his foot while pretending to simply support a talented colleague. Back at the mansion, the trap was already set. The woman was putting the final touches on her plan when the doctor suddenly appeared behind her, sarcastically commenting on the outfit she was wearing. Startled, she demanded respect, but quickly got down to business, offering the young man a fortune of 300 million to disappear from their lives. The protagonist burst out laughing at the offer, calling it pocket change and bluffing that he would make twice as much by accepting marriage with the clan's heiress. Seeing that blackmail had failed, the woman lost patience, pulled out a pistol, and aimed directly at the young man's chest, declaring that his survival depended entirely on her mood. Yet beneath the tough act, the panic in her eyes made it obvious the doctor already had control of the situation. Before the woman could even pull the trigger, the young man moved. In the blink of an eye, he disarmed her completely. The lady of the house barely even saw what happened, stunned by the doctor's overwhelming strength. Pinned down on the bed with her wrists tied, the furious woman vented her humiliation through screams and death threats, but the young man stayed perfectly calm, mocking her desperation. What the woman secretly did not reveal was that she had a hidden camera recording everything, planning to edit the footage later to ruin the doctor's reputation. The game changed when the protagonist started searching the room and grabbed her phone. The spoiled rich woman assumed the locked device would stop him from learning the truth, but his focus turned elsewhere. The doctor began scrolling through old pictures of her wearing cosplay outfits and revealing clothes. Holding up the screen with a teasing grin, the young man praised the woman's bold fashion choices and joked about how shocked her husband would be if he ever saw the secret gallery. Panicking and dying of embarrassment, she demanded her phone back, but the hero slipped it into his pocket, warning that the photos would now serve as his insurance policy. Not knowing how to react and desperate to get her phone back, the woman tried convincing him to leave as quickly as possible. The protagonist continued teasing her, commenting that the collection contained even more impressive pictures and sarcastically asking who would ever be crazy enough to reject someone like her. Torn between feeling insulted and oddly flattered, the woman ultimately concluded that, deep down, the doctor was just another predictable man. As he walked out the door looking exhausted, the young man casually stated that he was not attracted to older women at all. Even though the lady was only in her 30s, his goal had been to hit her ego where it hurt. An hour later, the room was completely empty. In the bathroom, the woman stared at herself in the mirror, plotting a ruthless revenge. Meanwhile, holding onto the madam's phone, the doctor decided to keep it for now and planned to return it at the right moment before preparing to leave the mansion. Sin quickly took control of the situation, grabbing the man by the shoulders and announcing that he would personally handle getting the CEU director home. The stranger hesitated, sensing danger in the air and briefly considering stepping in to help his acquaintance. In the end, he decided against interfering. After all, the woman was old enough to understand the risks she had taken. By then, it was already noon, and the girl could barely speak inside the car, mumbling disconnected thoughts about the protagonist while criticizing his behavior. As soon as they arrived at the residence, the instructions were straightforward. One of the staff members was to guide Miss T.S. to the bathroom and afterward let her rest in the bedroom. The red-haired employee working there immediately assumed the worst, thinking the boss had brought home yet another student to take advantage of. However, her expression changed the moment she peeked inside the car and recognized the unconscious director. Panicked and unsure how to react as nothing more than an employee, she froze on the spot. The tension shifted when Sunu grabbed the worker by the arm, demanding an explanation about the condition of the sick man. Relieved, she changed her tone and explained that she knew him from the university where she studied. Sunu processed the information. It was lucky she had noticed Sandagon's car taking a strange route, but the audacity of dragging the CEU director all the way there still made little sense. Without wasting time, the young man ordered the student to take the blue car and assured her he would handle everything from there. Inside the house, the vice director was already enjoying the success of his scheme, fully convinced that his connection with the boss would guarantee everything unfolded exactly as planned. He entered the living room with complete arrogance, boldly declaring that the moment of truth had arrived. The vice director expected to find his wife waiting in the room, but instead came face to face with a stranger. Annoyed, he immediately questioned what the intruder was doing in his house. Without hesitation, the young man introduced himself as a doctor from the university clinic, instantly placing the two of them in the same professional circle. The mention immediately reminded the villain that the CEU director had hired a specialist in traditional medicine. Overflowing with arrogance, the man joked that he was also interested in cosmetic treatments and mocked the young doctor, saying he could treat him later, as long as he kept things confidential. Unimpressed by the sarcasm, the protagonist got straight to the point and asked if he was the one truly responsible for the entire situation. The vice director smirked arrogantly, bragging that the young man had managed to tame Zan Xiaoyun, while the victim remained completely unaware of the danger surrounding her. The hero finally lost patience. He rushed forward in anger, grabbed the rival by the head, and ordered him to shut up once and for all. The opponent tried to resist, but ended up completely silenced and humiliated, while the protagonist silently admitted to himself that his own methods with Menchenshu had not exactly been much cleaner. That was the breaking point. Sun Yu unleashed his anger with a brutal punch to the vice director's stomach, questioning how a coward like him still had the nerve to stand tall. The impact was devastating. Within moments, Sendagon collapsed unconscious on the floor. To the young man, garbage like that deserved proper and permanent treatment, the precision of his needles. Once the problem had been dealt with, he turned toward Yu Yan and finally told her to take the CEU director back home, noticing the girl's curious and attentive expression. The protagonist explained that the scumbag had crossed every line imaginable. When checking on Een, the hero noticed she was still completely unconscious because of the alcohol. He instructed the young man to stop the car right at the entrance to make things easier. Carrying Xiao Yun outside, he loudly pretended to be outraged, questioning how her accomplice had gotten access to those tampered substances. His real intention, however, was to get her somewhere safe under the care of trustworthy people. Deep down, he knew he was doing all of this for the grandfather and to help clear Menchenchu's name, since the man was buried in debt. Panicked, the student suggested the hospital would be the safest option if the doctor was unsure about the substance involved. With a confident smile, Sun Yu reassured her, saying he knew that family's history perfectly well. As soon as they arrived at the main residence, the young man made a call to summon the family. The matriarch stormed to the door alongside several servants and immediately ordered the young woman to be taken inside. Mrs. Tsu lashed out verbally, threatening the protagonist in case he was plotting anything against the heiress. Direct and completely uninterested in drama, the hero explained the attack the woman had suffered and emphasized the urgent need for medical care, making it clear that his only intention was to safely return the victim and leave. The lady of the house lowered her guard, fully aware that the brunette would never drink that heavily by choice, confirming that someone had betrayed her. Desperate, she rushed after the young man to understand how much damage the chemicals might cause to the girl's health. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Menfenchu attempted to force her way into the room to monitor the medical procedure, but the hero blocked the entrance, suggesting she put on a mask and stay outside. Faced with the woman's growing frustration, the young man sarcastically pointed out how stubborn that entire family was, continuing the treatment without paying any attention to the complaints. The matriarch eventually backed off, knowing she had no authority to interfere with his work. Still, her patience quickly wore thin. Pacing back and forth in the hallway, anxiety slowly took over as the treatment dragged on. Unable to control herself any longer, she ignored every warning and stormed into the room to see what the doctor was doing. The moment she stepped inside, she found the protagonist completely focused on his work while the pet chicken stood nearby like a guard. Mrs. Tsu broke the silence, asking Sin how the procedure was going and what condition the patient was really in. The interruption instantly irritated the young man, and he scolded Menchenchu on the spot for barging in without the slightest respect. Convinced the young man had reached a level of concentration completely beyond her understanding, Mrs. Tsu tilted her head and made a bold invitation, asking the doctor to come to her room and casually mentioning that Wan Huan would be spending the night elsewhere. Later, after finally regaining consciousness, Xiaoyun questioned the young man about why he had taken so long, immediately noticing how exhausted he looked. Sun Yu kept it simple, explaining that the exhaustion had hit him hard and that all he wanted was to make sure his companion got home safely and leave that entire mess behind. Without leaving room for further questions, the young man made a quick exit, leaving the girl frustrated by his sudden disappearance. Leaning back against her bed, Menchenchu sighed in relief, satisfied that she had protected Azul from trouble and was finally close to getting her phone back. However, with new loose ends appearing, she quickly called Xiao Lei and coldly ordered her to permanently eliminate a specific target. The brunette calmly assured her she would take full responsibility to finish the job. Elsewhere, after hearing the red-haired student complain that every place to stay and even the campus dorms were locked for the night, the hero offered his own place for her to spend the night. Not long after, Xiaoyun watched the hero say goodbye, wishing her a good night's rest before walking out of the room. Meanwhile, Lantin sat alone in her room, drowning in frustration, completely convinced the young man would never manage to rescue the CEU director. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by loud knocking at the door. It was Sun Yu, demanding that she open up immediately, leaving the brunette completely confused by the urgency in his voice. From behind the door, Lantin fired back that she did not want to see him anymore. On the other side, the young man tried calming her down, asking whether her frustration came from jealousy over Azul. He quickly explained that there was nothing going on between him and the director, and that the girl staying with him was just a student who needed shelter because it was too late to leave her out on the streets. The young man insisted that if he had any romantic intentions toward Xiaoyun, he never would have come there in the first place. To prove he was telling the truth, he even offered to call the student and let her confirm the story herself. When the argument still refused to settle down, Sun Yu threatened to give up and just go to sleep. The thought of him leaving immediately made the administrator back down, worried she had crossed the line. Acting on impulse, she grabbed the doorknob and begged him to stay, confessing that she believed what he said. Overcome with guilt, she began apologizing, admitting she had been terrified he would simply throw her away. Right there, Sun Yu pulled her into a hug and took things even further by proposing marriage. Lantin, however, pulled back and tried to avoid the topic, explaining that her low fertility made her unsuitable and suggesting the doctor find another woman to give him heirs instead. The protagonist immediately shut that down, making it clear that he wanted her exactly as she was. Even so, she resisted, calling his attitude selfish. In her eyes, if he had feelings for other women, then he should live those romances freely, as long as she still had a place in his heart. The entire emotional argument was overheard perfectly by Seo Chae-gun, who had been secretly listening from the neighboring room. She found Lantin's attitude surprisingly generous and quickly realized it opened the perfect opportunity for her to try winning over the doctor too. Meanwhile, downstairs, Yan tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep because of the noise coming from upstairs in the middle of the night. The next morning, the neighbor decided to go upstairs and invite the young man to head to college together. But when she knocked on the door, it was Xiao Yun who answered. The shock hit instantly. Completely confused and stunned, the girl started screaming for her mother, panicking as she yelled that a thief had broken into the doctor's apartment. Yan's mother rushed into the hallway, unable to understand what anyone would even want to steal from Sun Yu. Pressed awkwardly against the wall, the red-haired student hurriedly defended herself, insisting she was not a criminal and that the homeowner himself had invited her to stay the night. The two women froze, staring wide-eyed at the stranger. With a mischievous tone, Han commented that the strange noises from the previous night suddenly made perfect sense, though she never imagined the doctor had secretly been getting involved with students. The mother tried calming her furious daughter, suggesting the late-night noise could have come from any other neighbor, but it did not take long before she switched sides and joined the outrage herself. Cornered by the two women, Xiao Yun quickly realized her explanation sounded ridiculous to both of them. The student soon figured out that the protagonist had probably spent the night sleeping in the car, while the relentless neighbor hunted for the doctor everywhere. The woman had become so obsessed that she even barged into Southson's room while the girl was in the middle of changing clothes, completely unaware of where the hero actually was. Frustrated after failing to find the young man there, the intruder shifted her attention and went to interrogate Tin instead. Trying to buy time for the hero, the girl played dumb and asked what all the commotion was about. Ready to start drama, the homeowner immediately launched into a rant about the intruder student, accusing the girl of trying to steal her daughter's man. Watching the large woman stomp away in frustration, the young woman thought to herself that she had never dealt with someone so unbelievably toxic. The situation suddenly flipped when Han called her mother, saying she had finally found the doctor. Clearly impressed, the girl mentioned that he was driving a brand new car, leaving the matriarch confused by her daughter's sudden mood change. She admitted that while Sun Yu might have a bold lifestyle, he was nowhere near the villain the landlady had made him out to be. Over the phone, Han cleared up the misunderstanding. The young man had simply slept inside his car, and nobody had even given Xiao Yun a chance to explain herself. The two girls calmly talked things through, cleared the awkward tension, and decided the best solution would be for the hero himself to give them a ride to college. The protagonist let out a relieved sigh when he saw everyone finally calming down, reminding them that he needed to hurry because work was about to start. Deep down, he silently thanked himself for having the idea to sleep in the car overnight, knowing the nosy neighbor already had a terrible opinion of him anyway. The hero remembered that his evening appointment with Mr. Tan was still on, which meant absolutely no time to rest. He could feel his confidence and medical skills improving quickly, but the mystery surrounding Grandpa Sai still nagged at him like an itch he could not ignore. Elsewhere in the city, an unfamiliar couple anxiously discussed the disappearance of their daughter. The man, speaking with a sad and nostalgic tone, tried calming his wife, arguing that someone could not simply disappear from a hospital without leaving a trace. The woman, however, was completely consumed by anger. The original plan had been to bring the heiress in as soon as the specialist arrived, but the man had failed the mission. The biggest issue was that the young woman mentally behaved like a 3-year-old child, completely incapable of taking care of herself. Her vulnerability soon attracted a predator in the hospital lobby. A suspicious man approached her with fake concern, pretending her parents were running late and claiming he knew where her father was. He even lied that the man had a stomachache, using the excuse to convince her to follow him into a room. Completely unaware of the trap, the girl followed the stranger. When the coward lunged forward and tried grabbing her by force, the victim began screaming for help. A brutal impact cracked across the attacker's face, a devastating slap that sent him flying backward. Sun Yu had stormed onto the scene. The hero coldly declared that a monster like him belonged behind bars and regretted not having his medical needles on hand, but promised that a brutal beating would make for a painfully effective alternative treatment. A witness who had watched the beating unfold praised the sheer force of the protagonist's strike, jokingly asking whether he belonged to some kind of vigilante squad. The hero found the comment oddly amusing, mentally labeling the guy stylish but kind of clueless. Safe from danger, the young woman immediately threw herself into Sun Yu's arms, completely amazed by the rescue. Focused on solving the problem, The doctor cut through the emotional moment and simply asked if she knew where her parents were. Not long afterward, the mother tearfully hugged her daughter while scolding her for wandering off with strangers. Moments later, she turned toward the hero and revealed that the medical appointment they had scheduled was actually with him. The matriarch explained the family's history. Jin Yinlan had nearly died during childbirth, and although she survived, she suffered severe brain damage. Her body had grown normally, but her mind had remained stuck in early childhood. She also revealed that the young woman had previously been targeted by kidnappers, which explained the panic over what had almost happened just minutes earlier. The father cut off his wife's emotional explanation, insisting they focus entirely on their daughter's health before worrying about calling the police on the attacker. Sun Yu asked Jinlin to enter the examination room. He knew this was his first major official challenge at the clinic and was determined to do his absolute best without making mistakes. As soon as they entered, the doctor immediately made his diagnosis and prepared the treatment, explaining that he would administer 2 injections right away. The patient recoiled in fear, complaining that the procedure seemed suspicious. She jumped out of the chair and started yelling that she refused to get any shots, protesting that her mother never kept promises about buying toys after treatments. Watching her resistance, Sun Yu silently pitied the painful life the young woman had endured. Without wasting time on the tantrum, the doctor lifted her onto his shoulders to carry her to the recovery room and begin the treatment. The young woman's father panicked when he suddenly saw his daughter lose consciousness and immediately confronted the hero, demanding that she be returned at once. The matriarch firmly stepped in, stopping her husband and arguing that the doctor would never have rescued their daughter in the restroom if his intentions were harmful. After completing the first stage of treatment, Sun Yu informed the family that he needed to make an urgent phone call outside and stepped away for a few minutes. On the other end of the line, Jin Yui demanded answers from the large-built accomplice, asking whether the coward had run away from the crime scene. Frustrated, the criminal explained that he had been awakened by the cleaning staff and, unable to stop the police from being called, had been forced to find a hiding place in a hurry. The price for failure came quickly. Jin Yui immediately started threatening the kidnapper, accusing him of ruining the plan and announcing that the promised 500 yuan security payment had been completely cancelled for breaking the agreement. In return, the hired man cut off the complaints and demanded guarantees that whoever had ordered the job would stay far away from police attention if the investigation escalated. After ending the call, the mastermind secretly hoped that, even under the care of the new doctor, the victim would remain unable to remember anything or identify the people responsible for the attack. Shortly afterward, the hero returned to Mrs. Jin with an optimistic outlook on the case. He explained that the condition was reversible, revealing that severe pressure on the brain's nerves had prevented the patient's mental maturity from developing alongside her physical growth. The permanent solution would require surgery to relieve the internal pressure. Sunu admitted he did not know the exact total cost yet, but estimated that the rare medical materials alone would cost somewhere between 20 and 30,000 yuan, immediately upsetting the mother because of the high price. Desperate, the father suggested selling their house, and even proposed that the young woman work as the doctor's servant to repay the debt. His wife instantly scolded him for trying to hand their daughter away so easily, but he insisted he was only trying to save her. The protagonist immediately rejected the idea of servitude and simply told the parents to find a place nearby for the time being. He then revealed his real plan. He would have the university cover the treatment costs, since curing such a difficult case would bring tremendous prestige to the institution's name. The couple crossed their arms skeptically, doubting that an ordinary employee could convince upper management, but the hero confidently assured them that the administration already knew exactly what he was capable of. Back at CEU, the director sat in her office, suffering through a brutal hangover. She remembered Mr. Tan helping her into a car, but her aunt insisted that the one who had actually saved her was Sunju. To make matters worse, the vice director was pretending to know nothing about what had happened the previous night. Hesitant to call the young man, the woman briefly considered breaking off the engagement, convinced the doctor was impossible to deal with and fully aware that he probably saw her as spoiled. Still desperate for answers about her blackout, she decided to investigate the situation herself. At that exact moment, the hero suddenly pushed open her office door. The protagonist walked in proposing a direct deal, catching the director completely off guard. When she questioned the purpose of the meeting, the doctor seriously explained that he needed financial sponsorship for the treatment of a new patient. Without hesitation, the director admitted he would never move forward unless he was absolutely confident in the results. She immediately agreed to support the project, pointing out that a successful treatment would bring enormous recognition to the university. However, She emphasized that the biggest winner would ultimately be the protagonist himself, because even if he changed jobs in the future, his reputation as an elite specialist would be permanently secured. Watching the woman's composed and confident attitude, Sun Yu silently admitted that there was a reason she had reached such a high leadership position at such a young age. The young man promised he would continue working at the institution as long as she remained in charge, though his mood shifted after learning that releasing the funding depended on approval from the head of finance, a man notorious for causing problems. Completely ignoring the fact that she had not thanked him for saving her the night before, the hero casually teased her about where she had ended up that evening, instantly making her blush. Annoyed, she slapped him in the middle of the argument, but the doctor simply smiled, staying completely focused on his larger goals. Elsewhere in the building, Director Gunn casually questioned an employee named Banu about how satisfied she was with her current position. After hearing her positive answer, the supervisor changed the direction of the conversation and invited her to sit down for something far more suspicious. The vice director revealed that an important management position had opened up, and with obvious ulterior motives, offered her the promotion along with extra money and personal benefits on the side. He emphasized that he needed someone he could deeply trust for the arrangement. Banu immediately understood the criminal undertone and pretended to be shy, saying she needed time to think over Sendagon's proposal. The act was suddenly interrupted when the villain froze in place, overcome with panic. Feeling his health rapidly collapsing and remembering the attack from the previous night, Sendagon completely lost it and started yelling in the office, realizing he desperately needed medical help. Not long afterward, the protagonist entered his rival's office and mockingly commented on the destruction of the scumbag's personal life, leaving the man stunned. In response to the accusations, Sun Yu remained completely indifferent, sarcastically reminding the vice director that he had been shouting full of confidence the night before, yet now lay helpless and powerless on the floor. Terrified by his collapsing health, the director immediately abandoned his shady plans out of fear. He dismissed Banu on the spot, saying he would calmly reconsider who deserved the manager position. As she stepped outside, the young woman breathed a sigh of relief, horrified by the terrible mistake she had almost made by considering selling herself for status and money. Right then and there, she swore she would only climb the career ladder honestly. Inside the office, Sendagon crawled helplessly across the floor, desperate. He promised to agree to any demand if the protagonist restored his health. Sun Yu smirked at his rival's submission and demanded an immediate favor. The villain quickly started offering bribes, mentioning that the luxury car used the previous night belonged to his superior and was fully available for the doctor's use. The hero shifted his attention to the criminal's house instead. After hearing the property was worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, the protagonist pushed harder until the vice director collapsed, promising to transfer ownership of the house into Sun Yu's name the very next day. Before ending the confrontation, the young man added one final institutional demand: immediate approval for funding traditional medicine treatments. Completely cornered, Sendagon shouted that he would handle the paperwork with a single phone call while secretly plotting to destroy the doctor the moment he recovered. Done dealing with the scumbag, Sun Yu hurried off to organize his next steps. He decided to stabilize the new patient's condition before turning his attention back to Mr. Tan's treatment. When he ran into Xiaohun in the courtyard, the young man apologized and explained he would need to disappear for a few hours. Feeling awkward, the student admitted that her mother was organizing a dinner and specifically wanted him to attend. At that moment, Mrs. Jin approached the doctor looking for updates about her daughter's future. Completely confident, the specialist reassured her by announcing that the university had already agreed to fully sponsor the surgery. Excited, the woman explained that she knew several affordable places to stay outside the city center with reasonable rent. Xiaojun joined the discussion and offered space at her own house, mentioning that the place was empty and would make it easier for the doctor to keep monitoring the patient. While the adults debated the moving arrangements, Ginlin wandered off toward a nearby cabinet, happily entertaining herself by digging through the clothes stored inside. Taking advantage of the pause, the student suggested that the hero go talk to her father. As they started heading downstairs, the young man warned her about how dark the steps were because several light bulbs had burned out. Distracted by trying to figure out the protagonist's true intentions, the girl barely paid attention to the warning and stepped the wrong way. Before she could react, she lost her balance and stumbled straight toward the hero, who had no time to dodge. The impact sent Sun Yu crashing to the floor, cushioning the girl's fall as she landed directly on top of him. The doctor held on to her tightly and immediately checked whether she was hurt, but the mood shifted instantly. Trapped in that awkward embrace, embarrassment quickly took over, and the young woman shyly asked to pull away, reminding him that their relatives were still waiting nearby. With his eyes locked on her, the young man seemed completely hypnotized by how close they were, holding her gently by the shoulders. The student froze in embarrassment, confused by an intensity she had never seen from him before. The magnetic pull between them nearly led to a kiss, but the moment was abruptly interrupted by the sound of her phone ringing. Sun Yu quickly jumped back, internally panicking after realizing how close he had come to losing control of himself. Trying to hide his embarrassment, he cleared his throat and awkwardly agreed that they should return to the family before anyone started getting suspicious, practically begging her to forget the whole incident. The young man came up with some random excuse for the interruption and said he needed to step out for a moment. As soon as he walked away, the girl kept replaying the scene in her head, confused by the almost kiss and his sudden retreat. When she found her glowing mother in the living room, Xiaoyun tried shifting the topic and quietly asked whether her father's condition had improved. The matriarch completely ignored the question and excitedly celebrated what she believed had finally happened between the two of them. When her daughter immediately denied it, the woman fired back, saying she had seen them embracing and there was no point pretending otherwise. Thrilled, Mrs. Tan announced that she intended to make their relationship official during dinner, laughing that even if it was not official yet, it was only a matter of time, especially since the doctor was apparently becoming very popular with women. At the dinner table, the atmosphere turned tense when Mr. Ho questioned Sun Yu's absence and sarcastically commented that the young man clearly could not be trusted. Xiao Tong immediately stepped in to defend him, accusing the man of being selfish and trying to drag down the specialist who was literally saving their uncle's life. She pushed back even harder, bluntly asking what purpose he even served there. Mrs. Tan immediately scolded her niece for being disrespectful toward her stepfather. Not wanting to drag out the family drama, the young woman forced a smile, apologized for her tone, and said she needed some fresh air because she did not feel comfortable around the man. Confused by the hostility, the mother turned to her husband for an explanation. Mr. Wow W calmly removed his glasses and philosophically replied that every family had its secrets and conflicts, and that the man simply had trouble accepting a new member joining the family. While gossip kept flowing inside the house, the protagonist sat alone outside on a bench, completely focused on the chicken. He stared at the bird with fascination, trying to understand the origin of the absurd and sudden evolution of his own powers. The animal explained that it was helping him, because the balance between yin and yang was essential, adding that after intimate contact, men and women naturally absorb the energy the other lacks. However, since every body type was unique, the effects varied from person to person. The trigger for his loss of control had specifically happened with Manenchu, whose physical constitution was unusually abnormal. The creature avoided going into details but revealed that the hero's growing power was making it harder for him to maintain control over himself, though things would stabilize again whenever he stayed near Master Tan. As she stepped into the yard, Xiao Tan spotted the protagonist sitting alone. With a teasing tone, she demanded that he come inside with her, threatening to tell her cousin everything if he refused. Moments later, the young man argued that the level of familiarity between them was inappropriate, though he still listened carefully as the girl vented about her plan to teach her stepfather a lesson. Speaking with open resentment, the hero commented that no daughter should turn against her own father, but the teenager quickly shot back, explaining that her real father was in prison and that the man inside the house was nothing more than a stranger to her. She vented that her mother acted like she barely existed and that Mr. Zhou, despite acting honorable in public, was a silent tyrant behind closed doors. When the man tried defending himself by bringing up the stepdaughter's hostility, the girl immediately shut the conversation down, claiming the matter was private. Soon after, Xiaotong revealed that her stepfather constantly called the protagonist an incompetent fraud and admitted that if she had not already known the doctor meant no harm, she never would have wasted her time defending him. Eventually giving in to her persistence as they walked back inside, the young man agreed to the plan and handed the girl a dose of laxative, giving a very clear warning not to mess up the dosage, or the side effects would be severe. Ignoring the warning entirely, the girl kept ranting about all the insults Mr. Zhou had thrown at Sun Yu. Meanwhile, Xiao Yun stood in front of a mirror, carefully looking through dresses. Xiao Yun stared at her wardrobe in frustration, convinced she did not own a single decent summer outfit. Up until now, her entire wardrobe had been oversized, comfortable clothes. The dilemma came to an abrupt end when her cousin burst into the room, excitedly telling her mother that she had dragged the doctor back from outside for dinner. The matriarch celebrated the news, declaring that everyone was starving and it was time to head to the table. The lady of the house personally guided the hero to a strategically chosen seat that had clearly been reserved just for him. Without wasting a second, Xiao Tan immediately sat right beside the young man, casually complimenting how cozy that side of the table felt. Her aunt instantly disapproved of the bold move and ordered her niece to switch seats and sit beside her stepfather instead. Xiao Yun entered the room just in time to diffuse the awkward atmosphere, smiling and casually pointing out that any seat was fine before taking whichever chair was available. Mrs. Tan officially kicked off dinner and introduced the protagonist to Sisan, joking about the coincidence that they shared the same last name. Completely lacking tact, the man bluntly remarked that if Mr. Tan never woke up from his coma, the burden of the entire household would eventually fall on his shoulders. Remaining perfectly calm, the doctor replied that the patient was making daily progress and would wake up soon. Trying to move past the awkward topic, the man raised his glass and suggested a toast. Taking advantage of the moment, the stepdaughter quietly put her plan into action. Pretending to be considerate, she suggested her stepfather drink juice instead because of the drive home and praised how hard he worked. Holding the bottle, the hero sarcastically commented that one drink would not hurt Mr. Zhou. Smirking mischievously, Xiao Tan added that if Sunu drank too much, he could always stay the night, since her cousin would probably love the company. The uncle immediately snapped and told the girl to shut up, arguing that it was completely inappropriate for a man to sleep under the same roof as two unmarried women. Xiao Tan instantly jumped to her feet, loudly defending the hero and demanding to know what the problem was when the doctor was someone everyone trusted. The matriarch stepped in to calm the situation, explaining that her husband was only worried about people drinking too much and reminding Hausanan not to compare himself to the specialist. At that exact moment, the laxative kicked in. The man's face turned pale, and cold sweat immediately started dripping down his forehead. He suddenly stood up and rushed off, leaving his stepdaughter secretly proud that the plan had worked, while Mrs. Tan struggled to understand his abrupt exit. Trying to save the dinner from complete embarrassment, Mrs. Tan asked her daughter to grab some clean clothes for her father so they could lend them to her husband, before deciding to clean up the table since the mood for dinner had completely fallen apart. Behind the scenes, Sun Yu quietly scolded the teenager for her scheme. The laxative had worked far too well, even exceeding the girl's own expectations. Curious about the amount of resentment she carried, the hero finally asked what was really going on between her and her stepfather. The young woman looked away with a hurt expression, stubbornly avoiding the subject like an emotionally wounded child refusing to explain herself. Not long afterward, Mr. Zhou returned looking pale and immediately demanded that the family leave at once, cutting off his stepdaughter when she asked to keep the evening going a little longer. Speaking with a subtle but threatening tone, the man warned her not to go against her mother. Terrified by the psychological pressure, the girl silently begged not to be treated that way. Before walking out the door, she said goodbye to the doctor and thanked him for helping her earlier. Sun Yu apologized for the disaster of a dinner and assured her he would stay fully focused on the patient's recovery. On the drive home, the stepfather tried sounding friendly and casually asked whether the young woman liked the doctor, suggesting they would make a nice couple. When she answered with icy silence, the man revealed his true colors. His tone darkened as he claimed she was acting foolish. She fired back that the only reason she had not exposed the monster yet was to spare her mother from heartbreak. The young woman made it clear she knew every twisted intention her stepfather had and promised she would ruin his life if he ever crossed the line again. The scumbag switched tactics and turned to emotional blackmail, threatening to take out his frustrations on her mother while cruelly bringing up the trauma surrounding her biological father's imprisonment. The intimidation attempt completely failed. Standing firm, the girl warned that he would pay dearly if he tried anything. Seeing that the bluff had not worked, the man backed down with a fake smile, telling her to forget the conversation while secretly realizing that Master Tan's recovery had become a genuine threat to his criminal plans. Kanan Lin hurried down the quiet street, fully aware that the neighborhood became dangerous after dark. After stumbling and falling to the ground, she suddenly felt like someone was watching her. Moments later, a familiar figure stepped out of the shadows. Xian Chan Kun, someone she had known for years, mocking her as he celebrated the doctor's absence and smugly claimed they would finally have some privacy. Kanan immediately tried shutting him down, reminding him that he already knew there had never been any chance between them. Ignoring the rejection, the man suddenly lunged forward and tried dragging her away by force, struggling against the girl's desperate resistance. Consumed by bitterness after spending 3 years being rejected while some random doctor had effortlessly earned her attention, Xian Chan Kun completely snapped. He pulled out a knife and cornered the terrified young woman. Panic washed over Kanan as she realized just how unstable he had become. bitterly regretting not reporting him to the authorities sooner, the maniac suddenly charged at her, screaming that he did not care if he got arrested as long as he killed her first. The deadly strike was stopped at the very last second. Out of nowhere, Sun Yu appeared and intercepted the attack. Furious over the protagonist constantly interfering in his life, the criminal switched targets and charged at the hero with the blade, intending to kill him instead. Sun Yu remained perfectly calm. Without hesitation, he caught the knife barehanded and, with one precise movement, ripped the weapon straight out of the attacker's grip. Xian Chan-kun stumbled backward in shock, horrified by the protagonist's overwhelming strength after watching his only advantage disappear without even leaving a scratch on the hero. Completely in control of the situation, the doctor pointed out the danger the attacker posed to the young woman and delivered a final warning. The coward needed to leave town immediately and never show his face again. Faced with the hero's undeniable superiority, the villain trembled in fear, swallowed his pride, and stammered out an apology before fleeing the scene as fast as he could. Safe at last, Sun Yu walked over to Kanan Lin to make sure she was not injured, earning a relieved and heartfelt thank you from the young woman. Deeply grateful for being rescued once again, the girl accepted immediately when the young man offered to walk her home, now that darkness had completely taken over the streets. Far away from them, Xian Chan-kun rushed into the avenue in complete panic, wildly waving his arms until he finally stopped a taxi. He demanded the driver get him out of the area immediately, terrified by the realization that the protagonist was not an ordinary person, but an unstoppable hidden force that no one could track down or challenge. As they walked, Kanan Lin asked Sun Yu to teach her how to break blades with ease. The hero explained that learning martial arts required years of discipline and effort, but the young woman stubbornly insisted that her dream was to master kung fu so she could protect people in need, just like he had protected her. The conversation was interrupted when the phone rang. Wamping Tons was on the line, demanding answers and asking if the girl had really fallen for the doctor. Humbly, she replied that the specialist did everything for her and that she didn't even see herself as worthy of him. On the other end, her ex-boyfriend exploded in anger, accusing Sunu of stealing his partner and betraying his family, swearing he would destroy his rival. He raised his voice and directly threatened the young woman, warning that she would suffer the consequences if she kept turning her back on him. Not understanding why her ex was trying to control her every move, Kanan Lin listened as the scumbag insisted that her mother adored him and that getting back together would bring financial relief to the family's doctors. Pressured by the situation, the young woman lied, saying she would consider getting back with him, as long as he fulfilled one important condition. After hanging up, the girl noticed the protagonist had started sneezing because of the cold night wind and showed concern. Sun Yu quickly reassured her, guaranteeing there was no danger since, as a doctor, he could take care of his own health. Worried about the hero's well-being on the way back, the young woman took the initiative to pull his coat tighter around him to shield him from the cold, asking him to stay warm for the rest of the night. The girl promised she wouldn't leave his side. While hugging him tightly and confessing her feelings, she celebrated internally for finally earning a place in the protagonist's heart. The moment was interrupted by the girl's mother, who stumbled into the room. Devastated and in shock, the woman vented that the doctor was about to leave for good. Far away from there, a little girl spotted Kanan Lin running aimlessly down the street and commented on how frantic she looked. A nearby woman was surprised by the scene, but Han stepped in and explained that it changed nothing. He pointed out that Kanan Lin would never let the hero slip away, fully aware that the young man would never get involved with women who already had children. To the young woman, her biggest fear was competing with Professor Tan, since she believed she was the only one truly capable of keeping Sun Yu's attention. Meanwhile, standing on the sidewalk, the hero tried to figure out the unmistakable feeling that someone was watching him. Nearby, locked inside her car, Menshu complained out loud about Xiao being late. Annoyed by the delay, she grumbled that she would have hired other mercenaries if she had known the operation would turn into such a headache. The villain's thoughts were interrupted by the protagonist himself, who knocked on the window and asked if she was there because of him. Caught off guard, she immediately lied, claiming she only had a business meeting at the company. Ignoring the excuse, Sun Yu climbed into the car and ordered her to drive to the university, completely brushing off the woman's protests. During the ride, the young man turned the tables and revealed that he had compromising files about her saved on his cell phone. Furious and cornered, Mrs. Q immediately tried to bribe him, offering $5 million for him to delete the content and disappear from her life. The hero instantly refused the money, stating that the footage was his guarantee of protection. Then, the young man brought up the night they spent together and explained that her body possessed a unique energy that was extremely useful for the growth of his abilities. Manfencho was outraged by the revelation and demanded to know what was so unusual about her body. Sun Yu started explaining her biological structure, but quickly shifted focus to talk about the secrets her family had been hiding. Curious and suspicious, the driver questioned how an ordinary doctor knew so much about her family's history. The protagonist explained that he had connected the dots after gathering information from her grandfather, with whom he had an excellent relationship. After processing the information, the villain realized the seriousness of the situation. The hero was the key to bringing her closer to the family leadership, which meant eliminating him was out of the question. When questioned about the line of succession, Sun Yu confirmed the old man's plan. The villain offered half of her assets as a reward for his support, but the protagonist rejected the proposal immediately. He explained that although Zuzuan's condition was serious, a cure was entirely possible. It all depended on time, so he could refine his medical techniques. Menchen Chu commented that her grandfather's survival was essential to maintaining the stability of the entire clan under his control. Taking advantage of the moment, the hero asked for her help opening his clinic. Without understanding his real intentions, the woman mocked him, saying the young man looked like he had learned medicine by watching videos and using training apps. Realizing she was taking the wrong road to the university, the specialist complained about the route. But Mrs. Tu claimed traffic was chaotic and that she preferred parking somewhere isolated and quiet. She proposed a strategic alliance, revealing that Zuzuan's stepson was planning a scheme to seize the family's wealth, something she couldn't allow. Looking at the clock, the young woman pointed out that her company meeting was at 11 o'clock and that she needed to leave by 10. In a teasing tone, she highlighted that they had exactly 1 free hour there. Her goal was to secure the doctor's loyalty at any cost, whether to save the old man or guarantee the inheritance. Faced with the hero's surprise, she asked if he had any objections. Laughing at his audacity, the driver reminded him that time was short and told him not to be late for the appointment. While the car remained parked in the deserted area, the secretary at the company headquarters was demanding reports from every division, preparing the auditorium for the director's arrival. Minutes later, when she called to check on her boss, the employee heard from Mrs. Tsu that the vehicle had suffered an unexpected issue and needed an emergency full cleaning. The bizarre excuse left the staff confused, since the leader was known for her British-level punctuality. Without leaving room for questions, the boss ordered everyone over the phone to turn in their documents and go home. Later, back at the clinic, Jinlin finally woke up from the trance caused by the acupuncture needles. Excited and full of renewed energy, the patient asked to watch television. The hero held back the young woman's excitement, warning that resting for the day was already enough, but internally celebrated after realizing the rehabilitation process was working perfectly. The girl's full recovery was only a matter of time, meaning she would soon be able to move into Mrs. Tan's residence. After returning to the couple, the father remained skeptical about his daughter's progress, grumbling that, since they weren't specialists, there was no way to judge whether the protagonist's treatment was actually working. His wife immediately shut him down, forbidding any negative comments about Sun Yu, especially after the young man had offered free treatment, a job, and even a place to stay for the family. Frustrated, the man dropped the argument and announced he was heading out to buy groceries. In the next room, Mrs. Tan was thrilled to see Xiaoyun finally wearing a summer skirt. Embarrassed, the student tried to brush it off, claiming it was only because of the hot weather outside, but her mother teased her, saying the real reason had a first and last name. She insisted her daughter take initiative and invite the doctor out to lunch, reminding her that a determined woman should never leave room for competition. As an example, she brought up the aunt, who had boldly won over her current husband. Tired of the endless lecture, the young woman stormed off and slammed the door behind her. Walking down the sidewalk, Xiaoyun wrestled with her thoughts, unsure whether she should go look for the hero or not. The indecision vanished the moment she spotted Sun Yu walking toward her from the opposite direction. The doctor noticed her new look immediately. Without hesitation, he complimented the outfit but jokingly added that he preferred styles with slightly bolder necklines, instantly turning the PE teacher bright red. Trying to shift the subject and hide her embarrassment, she apologized again for the disaster of the previous dinner and promised to treat him to a proper meal next time. The casual invitation eased the tension between them. Soon after, back at the main residence, Mrs. Tan stepped out of the patient's room and shut the door, leaving the protagonist completely alone with Master Tun to begin the session without interruptions. The trap depended on one critical factor. The sedative smoke would only last for 3 hours. The mastermind behind the plan knew there would be no room for mistakes after that, but moved forward anyway. Inside the room, the woman in charge watched Sun Yu lying seemingly unconscious on the bed. Satisfied by how easy it all seemed, she focused on her real objective, recovering an incriminating cell phone. The device contained photos and a private video that threatened her reputation. With the phone finally back in her hands, the fear of blackmail faded away. Now holding the upper hand, she decided she would turn the doctor into her family's new watchdog. While heading for a shower, she even considered punishment, but quickly changed her mind. His usefulness was far too valuable to throw away. Her illusion of control collapsed moments later. The bathroom door opened, and Sun Yu casually walked in, complaining about a fake headache. The sedative had never worked. He had been pretending the entire time. Cornered in the shower and completely caught off guard, she tried to keep her composure, but the doctor quickly took control of the situation. Despite all her denials, it became obvious she was no longer in control of the dynamic between them. Meanwhile, in another part of the story, chaos was unfolding around a young girl. Frustrated, she complained to her aunt that the doctor had disappeared right after she confessed everything. The aunt tried to calm her down, saying he was probably just shy and ordered her to go back home. Panicking and refusing to return, the niece demanded somewhere to hide. Back in the room, the tension gradually shifted into reluctant cooperation. Defeated once again, the woman swallowed her pride and proposed an alliance, needing the doctor's influence to climb the ranks within her own family. Sun Yu made it clear she brought him nothing but trouble, but promised he would handle the issue when the time was right before leaving. His departure left consequences behind. Back at the office, Miss Lee realized in horror that she had witnessed some dangerously suspicious activity, but the plot didn't slow down. By the next day, Sun Yu was already moving forward with the next phase of his plan, calling Director Gon and directly ordering him to pass all tactical information over to the team's psychologist. The deal over the phone was quickly settled. He would get the tactical support he needed, though with the reminder that some debt still had to be paid. Staying focused, the protagonist was already planning to use Xiao's connections. It didn't matter if the ally had recently gone through a divorce or had his name dragged through a scandal involving a student. In times of war, the morality of allies was a secondary concern. When he arrived at the campus hospital, the atmosphere looked like a full-scale military operation. Security guards and hired muscle were blocking every entrance. Han intercepted him through the crowd and quickly delivered the crisis report. Yusi, the spoiled girl, had taken a drastic turn for the worse. But the real nightmare was her father, the powerful Director Mao, who had taken over the entire floor and was terrorizing the medical staff. Han practically begged for a miracle. The protagonist knew the odds were nearly non-existent, especially since the patient had completely ignored his previous medical warnings. Even so, he decided to push through the blockade and head straight into the operating room. Inside, the mood was pure desperation. Dr. Sananzon, the cardiologist in charge, had already done everything possible to stop the bleeding without using needles, but the limits of the human body had finally been reached. Out of options, he gave the father the ultimate verdict. It was time to prepare for the funeral. Mao's reaction was explosive. Grabbing the cardiologist by the collar, he threatened to bury him in prison for the rest of his life if his daughter died. Pressed against the wall, the doctor admitted that medicine only had one remaining hope: the legendary Piatti technique. The problem was that it was practically extinct, mastered only by a single expert he had met 40 years ago. Eyes bloodshot with desperation, Mao shouted that he would pay any fortune and move heaven and earth to find someone capable of performing the technique. At that exact moment of chaos, the door opened. Sun Yu stepped into the room. Without hesitation, Sun Yu took control and declared that he was the only person there capable of performing the legendary technique. Driven by desperation, Director Mao immediately refused to trust his daughter's life to an inexperienced young doctor. The standoff only broke when Han stepped in and revealed a critical fact. Sun Yu had been the one who saved the girl during her last collapse. Left speechless by the proof, the powerful businessman finally backed down, crushed by the severity of his daughter's condition. After checking the patient's pulse, the protagonist confirmed the grim truth. Time had already run out. The cardiologist's rushed interventions had only sped up the inevitable. There was only one option left, something so extreme it shattered every conventional medical protocol. It was truly a gamble between life and death. Far from the tension of the hospital, Xiao's family was dealing with crossed wires. Believing Sun Yu was bedridden from sheer exhaustion after treating Mr. Tun, the matriarch planned a visit. She sent her daughter to make sure the young doctor got proper rest, explaining that she had to stay home to keep an eye on Xiao, who had been acting unusually suspicious lately. Worried about him, the niece insisted on joining the trip as well. Inside the operating room, Sun Yu mentally reviewed every step of the plan. The method was a double-edged sword, fatal poison for a healthy person, but the only shock powerful enough to restart a heart on the verge of completely stopping. The technique demanded an overwhelming amount of physical and mental energy, and the chances of success were terrifyingly low. His grandfather had explicitly forbidden him from ever using it. Still, as he looked at the girl lying on the operating table, he decided to break that promise and see it through to the end. Outside, the battle continued. The doors had been locked. Thrown out of the room, Director Mao paced the hallway in fury, shouting his frustrations. Han was left with the impossible task of keeping the furious tycoon under control, while behind closed doors, the impossible was being attempted. Han shut down the complaints in the hallway, insisting that isolating the room was absolutely necessary. The tension outside only eased when the elderly cardiologist finally connected the dots. He recognized the young man's bloodline. Sun Yu was the grandson of the legendary Dr. Sun Ziyun. That legacy instantly gave everyone hope that a miracle might actually happen, while also leaving the women nearby impressed, finally understanding why he attracted so much attention. The surgery came to an end when a weak voice from inside finally gave permission to enter. The tycoon rushed into the room immediately, fearing the worst and confused as to why the doctor hadn't opened the door himself. What he found looked like the aftermath of a battlefield. The protagonist was sprawled out on the floor, completely drained of strength. Seeing his daughter lying motionless on the operating table, the father panicked and demanded answers. The cardiologist rushed to check the monitors and delivered the final verdict. The impossible technique had worked. Her blood pressure and heartbeat, once on the verge of collapse, had stabilized completely. The danger had passed. Still lying on the floor, the hero briefly explained the situation. He had pushed himself beyond his limits to save the patient's life, but there was no way to predict when she would wake from the coma. Too exhausted to continue talking, he instructed them to take the girl home and said any future treatment could be discussed later. With that, the young man ignored everyone around him and slipped into a deep meditative state, focused entirely on restoring the physical and mental energy he had burned through. The offer of loyalty and protection was immediately interrupted by the sound of a phone ringing. On the other end of the line, Xiao Yun demanded clear answers about the doctor's condition. Having no patience for vague explanations, she announced that she was coming to check on him herself. Yan tried to block her, insisting she could take care of the guy on her own, while throwing a few sharp remarks her way. But Xiao Tong completely ignored her and marched straight into the room. It didn't take long for Yan to realize the truth. This newcomer was relentless, even more stubborn than the PE teacher. Inside the room, the teenager had already claimed her spot beside the hero, resting her head on his shoulder under the excuse of helping him relax. Still, she wasn't buying the story that a simple medical treatment could leave someone that completely drained, and had already started suspecting the real reason behind it. Han watched the whole thing unfold and instantly read the room. The tenderness in the girl's eyes said it all. Another dangerous rival had entered the competition. The tug of war officially began. One of the women tried to bring the hero back to her house, arguing that her mom's support and the fact that a neighbor lived nearby guaranteed proper care. The PE teacher shut the idea down immediately. She argued that she lived close to the school and that the patient needed peace and quiet, not a crowd hovering over him. Trapped by her own guilty conscience, Han froze up and had no comeback. The tension exploded into a chaotic argument over who didn't belong in the equation. The transition came suddenly. When the protagonist finally opened his eyes, he immediately recognized the ceiling of the Tong family residence. The conclusion was obvious. Xiao Yun had won the tug of war and brought him there. As his thoughts slowly cleared, he focused on the real danger of the situation. The technique he had used was a double-edged sword, one that required extreme caution if he didn't want it to kill him in the process. His train of thought was interrupted the moment Xiao Tong stepped into the room, clearly ready to explain herself. In the kitchen, dinner preparations became the backdrop for rising suspicions. One of the women got straight to the point and said the robbery story didn't add up because she didn't see him as some helpless coward, demanding that he come clean if he wanted any help. The protagonist, however, revealed he was already one step ahead. In just one day, he had extracted the entire database stored on his enemy's phone. The contents were horrifying, leaving the girl shocked by just how twisted the rival really was. Excited by the discovery, she suggested handing everything over to her mother, but the doctor stopped her. He wanted to spare the woman unnecessary pain, explaining that the smarter move was to use the evidence as leverage in a direct negotiation against Housen. The calm didn't last long once Lentine's name came up, forcing the hero to awkwardly admit that he was married. The truth had slipped out during his feverish state after collapsing, when he kept repeating his wife's name non-stop. Instead of reacting with judgment, the girl surprised him by accepting it. She calmly explained that she wasn't conservative and wouldn't even mind playing a secondary role in his life. The protagonist tried to shut things down, arguing that she was still too young for that kind of complicated situation. But the girl stepped closer and pushed back, challenging his comments about her maturity and even her looks, eventually forcing him to admit that there was definitely nothing childish about her. Her final warning came like an ultimatum. She promised she wouldn't back down and would even use her cousin's influence to get the family to accept Lentine first, and then her right after. The moment she left, the doctor's instincts kicked in. Yantan's behavior felt way too suspicious, and he quickly decided the smartest move to avoid a setup was to leave before dinner even started. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the atmosphere was full of defeat, as South Sun stormed into Jan's room with news that her mother was devastated, unable to understand how the family had fallen apart so badly. Jan responded with frustration and bitterness, furious at her own helplessness after losing that battle. Once the doctors and the rest of the staff were gone, the room turned into a space for honest confessions. Without sugarcoating anything, the young woman admitted to her friend that jealousy was eating her alive and that it felt like the guy was slipping completely out of her reach. The brunette agreed, bitterly regretting how long she had waited before finally making a move. Faced with terrible odds, Han proposed an alliance. She argued that if they teamed up, they'd stand a better chance of winning over the protagonist, especially with so much competition around. Trying to do it alone would be a tactical mistake. Her ally, however, immediately poured cold water on the idea, saying that at this rate, Mrs. Fatty's daughter would never win the doctor's heart. Han instantly got defensive, asking if the issue was her appearance, but her friend quickly reassured her. Looks weren't the problem at all. She had an amazing figure that most women would envy. The real issue was her behavior. Han acted too much like an innocent little girl instead of carrying herself like a confident woman. Completely embarrassed, Han admitted she had zero experience and practically begged for a few lessons in seduction. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked home, mentally processing the chaos at the Tong family residence while checking in on the condition of his other patients. As he reached the building entrance, he noticed the lights in Lantine's apartment were dim, as if she might still be waiting for him. But another glow caught his attention. Light was coming from JY's window. Deciding to do a quick check-in and gather updates on Yusi's recovery, the doctor chose a stealthier approach. He climbed up the building and slipped inside through the window. Unfortunately, his timing couldn't have been worse. Inside, the two women were putting those seduction lessons into practice. Sometime later, Sun Yu pulled up in front of the CEU family estate. The welcome was hostile. The guards at the entrance aggressively blocked his path, instantly creating tension. Inside, Fuan casually remarked that the organization no longer had any interest in doing business or partnerships with the doctor. Standing beside his father, stepson TSU Men's questioned whether the young man involved in the recent rumors had really shown up at the mansion. The acting family head responded with irritation, theorizing that the doctor was just another opportunist chasing wealth. The younger man, however, suggested a different strategy. Let the doctor inside so he could see firsthand the former leader's decline and finally understand that the old man no longer held any power there. With a sarcastic grin, the man liked the idea and ordered the guards to let the young doctor through so he could visit Mr. Sai. Seconds later, Sun Yu was informed that no staff member would accompany him to the patriarch's room. He would have to make his way through the halls alone and find the room himself. The peaceful atmosphere inside the mansion was nothing but an act, and the protagonist sensed the danger the second he stepped through the bedroom doorway. It was painfully obvious that the internal war for control of the dynasty had already erupted. Looking at the weakened patient, the doctor realized just how dangerous the nest of vipers had become. The bloodline had turned into a den of predators, but hesitation was not an option. Every second mattered. After checking the patriarch's pulse, the diagnosis was alarming. The old man was hanging by a thread. If the hero had not entered the estate that exact day, the man would not have survived the night. The only possible move to bring him back to consciousness was to inject his own life energy directly into the target. Gathering every ounce of strength within him, the young man placed his hands on the old man's head, betting everything on a single desperate move. The patient's body reacted instantly, and the flow of energy surged, reversing the critical condition. The miracle happened when the gray-haired leader slowly opened his eyes and, recognizing the figure standing before him, confirmed Sunu's identity. The protagonist quietly celebrated the success of the revival, pointing out that the surgical and energy-based intervention had come down to perfect timing, because even the slightest delay would have been fatal. Still disoriented from waking up so abruptly, the old man began questioning the young doctor about the chaos inside the house. But it did not take long for him to piece together the political game at play. He revealed that the attack had been orchestrated by his incompetent heir. After demanding 80% of the family fortune and receiving a firm refusal from his father, the son decided to seize power by force through a family coup. Even in his weakened state, the CEU family leader stood firm. He acknowledged the doctor's sacrifice in the middle of all that chaos and promised to use his influence to protect him and safeguard his allies. Although the young man remained skeptical about how much the patient could really do in his condition, the old man made it clear that he fully understood his rival's scheme to disinherit everyone. Sun Yu, however, was the one piece capable of changing the entire game. Without beating around the bush, the young doctor spoke honestly and shut down the old man's expectations. He had absolutely no interest in inheriting control of the organization or getting involved in the dynasty's business. After reviewing the documents, the young man pointed out that the family's problems should be solved by the people who carried its bloodline, advising the elder to focus on his recovery so he could personally expose his son's betrayal. Impressed by his composure and maturity, Mr. Tsu admitted that the protagonist had already surpassed even his own grandfather in terms of strength and wisdom. Meanwhile, in another wing of the mansion, tensions were boiling over. Huan overheard her father raging in pure hatred, declaring that he would only have peace once the old man standing in the way of his plans was gone. The traitor threatened to personally intervene and wipe out anyone opposing him if they did not disappear within a few days. The tension was suddenly interrupted when an employee rushed in carrying a direct order from the supreme leader, summoning everyone to the main meeting room. Back in the bedroom, the hero prepared his medical counterattack. He discovered that the CU family leader suffered from a severe heart condition worsened by previous medical negligence, making traditional treatment completely useless. The only tactical solution was to apply an advanced acupuncture technique, channeling his own spiritual energy to unblock and stabilize the patient's meridians. The procedure began with surgical precision. The doctor moved carefully, fully aware that the energy-infused needles would cause intense pain, but that suffering was the necessary price of healing. The results came quickly. Within minutes, the old man celebrated the immediate relief and sudden burst of vitality returning to his body. Satisfied with the success of the treatment, Sun Yu assured him that the crisis had been contained and that a short recovery period would be enough to eliminate the remaining traces of the illness, leaving the veteran completely stunned by the speed of the miracle. That kind of recovery seemed impossible for someone who had been standing at death's door just moments earlier. Amazed, the old man once again lamented that a talent of that level was not part of his family clan, but the doctor cut off the sentimental talk, brushing aside the praise and insisting reality was far more complicated than that. Without wasting any more time, the young man announced his departure. The CEU family leader agreed, signaling that they would meet again soon, but that for now, he had to clean up his own house. He immediately summoned his assistant and ordered Zhu Huan to bring every financial report and record from the past few days for a full audit. Inside the meeting room, the traitorous son's mask fell apart instantly. He tried to play the role of the caring heir, pretending to worry about his father's health, but the patriarch cut straight through the act and demanded the company's financial reports immediately. Cornered and panicking, the man tried to stall, arguing that the old man needed complete rest and that paperwork could wait. The response came in the form of a violent slam of the patriarch's fist against the table. He made it crystal clear that as long as he was alive, no one would break the rules of that dynasty. The warning was direct. If Xuan had ties to organized crime, he would be cast out. The family leader allowed operations to continue, but only under the condition that every payment and financial record be settled first thing in the morning. Swallowing his pride with a dark expression, the rival promised to obey and deliver the documents that same night. Meanwhile, tension filled the hallways. Menchenchu walked while constantly glancing over her shoulder, completely on edge. She hesitated in front of one of the doors before a familiar voice pulled her inside, immediately demanding an explanation for her delay. Once locked in the room, the young woman explained that she had been late because she felt like she was being watched. She questioned the point of the secret meeting, reminding him that the patriarch had still been unconscious and that the Zhu family was on the verge of being swallowed whole by Zane's coup, demanding that the protagonist come up with a tactical solution. Completely calm and almost casual, Sun Yu dropped the bombshell. He had forgotten to mention that the old man had not only already woken up, but was currently next door absolutely tearing his own son apart during dinner. The news brought immediate relief, and the young woman confidently admitted that she had known all along the doctor would not fail the mission. The doctor, however, seemed distracted, focused on analyzing Huan's tactical moves. His train of thought was interrupted when Menchu brought up a critical issue. The shipment of weapons Zuanai had secretly smuggled into the estate. She was convinced the hidden arsenal was far larger than what had been reported. After connecting the dots, the protagonist finally cracked the case. The rival had been running a scheme involving the diversion and replacement of heavy cargo shipments. Grateful for the warning, the girl brushed off any praise, reminding him that both of their fates were tied together in the middle of this crisis. Fully aware of how dangerous the situation had become, Sunu decided the smartest move was to closely monitor the enemy, ordering Menenchu to act as his eyes on the inside and report anything suspicious. Her reaction was pure panic. Trying to block the doctor from leaving, she warned him that the mission sounded suicidal, arguing that he needed backup and that they only had 1 hour to act. While a storm was brewing inside the mansion, the Tom household was dealing with a completely different kind of drama. The matriarch openly complained to her daughter about the doctor's sudden departure, even though she acknowledged he had his own responsibilities to handle. Looking for backup in the argument, she turned to her niece and asked whether she also believed the young man had feelings for Xiao Yun. The girl laid all her cards on the table, revealing that the doctor's rushed escape had a very obvious reason. A serious rival had entered the game. Seeing Kuchina's confusion, Xiaotan explained what she had witnessed at the hospital the day before, exposing the fact that another woman was also chasing after the doctor, despite knowing he was already involved with the former waitress. To the girl's surprise, her mother did not seem shocked in the slightest by the fierce competition surrounding him. The matriarch reacted as if everything were perfectly normal. She argued that for a young and talented man like him, that kind of attention was completely expected, and insisted her daughter needed to move fast if she wanted to secure her territory. Jumping on the idea, Xiaotan proposed a straightforward strategy. Her cousin should set up a dinner, dress her best, and let nature take its course. The plan immediately earned the mother's support, who even promised to bring out some strong drinks to seal the deal. The teacher sat there in complete disbelief, unable to process the ridiculous scheme her own family had cooked up. Her mother ignored the protests and spoke bluntly, warning her that if she kept hesitating, some smarter rival would swoop in and steal the opportunity. Irritated by the pressure, the young woman finally snapped, stood up from the table and fired back, saying it sounded like the only future everyone imagined for her was marrying the doctor. She made it crystal clear that she did not care who he was dating or who else was chasing him. Realizing the aggressive approach had backfired, Xiao Tong nudged her aunt and pointed out that she had gone too hard too fast and ruined the play. The matriarch tried to cool things down with a sip of water, claiming she was exhausted from the argument, but her niece refused to back off. She insisted her aunt needed to be bolder when it came to family matters, and teasingly suggested that the woman herself should make a move on the doctor. After thinking it over, the mother casually admitted that if her daughter really insisted on giving up the opportunity, she personally would not mind stepping into the competition. From the hallway, the teacher overheard the verdict and finally connected the dots. Her cousin had feelings for the doctor too, leaving her questioning whether he was even worth fighting over or if it would be smarter to walk away. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, the mood was one of quiet farewell. The protagonist gently woke Menchen-chu with a whisper, warning her that the night was almost over, and she needed to return to her quarters before the guards noticed her absence and started asking questions. The young woman responded bitterly, claiming the rivals were already camped outside the front door waiting for disaster to strike. Refusing to return to that den of wolves, she begged to spend the rest of the night by his side. The doctor avoided giving a direct answer about letting her stay, but quickly changed the subject by mentioning the movements of a strategic ally. Leaving the room was not easy, but Mensen Che forced herself to get up, believing the dust had finally settled. However, the mood shifted the moment the young man called a contact tied to her wife. The woman immediately shut down the conversation, making it clear that their relationship was strictly business. As San prepared to leave, the young woman stopped him, asking him to wait so they could discuss something important together. The focus of the conversation quickly shifted to Sin. The doctor tried to step in, but was instantly cut off. She emphasized that because they did not share the same blood, his life was nobody else's concern. Shaken, The other woman warned about the emotional impact a sudden family revelation could have on a child, causing Mrs. Sue to back down and realize silence was the safer option. To the young man, digging into the past felt like a waste of time. He pointed out that their meetings were rare and that her engagement had already ended. As independent adults, everyone followed their own rules, even though he knew very well that the ex-girlfriend could easily reappear in his life. Still frustrated by the situation, the young woman walked him down to the reception desk. When it came time to settle the bill for room 808, the hero nearly had a heart attack over the outrageous price. The receptionist explained the hotel's brutal policy, missed checkout time, and the charges skyrocket. Fen Chu was furious when she realized the doctor could not afford the cost, but the doctor casually explained that every penny he had went straight into scientific research. The young woman solved the problem by slapping a black card onto the counter. The hero stared at the premium card in complete fascination and even jokingly asked if she planned to gift him one, wondering what she could possibly spend so much money on. Monshan simply shrugged it off, saying she still had plenty of money left. The game had only just begun, and that was exactly what the card existed for. With the bill settled, the two walked out together. Meanwhile, the patriarch's room remained eerily silent. The old man slept deeply, completely unaware of the intruder standing inside. Watching his father resting peacefully, Fuan could not hide the venom in his voice as he pointed out that the old man had somehow even regained his health. Unfortunately for the family, the patriarch's existence had already become completely disposable. The atmosphere in the room still carried the scent of a dying old man. Examining the medicine bottles, the cold-hearted man remarked that the toxin would finish the old man off without leaving any trace during an autopsy. After all, the sudden death of an 80-year-old would never raise suspicion. In his mind, the blame rested entirely on Sue, who had never given his own son the chance to prove himself. Meanwhile, as Menfenchu stepped back into the residence, she found herself replaying the sudden closeness she had shared with the doctor at the hotel, even briefly imagining what it would be like if they actually ended up together. Knowing she needed to bury those feelings and maintain the image of nothing more than a business partner, her thoughts came to an abrupt halt when she noticed the old Sioux man's bedroom door strangely left open. A chill ran down her spine, instantly warning her that something was wrong. Menchen Che rushed ahead, calling out to the old man as if he were her own father, but the sight waiting for them was devastating. The old man's arm hung lifelessly off the side of the bed, and his son stood right beside him. Completely cold and emotionless, the man quietly ordered them not to make any noise, claiming his father was resting. Shaken, the young woman realized the crime that had taken place. The killer responded with contempt, warning that nobody should interfere and that the secret would die with them. Nervously backing away, she locked eyes on the threat he was holding. Menchen Che tried to intervene, warning the rival not to do anything reckless, but the villain simply walked toward them, claiming the warnings had already been given. That was when an accomplice burst into the room with bad news. The plan to get rid of the other woman had failed. He pointed out that Sue's death would go unnoticed because of his age, but killing Menchenchu there would create unnecessary police attention. Holding the syringe, the enforcer asked if they were really going to spare the girl. The original plan had been to lock her up until after the funeral, but the mastermind demanded the witness be eliminated for safety reasons. With a sadistic grin, the son grabbed the young woman by the hair, declaring it would be much easier to turn her into a completely submissive toy. Menchenchu used all her strength to shove the woman against the wall, sending her crashing to the floor. Laughing at her desperation, the attacker mocked her, saying escape was impossible now, and commenting that her father had made the right call trusting him with the dirty work. The man enjoyed every second of it, laughing as he claimed nobody else was in charge anymore. Even exhausted, the young woman held on to her pride and promised he would pay for everything, which only made the villain grab her by the hair again, sneering that he actually preferred the feisty ones. After leaving the room, Fuan felt he could fully trust his son. Locked up and defenseless, the girl silently prayed for Sunyu to show up and rescue her. Far away, the hero remained in his apartment, fully focused on meditation, completely unaware of his girlfriend's nightmare. The days dragged on with the young woman trapped inside a damp basement. She could barely believe a monster like that had any connection to her life. Appearing in the cell, Sumen mocked her bloodline, asking if she still considered herself part of the family elite and claiming she was still blind to reality. The sadist pinned her legs down, revealing he had only kept her alive to use her however he wanted, eagerly waiting for the moment they would finally be alone. The hostage refused to break. In a firm voice, she warned that his victory would not last long and that payback was coming. The enemy brushed it off, guaranteeing nobody was coming to save her. The very next second, the game changed. A brutal impact smashed into the villain's neck. Dazed and bleeding, Mensen tried to understand who had entered, but he had no time to react. A vicious punch shattered his left cheek, sending the bastard flying across the room. Sun Yu cracked his knuckles in the middle of the basement. Apologizing for being late, he demanded to know who had dared lay a hand on his wife. Relieved and shocked, Menchenchu shouted the name of her savior. The hero moved fast, cutting the ropes binding her hands. The doctor regretted not arriving sooner to stop her from falling into the trap and asked what the criminals had done to her. Collapsing into his arms, Menfenchu assured him she was okay, but pointed upstairs. Her voice trembling, she revealed the horror. Xuan had murdered his own father. Aware of the danger closing in, Sun Yu ordered them to get out immediately. Across the room, rubbing the cheek destroyed by the punch, the villain Monse raged that the girl had been the first to betray the clan and that the doctor would pay alongside her. He blocked the exit. With an arrogant grin, the heir challenged the hero, saying he knew about his martial arts reputation, but guaranteed he had the perfect counterattack. Without showing any reaction, Sun Yu simply told him to show what he had. Reaching into his coat, the criminal pulled out a pistol, yelling that nobody there could move faster than a bullet. He never even got the chance to pull the trigger. In the blink of an eye, the weapon was ripped from his hand and sent flying across the floor. Panicked, the rival couldn't comprehend the speed of the strike. Retreating in desperation, the coward cursed them, swearing they would not escape. Watching the enemy run through the halls, Menchenchu begged her boyfriend to chase him down. Sun Yu stayed calm. He explained it was better to let the rat run so he could expose the rest of the operation. During his escape, the fugitive planned to call his father and confess that Sun Yu was a monster far too dangerous to deal with. But halfway through, a needle launched by the hero struck the villain's neck with perfect precision. His vision blurred instantly, and his body froze in place. Feeling the doctor approaching from behind, the man completely lost his nerve and promised to obey from then on, swearing he would expose every dirty secret in 1L's life. With a faint smirk, Sun Yu declared that the enemy was now playing on their side as an infiltrator. Menchenchu still trembled in fear, worried the thug might betray them, but the hero reassured her. The guy was under the effects of irreversible mental hypnosis, and their immediate priority was getting out of the estate. As they crossed the front gate, the young woman noticed the luxury car parked outside and asked where it came from. Sun Yu shrugged, saying it was just a gift from someone he knew. Not fully buying the story of such a generous friend, she asked where they were headed and discovered they were driving toward a luxury mansion. To her shock, the property had also been a gift from the same ally. Confused by all the extravagant gifts, the doctor got straight to the point and revealed that all he had done was cure the rich man of a serious sexual dysfunction. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Menchenchu let out a relieved breath, commenting that their new place made any hotel look cheap. The exhaustion from a chaotic night finally caught up to her. Drained, she said she was heading upstairs but asked her boyfriend to take a look at the bruises on her face. Sun Yu stared at her and froze for a second, overwhelmed with anger at the sight of the injuries. Trying to lighten the mood, the young woman joked that she had been lucky the rescue came in time to prevent anything worse than a few slaps. The hero held back his emotions and simply said he had only done what he was supposed to do. Right there in the living room, he immediately began treating his partner's injuries. After just a few minutes of pure technique, the young man announced the job was done. Touching her own cheek, Menchenchu felt a strange tingling sensation, but smiled in relief when she noticed the bruise had completely disappeared, amazed by how effective the treatment was. When the young woman asked where all that knowledge came from, the guy explained that once he stabilized his inner energy, the answers simply started flowing into his mind. He revealed that his grandfather considered this ability a spiritual shield, although even the old man had no idea how powerful it truly was. It was exactly that strength that had alerted him to the corruption inside the CU clan. After sensing a disturbance in the old man's energy, he realized something was wrong and rushed to the mansion just in time to rescue her. Noticing how pale the hero looked, she grew worried about possible side effects from the technique. Exhausted, Sun Yu closed his eyes and admitted the process drained nearly all of his strength. He added that there was no reason to panic, casually suggesting that some joint practice between them would be the perfect way to recharge his energy. The girl pretended to be offended by the bold proposal, but moments later admitted she had no plans to return to her family anytime soon, leaving the mansion doors wide open for his visits. Menchenchu knew very well that staying close to him would mess with her feelings, but when she turned around, she noticed her boyfriend had already fallen into a deep sleep. Pretending to be annoyed about being left talking to herself, she moved closer and gently touched his chest. In a sincere whisper, She thanked him for saving her and promised that from then on, she would never leave his side again, ending the night by wishing him sweet dreams. The next morning, on his way to campus, Sun Yu asked the infiltrator for updates on the plan. The thug assured him that One Eye remained completely blind to the betrayal and that he had already confiscated all the crucial paperwork. The hero immediately passed the files to Feng Chu's allies and ordered the spy to keep watching his own father closely. Hanging up the phone, the doctor smirked in disbelief at how easily these people could stab each other in the back without a shred of remorse. The hero's biggest concern, however, was Mr. Tan's critical condition, as his days were clearly numbered. Walking into the house while calling for the lady of the house to begin the checkup, Sun Yu was unexpectedly greeted by Xiao Tan, dressed in revealing clothes. Surprised, the doctor questioned the outfit and asked where her cousin was. Smiling, the young woman explained that her cousin was busy and would not be back anytime soon, revealing that she had dressed up specifically for his visit. She stepped closer, trying to make conversation, but the guy immediately lost focus and attempted to shut down the mood, reminding her he needed to see the patient and that she was old enough to handle herself. Irritated by the rejection, the girl grumbled that she would not lose to her cousin and that the game was far from over. In the kitchen, Xiao Tan found her aunt finishing up the preparations. Pointing at the table, the matriarch guaranteed that the family's homemade liquor, made from a secret recipe, would definitely knock the doctor out. Since the young man had already finished treating the patient, the hostess insisted he had been overworking himself and needed to regain his strength, serving him a special meal. The young doctor commented that it was a shame the others were not around to enjoy the feast. As she poured the drinks, the woman insisted he try the liquor, arguing that the mix was guaranteed to strengthen the body and restore vitality, especially for someone who had recently fainted. Xiao Tan backed her up with a teasing grin, saying refusing her aunt's hospitality would be rude. Sun Yu considered that alcohol might further destabilize his already weakened inner energy, but not wanting to appear ungrateful, he accepted the glass while mentally calculating his next move. The doctor finished the drink and loudly thanked them for the meal. At the same moment, the nieces exchanged knowing looks and winked at their aunt. Pretending to suddenly remember something, Mrs. Tan made up an excuse to step away for a moment and asked the young man to keep enjoying himself. Xiao Tan quickly took the opportunity to refill his glass, casually saying that if he ended up drinking too much, she would gladly take care of him herself. Outside, the matriarch rested on a bench, reflecting that her original plan had been to find a good match for her daughter, but her niece had ended up taking the lead. That was when Xiao Yun showed up, confused to see her mother sitting outside instead of welcoming the guest. Completely calm, the woman revealed that the doctor was already inside under her cousin's care. Xiao Yun's eyes widened in shock as she demanded to know exactly who was locked inside that apartment. Her mother shrugged, criticizing her daughter for hesitating and letting the guy slip away, justifying that she could not miss the chance to try setting him up with Xiao Tan. Frozen in place, Xiao Yun had no idea how to react. Meanwhile, the kitchen table had already been cleared, and the effects of the secret drink were hitting hard. Completely tipsy and without any filter, the young woman confessed she had always had a crush on the hero. Seeing how messed up she looked, Sun Yu asked if she was okay. Dizzy, the girl suggested he lie down in the bedroom while she cleaned herself up before leaving. The very next second, she stepped forward and hugged him, dramatically asking why he always rejected her and insisting she was a much better option than her cousin. Annoyed, she cut off any attempt at a lecture and demanded that the guy just shut up and listen to her confession. The young woman argued that her cousin would never truly care about him and promised she had an answer for every excuse, making it clear she did not care about the competition surrounding the doctor. Right in the middle of her emotional rant, a violent bang nearly knocked the front door down. Xiao Yun stormed in furiously, complaining about the suffocating atmosphere and demanding to know what the hell was going on. Still a little dizzy and holding on to the hero's arm, the girl tried to calm things down, saying they had only eaten dinner and talked. Arms crossed, the newcomer demanded answers, insisting that if she had not arrived at that exact moment, something much worse would have happened. Sun Yu tried to take the blame, explaining that he had overdone it with the homemade liquor. Out of patience, the young woman shoved the doctor toward the door, ordering him to leave so she could handle the family matter herself. The guy did not hesitate for a second and agreed that some fresh air sounded like a great idea. Back in the kitchen, Xiao Tan dropped into her chair and sarcastically joked that there was no way the doctor could ever come up with a story like that. But the icy silence coming from her cousin quickly made her realize things were far from okay. Xiao Yun fired back, accusing her of not being drunk at all, and instead putting on an entire act to take advantage of the situation. Caught off guard, the girl tried to defend herself, but Xiao Yun snapped, making it clear she didn't want to hear excuses and that her only goal was to keep her far away from Sun Yu. Confused by the outrage, the teenager argued that the family had always criticized the doctor anyway, which was exactly why she had decided to take a chance and get to know him better. Downplaying her feelings, she claimed she didn't even find him that interesting, though she casually admitted she still planned on winning the doctor's heart someday. That comment was the final straw for Xiaoyun, who ended the argument on the spot and ordered her cousin to pack her things and leave immediately, saying the day had already crossed every line. With no real choice, Xiaotan started gathering her belongings to head out. Before leaving, she tried to apologize, swearing she never meant to cause trouble with Sun Yu and admitting she had only been avoiding going back home. Xiaoyun, however, stayed cold and firm, acting like an authority figure unwilling to entertain any more discussion. The girl had been staying there for 2 days, and the homeowner made it clear that extending the visit any longer was not a good idea. Xiaotan looked like she wanted to argue back, but quickly realized she would lose that fight and reluctantly thanked them for the hospitality before leaving. Xiaoyun simply watched her go in silence. Once alone, the young woman broke down in tears, covering her face with her hands. She could barely process how harsh she had been with her cousin and felt like she was slowly losing control of herself. Meanwhile, Sun Yu was already breathing easier outside, though he still couldn't stop wondering about the fallout between the two girls. His thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice calling his name. It was Xiaoyun, approaching him to explain her cousin's behavior, claiming the girl acted recklessly because of her immaturity. The doctor took part of the blame, admitting that the real mistake had been drinking too much of the homemade liquor. Trying to change the subject, the PE teacher mentioned she was heading to the university and invited him to walk with her. During the trip, she casually revealed that she had already sent her cousin back to her parents' house. The moment he heard that, Sun Yu stiffened up and immediately demanded to know exactly where the girl had been sent. Far from there, Xiaotan stood outside her house, hesitating before turning the doorknob. The moment she stepped inside and announced she was home, her mother quickly greeted her, saying her father had been looking everywhere for her. Her stepfather, Join, noticed the exhausted look on her face, and fake concern filled his voice as he offered to help with whatever was bothering her. Not wanting to start a scene in front of her mom, Xiaotan swallowed her pride and quietly nodded. Seeing her unusually submissive behavior, her mother happily celebrated what she thought was a truce, suggesting her daughter was finally ready to get along with her stepfather. Adjusting his glasses, the man mocked that the girl finally seemed ready to accept reality and suggested she could start seeing him as a real father. Relieved, her mother clasped her hands together in silent prayer, celebrating what she believed was peace in the household. A moment later, she admitted she had made mistakes in the past by trusting the wrong people, which had ended up hurting her daughter, but promised she would do better from now on. Wearing a smug smile, the man added that no one had to carry the burden alone, and promised to turn the three of them into the perfect family. After checking the fridge, the woman noticed they were running low on groceries, and announced she was heading out to buy supplies for a celebration dinner. The second the front door clicked shut behind her, the villain decided it was the perfect moment to make his move. In the bathroom, Xiaotan stood over the sink, watching water run through her fingers and trying to delay leaving for as long as possible, desperate for even a moment of peace. But the quiet didn't last long. Joinan knocked on the door, claiming he needed to use the bathroom. Terrified, the girl quickly said it was occupied, but the creep coldly replied that he had no intention of waiting. Trying to sound firm, she argued that if he truly cared about her, he would leave her alone inside her own house. Her confidence clearly annoyed him. Switching to a fake speech about family unity, he claimed everyone should support one another and sarcastically suggested her bad mood was probably because of the fight with her cousin. Refusing to back down, Xiaotan cut him off and demanded that he stay out of her personal life. With a sarcastic grin, the man replied that since the family psychologist supposedly cared for her, maybe she should return some of that attention to him. Confused by where the conversation was heading, the girl tried to redirect the topic and casually asked about his recently replaced car. Joinan explained that he had bought the new vehicle around 4 months ago after having issues with the old one. Then, in a dark and unsettling tone, he asked if she remembered the exact date Xiaoyun's father had suffered the accident that left him in a vegetative state, casually dropping the clue into the air. The tension instantly peaked when the timeline matched up. It had been exactly 4 months since the tragic accident that left Xiaoyun's father in a vegetative state. Without flinching, Xiaotan pushed further, reminding him that his old car had gone straight to the scrapyard only 2 days after the tragedy. Completely caught off guard, the man's expression darkened as he demanded to know where his stepdaughter had gotten information like that. Far away, The hero tried to piece together what was going through the teenager's mind. He understood that she had been swallowing the truth and suffering in silence just to spare her mother from devastating heartbreak. But hiding the true face of someone that dangerous would only lead to disaster. Without wasting another second, the doctor firmly stated that they needed to get the girl out of that house as soon as possible. Consumed by guilt, Xiaoyun blamed herself every step of the way, feeling responsible for bringing the psychologist into her aunt's life and accidentally dragging all that chaos into the family. Back at the house, the pressure was closing in. Cornered beneath the shower, Xiaotan watched helplessly as her stepfather intercepted her phone and scrolled through her messages. Once he confirmed Sun Yu was the source of everything, the villain realized the doctor was far too dangerous for a direct confrontation. Choosing a strategic retreat instead of risking exposure, he decided to shift his focus to other matters, sarcastically thinking to himself that the girl would finally get a little peace. Cornered and terrified, the teenager could hear knocks on the bathroom door, but fear left her completely frozen. While the nightmare unfolded inside the house, her mother wandered through the mall completely unaware, shopping for shoes and her daughter's favorite little gifts. By pure coincidence, she ran into her niece and the doctor in the grocery aisle. Excited, the matriarch instantly assumed the two were out on a date, but Xiaoyun immediately wiped the smile off her aunt's face, revealing the urgency of the situation. They were desperately searching for Xiaotan. Still smiling in the middle of the store, the mother casually mentioned that her daughter was already back home and invited the pair over for a peaceful family lunch. Completely blind to reality, she thanked her niece for bringing such a promising young man into their lives and even encouraged the girl to find herself a good match at the university. The moment she unlocked the front door, the hostess complained about the silence, irritated that no one had shown up to help carry the grocery bags. She knocked on the bedroom doors but got no response. While Xiaoyun immediately started panicking, convinced the stepfather had done the worst and abandoned the girl, Sun Yu stayed calm. Sharpening his senses, the doctor picked up faint sounds coming from the bathroom. Without hesitation, the hero rushed over and threw the door open. The sight was horrifying. Xiaotan lay collapsed on the floor, injured and trembling uncontrollably beneath freezing cold water. The image made Sun Yu's blood boil, confirming that the stepfather was a piece of trash far worse than any monster. He immediately rushed to support the victim, urging her to hang on. Even injured and suffering from hypothermia, the girl's biggest concern was protecting her mother, convinced the creep's obsession had only ever been aimed at her. Looking directly into the doctor's eyes, she begged him to hunt down the coward responsible for her nightmare. Holding her hand tightly, the hero made an unshakable promise. The bastard would be found and held accountable. Carrying the teenager out of the bathroom, Sun Yu explained that he needed to treat her injuries immediately. Completely in denial and unable to grasp the seriousness of the situation, the homeowner remained trapped in her fantasy, rushing to defend her husband and swearing he would never hurt anyone. Faced with the woman's blind refusal to accept reality, the atmosphere turned heavy. The injured girl tried to mumble an explanation, but the shock had stolen her voice. Out of patience for the mother's denial, Sun Yu cut the scene short, carried the patient straight to the bedroom, and locked the door to begin treating her wounds. In the living room, the truth finally exploded. Stuttering in fear, Xiaoyun dumped every dark detail about the stepfather onto her aunt all at once. The revelation completely shattered the woman. Falling into self-pity, she began cursing her own fate, convinced she carried some cruel curse that dragged everyone she loved into misery. Trying to soften the blow, her niece promised things would get better, but the comfort had the opposite effect. Burning with rage, the aunt grabbed Xiaoyun by the shoulders and shook her violently, blaming her for everything. If her niece hadn't kicked Xiaotan out earlier, the creep would never have gotten the perfect opportunity. Crushed by guilt, Xiaoyun accepted the blame and promised she would find a way to make things right. But the matriarch collapsed to the floor in tears, screaming that there was no fixing a broken home and desperately asking the heavens how much more she would have to sacrifice just to have a little peace. The emotional breakdown was suddenly interrupted by hard, aggressive pounding on the front door. When the homeowner opened it, she found an employee from the housing department demanding to speak with Mr. Tan. The man enthusiastically praised the incredible medical work a certain doctor had been doing there. It was like a switch flipped in her mind. Ignoring the chaos from moments earlier, the wife instantly brightened up and proudly confirmed that, thanks to Sun Yu's intensive treatment, her husband would finally wake from his coma within days. Meanwhile, the criminal disguised as a psychologist made his move inside the patient's room. Standing over the comatose man, he suggested Mrs. Tun finish cleaning the house while he took care of the patient. Unsure of how to interact with her unconscious husband, the woman bought the excuse and left the room. At the same time, Xiaoyun tried calming her aunt down, assuring her that the injured girl was asleep and needed rest. Standing beside them, Sun Yu made a firm promise. The villain would be hunted down and pay for everything. Once things settled down, the teacher mentioned she needed to leave and take care of some loose ends. The homeowner agreed immediately, insisting that catching the attacker was the top priority and promising she would personally protect her daughter from now on. As soon as the two stepped outside to give the hostess some space, the full weight of reality finally crushed the woman. Alone with her thoughts, she was consumed by guilt, replaying the hell her daughter had suffered because of her blind decisions. Convinced she was cursed and only brought misery to the people she loved, she accepted her fate, hoping only that her daughter would someday find happiness far away from that nightmare. Out on the street, Xiaoyun desperately tried to guess the villain's escape route. Sun Yu quickly connected the dots and pointed to the most likely destination, her house. The hero realized the criminal's next move probably involved the teacher's father, who was also bedridden. Panicked by the realization, the young woman immediately called her mother to warn her. On the other end of the line, everything sounded completely normal. The matriarch casually invited her to dinner and, almost as an afterthought, dropped a bombshell. Uncle was already sitting in the living room paying them a visit. At the very same time, back at the other house, Mrs. Tan slowly climbed the stairs, completely unaware of the danger closing in. Standing at the edge of the balcony, the woman made a heartbreaking decision. Convinced her terrible luck would only ruin her daughter's life, she silently wished for the girl to find happiness and jumped. On the other end of the call, Xiaoyun heard the brutal impact behind her mother. The shock hit instantly. Completely frozen, the teacher slowly pulled the phone away from her ear and barely managed to whisper her aunt's name as the horrifying reality sank in. At the other house, Xiaoyun's mother completely missed how serious the situation was. Thinking the silence and strange noise on the call were just bad phone reception, she casually set the phone aside and went to prepare a tray of fruit to welcome the guest. In the patient's room, the atmosphere felt like an execution. Staring down at the comatose owner of the house, the visitor finally dropped the nice guy act. He made it clear that he wouldn't let the doctor's treatment ruin his plans, because if that man woke up, the entire scam would fall apart. The women of the family had always been his real targets, and the patriarch was the only obstacle standing in the way. Running him over years ago had been the perfect move to take him out of the picture, but the old man had stubbornly survived. Now, the villain was there to finish what he started. Without hesitation, he moved to suffocate and stab the helpless patient, mocking the weak and desperate attempt of the bedridden man to stop the blade with trembling hands. The final strike was interrupted by the sound of shattered ceramic. Frozen in the doorway, the wife dropped the plate of apples onto the floor. Panic hit her instantly when she caught the fake family friend holding a knife. The truth slammed into her like a truck. The man standing in front of her was the same cowardly driver who had run over her husband. Cold and emotionless, the killer didn't back down. He simply declared that the old man's time was finally up. She stepped between the attacker and her husband's bed, determined to stop him no matter what. Gripping a kitchen knife, she shouted that his trail of blood would end right there. The so-called psychologist only sneered, casually grabbing her wrist and disarming her with ease while mocking how weak she was. Then he revealed the sick truth behind everything. He had only tolerated the marriage so he could get close to the daughters in the house, adding that Xiaoyun had always been the main target. Laughing at the woman's desperate attempt to protect her family, the criminal announced that he had originally planned to spare her, but now he had no choice but to kill her too, as he lunged forward with murderous intent. The attack was stopped in the blink of an eye. A needle fired with surgical precision pierced the villain's hand, sending the knife flying across the room. Stunned and clutching his injured wrist, the criminal stumbled back, unable to understand who had broken through his defense. Sun Yu appeared in the doorway like a wall, his cold stare making it clear that this was the end of the line. Furious, the fake psychologist barked that the doctor was sticking his nose where it didn't belong and warned that meddling in other people's business would cost him his life. Losing control, the killer snatched the knife back off the floor and charged forward for one last desperate attack, screaming that he'd gut anyone who got in his way, including the girls in the family. The moment Sun Yu heard the threat against them, his mind flashed back to Xiaoyun breaking down in tears, blaming herself for her aunt's suffering and begging him to rush over and save her parents while making the monster pay for every horrible thing he had done. The criminal slashed his knife forward, fully convinced he was about to tear open the doctor's chest, but the blade sliced through nothing but air. Before he could even process what happened, the counterattack hit like a freight train. In an instant, Sun Yu dodged and unleashed a devastating punch straight to the man's jaw, wiping the smug look off his face immediately. Before the villain could collapse unconscious, the hero grabbed him by the collar and warned that it was way too early for him to black out because the punishment for every one of his crimes was only getting started. With one more brutal impact, the villain was slammed into the floor, beaten, bleeding, and completely helpless beside the now useless knife. Sun Yu calmly walked over to the body, sealing the fate of that piece of trash right then and there. Remembering that Mrs. Tom was still curled up in the corner of the room, the young man ordered her to call the police immediately. Still in shock and terrified about her daughter's whereabouts, the mother demanded news about Xiao Yun, finally calming down after the doctor assured her that the girl was safe with Xiao Ton and would return soon. Lying on the floor, the criminal tried to throw out one last insult, but Sun Yu coldly cut him off, saying that sending him to a grave would be far too merciful for a monster like him. The hero wanted him to truly feel the weight of his sins. Channeling an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy into the palm of his hand, he struck directly into the man's chest. A blinding light filled the room as the technique activated, destroying the villain's internal energy channels from the inside. Terror hit instantly. Feeling like thousands of insects were devouring his organs and crawling beneath his skin, the attacker screamed in unbearable agony, desperately begging for the police to arrive and save him. Later, the forensic team inspected the scene. The lead officer muttered that, while the evidence clearly pointed to self-defense, the condition of the criminal was horrifying, with his internal energy channels completely destroyed. Used to handling the city's darkest cases, including recent human trafficking reports crossing his desk, the detective knew this investigation would be anything but simple. Back at the station, the blonde investigator rubbed her temples, exhausted by the mountain of problems and wishing for a miracle to close the case. Her thoughts were interrupted by a phone call. It was Director Mao, asking whether the report about the doctor's excessive self-defense was finished yet. After getting confirmation, the superior ordered all the paperwork sent directly to his desk so the case could be buried. Thanks to his intervention, the official report only stated that Sun Yu had subdued the attacker without causing any major hospitalization-worthy injuries. The hero thanked his ally over the phone, knowing the favor would save him from a massive headache. Still, Director Mao tried to stretch the conversation and ask for a medical favor in return, but the attempt failed. Sun Yu politely apologized and ended the call, explaining that he was too busy dealing with the fallout from that night to handle anything else. Director Mao clarified that he wasn't calling about his own health, but about the chaos spreading through the streets. He revealed that he knew the hero had close ties to the Siu family, and asked if the doctor had any idea how bad things had gotten since the eldest heir took over the clan, causing the city's black market weapons trade to explode. Surprised that the authorities were already tracking the operation, Sun Yu admitted he had been investigating the matter himself. Standing up, the director made it clear he was counting on the young man's influence to stop Huan's plans, though he warned him to think carefully before diving headfirst into that war. The young doctor replied that he had already identified the enemy's weak spot, but first, he needed to deal with an urgent personal issue, helping stabilize the mental state of the women around him. Still trapped in the room, Xiao Tan heard a knock at the door. On the other side, her cousin softly announced that dinner was ready and urged her to eat, pointing out that locking herself in darkness wouldn't heal the trauma. After getting no response, Xiao Yun gave up and said she would be in the living room if she needed anything. Just then, the front door unlocked with a click. Sun Yu had arrived to support the two of them. As soon as he crossed paths with the teacher, the doctor immediately confirmed that everything at the police station had been taken care of. Speaking in a tense whisper, Xiao Yun suggested they move to the living room so they wouldn't disturb her cousin's sleep. She updated him on the family situation, explaining that her mother would have help from the third sister to arrange the funeral, but admitted that Xiao Tan's emotional state was still terrible and that the girl needed to start recovering somehow. Her voice trembling, the teacher thanked the hero for all his support and protection before quickly changing the subject to stop herself from crying. Locked inside her room, Xiao Tan overheard the conversation and caught the worst part. Her stepfather was still alive. Shock turned into fury. She threw the door open, stormed towards Sun Yu, and demanded to know why he hadn't finished the monster off for good. Holding the girl firmly, the doctor tried to calm her down, explaining that punishment had already been delivered. The creep's internal channels and body had been destroyed so badly that he would spend the rest of his life in a vegetative state with no chance of recovery. The promise of permanent suffering wasn't enough to satisfy the teenager's thirst for justice. Seeing her cousin spiraling, Xiao Yun gently stepped in, reminding her that laws existed and that the justice system would handle the rest. Shaking and in tears, Xiaotan exploded, rejecting the moral lecture. She screamed that nobody there had the right to ask her to calm down when the monster had survived while her mother had been driven to her death from the balcony. The weight of those words completely crushed the teacher, leaving her speechless under the burden of guilt. Noticing how mentally drained everyone was, Sun Yu stepped in and warned that arguing in the heat of the moment would only make everyone's depression worse. Xiao Yun, however, admitted her cousin had every right to feel that way. Exhausted, she said she would leave the two alone to talk and retreated to her room to try and sleep. Alone with the hero, the teenager vented about how strict her cousin had been, but the doctor gently corrected her, pointing out that Xiao Yun was only reacting out of pain after watching someone she loved suffer. Meanwhile, lying alone in bed, the teacher desperately searched for some kind of redemption, willing to sacrifice anything if it meant earning her cousin's forgiveness. When Sun Yu entered her room minutes later, she quickly wiped her face and asked whether things had calmed down. The doctor admitted that his biggest concern was her well-being. Xiao Yun tried to hide how broken she felt, but eventually gave in, saying she would pay any price if it meant her cousin could finally find peace. Seeing the heavy exhaustion in her eyes and realizing how late it had gotten, the doctor decided it was time to put an end to that chaotic night. He said he would come back immediately if any emergency happened. That was when the teacher, in a mix of embarrassment and desperation, made a shocking suggestion. She awkwardly asked if he could spend the night in her cousin's room. Sun Yu froze, completely confused about why he should be sleeping with a teenager. Realizing how ridiculous the suggestion sounded, Xiao Yun apologized immediately. She admitted she was desperate to make things up to her cousin, but had no idea how. The hero quickly realized guilt was clouding her judgment, though he still thought the idea was way too extreme. Xiao Yun insisted her cousin had every right to be angry and, without dancing around the issue, admitted she knew the teenager had feelings for the doctor. In a softer tone, she asked him not to reject the girl outright, and to at least give her a chance. Swallowing her pride, she seemed ready to sacrifice anything for her cousin's happiness. But the conversation hadn't been as private as they thought. Xiaotan suddenly appeared in the hallway and rushed to hug Xiao Yun, crying as she shouted that she should never have said something like that. Through tears, the girl declared that the past would stay in the past and that from now on, she would only live to honor her mother's memory without needing any forced compensation. Surprised, Xiao Yun asked if she had overheard everything. The teenager admitted she had and laid all her cards on the table. She made it clear that she wasn't about to hand Sun Yu over without a fight because she knew perfectly well that her cousin had feelings for him too from the very beginning. Flustered, the teacher awkwardly tried to deny it, but Xiaotan cut her off with a bold suggestion. Maybe the two of them should compete for, or even share, the hero's attention together. Completely speechless and red with embarrassment, Xiao Yun could only stammer that she needed time to think. While the dynamic between the cousins shifted in the living room, Sun Yu had already walked away, focused only on figuring out how to protect the family's mental state without everything turning into complete chaos. The tension eventually faded, and peace was restored. Sun Yu came back to the two girls and suggested that the smartest thing would be for them to sleep together that night for emotional support. Later, finally lying down in his own room, the doctor started connecting the dots and felt a flicker of irritation. He realized the cousins' sudden alliance might actually be part of a coordinated plan to corner him and mess with him. Exhaustion eventually won. The night flew by. Early the next morning, the woman of the house was already clattering pots around in the kitchen, calling the hero to breakfast and warning him that he'd be late for work if he didn't hurry and eat the big meal she had prepared. Once everyone sat down to eat, the silent sense of shared secrets between the two survivors of the night was impossible to miss. Picking up on the weird glances and the doctor's nervous behavior, the teacher immediately grew suspicious, commenting that the pair were acting incredibly strange and asking if they had gotten into some kind of fight. The doctor nearly choked on his coffee, coughing hard as he awkwardly insisted everything was perfectly fine. The hostess's instincts told her otherwise, but the teenager quickly stepped in to smooth things over. She praised the doctor, saying he was simply being an amazing tutor, even if she herself could be a little difficult sometimes. As if the tension wasn't already bad enough, the girl leaned over and, with way too much affection, wiped the corner of the young man's mouth. Before he left, she reminded the doctor to come visit her the second he had free time. Thinking it was a great idea, the teacher supported the suggestion, even encouraging her friend to use his extra hours to help the girl with both her studies and cooking. Out on the street and heading to work, the hero was being eaten alive by guilt. A lookout on the sidewalk made a phone call to Mr. Wan, reporting that the target was on his way to the institution. On the other end of the line, the boss ordered his lackey to keep watching but not make a move yet, since he was already planning a new surprise attack against the doctor himself. Once he arrived, Sun Yu started his day debating the properties of a rare new medicinal compound with Tian Lin. Cutting through all the technical jargon, the young man suddenly asked where Fei Yu was, finding her absence unusual. The brunette explained that the blonde had been overwhelmed by her intense study schedule lately, which kept her from showing up often. The hero pretended to accept the explanation, but his doctor's instincts immediately kicked in. Something about the excuse felt off. From the look on his friend's face lately, one thing was obvious. Happiness wasn't exactly part of the picture. His train of thought about the girl's academic struggles was suddenly interrupted by his phone ringing. On the other end came an urgent warning. Someone had collapsed near the lake. Saying he would handle it quickly, the young doctor prepared to head out for the emergency, but the girl insisted on coming with him, completely ignoring his protests that he could manage it on his own. The two ran through the park searching for the exact location. The moment he spotted the target on the other side of the avenue, the young man rushed forward without checking either side, stepping straight into the path of a speeding minibus. A brutal instinct kicked in at the very last second, making Sun Yu stop dead in his tracks and step back onto the sidewalk as the vehicle barely missed him. The screeching brakes gave everything away. This was a targeted hit. Tires squealing, the van came to a stop, and the driver stepped out with a baseball bat resting on his shoulder, mocking the doctor's quick reflexes. Sun Yu didn't even flinch. He stretched his arms and locked eyes with Wan Pin, making it clear he was ready for a fight, but the rival only burst out laughing. The message was simple. The doctor was surrounded and badly outnumbered, especially with an informant already inside the group. When Sun Yu noticed Fei Yu standing nearby, he confronted the blonde about the supposed setup. She fired back, saying the doctor was only still alive because of sheer luck and one patient, revealing that the real plan had been to get both of them killed right there. Her original plan had involved making a drastic sacrifice to protect him, even considering a dangerous alliance with Wan Pin. But Sun Yu's sudden disappearance had ruined everything. Trying to protect herself, she had chosen to isolate herself to avoid further conflict and regain some peace of mind. But that plan failed miserably. Wan Pin tracked her down early that morning and sent his goons to storm the place and finish things once and for all. Taking advantage of Fei Yu's fall from grace after the scandal involving her parents, the rival group cornered her, turning her thirst for revenge into desperation. Feeling guilty, Fei Yu tried to ease Sun Yu's burden, insisting that he should just leave and that she would handle the situation herself. Her words immediately annoyed Wan Pin. Smirking, the villain said he wouldn't stop the doctor from leaving, but he had one twisted condition. He wanted to see how many hits that pretty face of hers could take. Pressured by the situation involving his ex, Sun Yu looked at Wan Pin coldly, raised his hand, and demanded Fei Yu's release. He made it clear the problem was between the two of them, and that holding the blonde hostage made no sense. Holding an iron rod, Wan Pin agreed to let Fei Yu go. On one condition, the hero had to take 3 hits without fighting back. The goons thought that was too easy and pushed for 10 instead. One of them, eager to show off, puffed out his chest and bragged that he had a black belt in Taekwondo and could knock the doctor out with a single move. Sun Yu only smiled at the provocation and picked up his own rod. In the next second, the thug swung the iron bar, but the doctor blocked it with so much force that the weapon bounced back and bent completely out of shape. Seeing the twisted metal bat and the terrified look on the thug's face, it was obvious the fight was already over. Sun Yu casually remarked that if the guy really practiced martial arts, he deserved a real fight. Not wasting any time, the doctor turned to the other 2 goons and asked if they wanted to come at him together because he was in a hurry. Terrified by the display of strength, the 2 instantly backed down, stammering that they had only come to watch and still had work to do. They sprinted to the van and sped off so hard the tires nearly caught fire, leaving their boss behind. Watching their cowardly escape, the doctor mocked how weak those goons became when things got serious. A short while later, already inside the locker room, an acquaintance treated the injury on Sun Yu's head and warned him to be extra careful because of his injured leg. The treatment continued. The doctor explained that some discomfort was expected but completely under control. Embarrassed, the girl apologized while Sun Yu reassured her, explaining that the medication was already working on her leg and the pain would ease soon. The blonde kept apologizing for the trouble, but Sun Yu cut off the guilt trip, saying his priority was keeping her safe and that he wouldn't allow anyone to get hurt just for being around him. When he noticed tears in her eyes, he asked what was wrong. Wiping her arm, she admitted that she felt like a burden, someone broken who only caused trouble for others. Sun Yu calmed her down. making it clear she had simply been a pawn in Wanpin's game, and that the danger had already passed. What mattered now was moving forward. Ready to get back to treating patients and satisfied that her condition was stable, meanwhile, elsewhere, Meng Chenchuan was calmly enjoying his drink until Mensi arrived and apologized for being late. With a serious expression, the woman got straight to the point and asked where they could pick up the same trail Sun Yu had been following. The warning bells rang the moment the paperwork for the second weapons smuggling operation hit the table. The man assured her he had already altered all the records in time, so someone else would end up taking the fall for them. The calm ended when Mensi tried to quietly slip away, immediately triggering the madam's anger as she ordered him to stop. Suspicious, she revealed that the whole setup had been a test to see whether he was truly loyal to the doctor or just bluffing to save himself. Terrified, Mensi dropped to his knees and swore he had followed every single one of his boss's orders without fail. To test the limits of his submission, the woman demanded something humiliating. She wanted him to kiss her shoes right then and there. The man stammered, arguing that he obeyed the doctor, but she had no authority to order something like that. The madam shot back arrogantly, claiming the command indirectly came from Sun Yu himself, given the close connection between the two. With no way out and afraid of the consequences, the man quickly started apologizing for his hesitation. Completely submissive, he dropped to the floor and crawled to prove his loyalty. The grotesque scene shocked everyone watching, leaving them unsure whether it was all an act or outright cruelty. Just as he was about to press his lips against her shoes, declaring it an honor, the woman suddenly felt disgusted by the whole thing. Sickened by the extreme groveling, she changed her mind and ordered him to stand up. Instead of the kiss, she had something far more valuable in mind. He would become an undercover informant and report every move made by the rival family. Still on the floor, the man let out a relieved breath for escaping the humiliation, though a bitter realization started growing in his mind. Sun Yu didn't care about him at all and only saw him as a disposable pawn. Bitterness only grew during the days of silence. The doctor hadn't shown up in a long time, reinforcing the suspicion that he had completely forgotten about her. Just as the woman was getting ready to leave, she was stopped by a messenger claiming to represent Madame Pei, demanding her immediate presence. Remembering the woman's reputation as a mercenary, the young woman immediately shut the idea down, saying she had no business with her. The lackey only smiled, claiming he didn't know the details of his boss's affairs, but making it clear that her attendance was not optional. Annoyed and left with no real choice, she ordered her assistant to stay alert. The reason for the meeting became obvious the moment recent hotel photos were placed on the table. The evidence proved that Pei was still digging for dirt on both her and Sun Yu. With open disdain, the businesswoman mocked the attempted blackmail, making it clear that not everything could be bought and that her connection with the doctor had nothing to do with money. Straight to the point, she demanded to know the real reason behind the summons. On the other side, the rival woman dripped venom, admitting she had always found the young woman fascinating. What intrigued the mercenary was the dramatic shift in behavior. How could someone who once wanted the doctor dead now act like his protector? Something major must have happened between the two. Pei then hit a nerve, bringing up the old man's disappearance and throwing suspicions of murder straight at Sun Yu's group. The young woman fired back immediately, demanding an end to the charade and firmly stating that she and the doctor were nothing more than allies. The argument only earned sarcastic laughter from her rival, who crossed her arms and mocked the so-called partnership, suggesting the guy must be truly irresistible to inspire that level of loyalty, while warning her to open her eyes before she ended up getting played. Madame Chui was visibly nervous, sweating cold as she tried to hide how rattled she was. She started talking non-stop, trying to convince the boss that Zhang Yu was nothing more than a mediocre, insignificant doctor. Desperate to defuse the situation, Chui dismissed everything as a temporary mistake and begged her to call off the investigation into the young man immediately. But the boss wasn't in the mood for games. She cornered Chui and silenced her by placing a finger against the woman's lips. With no patience for lies, the boss got straight to the point. Zhang Yu was an anomaly. He was the only person capable of resisting the effects of her special anesthetic, proving that he was hiding abilities far beyond the ordinary. Under pressure, Chui demanded to know what the real plan was. With a calculating smile, the boss revealed that her only goal was to form an alliance with the doctor. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a trusted subordinate, who immediately volunteered to help however she could. The boss wasted no time assigning the mission. The order was to use a fake illness as a cover, go to Chungcheong Hospital, keep a close eye on Zhang Yu, and somehow recruit him into their faction. The agent accepted the task on the spot, showing complete loyalty. As she left, the boss couldn't resist taking another jab at Chui, sarcastically warning that she wouldn't take responsibility if the mission ended up ruining Chui's personal relationship with the target. Chui tried to keep her composure, crossing her arms and responding coldly. However, her tone changed dramatically as she issued a dark warning. The boss better not try any dirty tricks with the doctor. Cut to Chungcheong Hospital. The shift was over, and Zhang Yu just wanted to go home. He quickly tried to send the last person at the clinic door on her way, telling her to come back the next day, but he let his guard down. Without giving him a chance to react, the agent suddenly lunged forward, pinned the doctor against the wall, and announced that the search was finally over. Zhang Yu was startled by the sudden attack and demanded to know who the intruder was. Completely ignoring his personal space, the spy moved even closer. With a provocative attitude, she explained that she was there because of the doctor's incredible reputation, laying down a manipulative bait that could have unpredictable consequences later on. Back in the examination room, the situation was pure chaos. Zhang Yu checked the patient's pulse, quietly muttering to himself as he tried to make sense of the results. Growing impatient with the delay, the girl teased the doctor, implying that he was dragging out the examination just to keep her around. Caught off guard, the doctor cleared his throat and tried to regain his professional composure. He explained that the diagnosis didn't make any sense at all. The patient had reported symptoms of a serious condition, but her body showed nothing more than an ordinary cold. Inside, the agent celebrated. The fake illness was going exactly according to plan. Without lowering his guard, Zhang Yu insisted that she was perfectly healthy. Putting on an impressive act, the girl pretended to be offended before quickly changing tactics. She suggested taking a break from the examination and invited him to lunch at Hua Tian Da, the grilled fish restaurant, claiming that the doctor could get to know her better over a meal. But the mention of the place triggered an immediate reaction. Zhang Yu went pale and recoiled in shock, absolutely terrified by the thought of having to set foot in that restaurant again. Noticing his bizarre reaction, the agent asked if there was a problem with the place she'd chosen. Swallowing his panic, Zhang Yu quickly covered it up, hurriedly assuring her that the place was perfect and that there was absolutely no problem. Behind the scenes at the restaurant, Xiao He went straight to the owner to deliver the news. Zhang Yu was back. The owner immediately asked who he was with this time. When she learned that he had shown up with an unfamiliar woman, the boss's patience vanished. Annoyed by the doctor's usual behavior, she decided he needed to be taught a lesson immediately. Her order to the kitchen staff was absolute. No one was to prepare anything for that table. She would handle the cooking herself and personally teach the young man a lesson. In the dining area, the agent studied her target up close. Holding a glass of water, she struck up a conversation strategically. The girl praised the doctor's reputation, commenting on how difficult it was to get an appointment with him, and subtly probed what the daily life of someone so sought after and mysterious was really like. With complete calm and naturalness, Zhang Yu summed up his days. He explained that his work varied depending on the situation, ranging from treating illnesses and helping women in need to throwing punches at criminals. It was the exact opening the spy needed. With a sly smile, she revealed that she had inside information and laid out the perfect bait to test him, casually mentioning how ruthless the Black Dragon Commune faction could be. Zhang Yu didn't let the information slide. He narrowed his eyes, intrigued by how much his companion knew about the criminals in the area. Caught red-handed, the spy broke into a cold sweat. Trying to save her cover, she used the old excuse of having nosy relatives to explain her knowledge of the underworld, while cursing herself internally for making such an amateur mistake. The suspicious atmosphere was cut short by Xiao He arriving with the main course. Trying to shift the focus, the agent began praising the restaurant's grilled fish. The doctor readily agreed, complimented the unbeatable recipe, and took his first bite. It was a terrible mistake. The taste was an unbearable explosion of salt. Zhang Yu immediately started choking, his eyes wide and his face turning pale. Ignoring Xiao He's attempt to help him, the young man stood up furiously. Completely disgusted by the awful taste, he demanded that whoever was in the kitchen come out immediately. The threat was clear and direct. Either they came up with an excellent explanation for that culinary disaster, or he would bury the place in a lawsuit. The answer came from behind him. The restaurant owner appeared, oozing arrogance behind her sunglasses. Without showing the slightest bit of intimidation, she told the doctor to calm down and proudly admitted that she was responsible for the dish. In a mocking tone, the owner challenged him to settle the damages directly with her. The moment Zhang Yu turned around and saw her, his patience hit zero. He angrily declared that he had already suspected she was involved and demanded to know what the real purpose behind this ridiculous act was. The restaurant owner didn't lose her composure. With a casual wave, she invited Zhang Yu to settle things in her office, using the excuse that they shouldn't cause a scene in the dining area. The spy, realizing how dangerous it would be to lose control of the situation, tried to intervene. Tugging on the doctor's sleeve with a nervous smile, she suggested that they simply find somewhere else to eat, hoping to avoid any trouble with the restaurant staff. Zhang Yu shut the idea down immediately. Completely focused, he insisted that the salty dish had been an intentional trap, and that he wasn't backing down until he got to the bottom of it. The agent raised her hand to argue again, but soon realized that the man's determination was unshakable. Reluctantly, and visibly anxious about the way her plan was going off track, she gave in, promising to wait at the table and only asking him to come back as quickly as possible. The doctor followed the owner to the VIP room. With her hand on the doorknob, she shot him a disdainful look over her shoulder, making it clear that he was free to run if he was intimidated. Without lowering his guard, the young man calmly fired back, saying he would walk in without hesitation because she didn't seem like a real threat. The heavy sound of the door closing left the two of them alone. With no time to waste, Zhang Yu cut straight to the point and demanded answers about her true identity and her intentions at the establishment. However, before he could finish, she interrupted him. In a swift move, the woman suddenly closed the distance between them, catching the doctor completely off guard and leaving him no time to react. The initial shock soon gave way to recognition. With her sudden closeness, an unmistakable memory flashed through Zhang Yu's mind. Maintaining her bold demeanor, the woman flashed a teasing smile and asked if he finally remembered who she was. The hostility and suspicion vanished instantly, replaced by a nostalgic atmosphere. In a lighter tone, she explained that the chaotic welcome and the disgusting dish were nothing more than a playful revenge for the reckless behavior and teasing he used to throw her way in the past. Zhang Yu relaxed and smiled, giving in to the nostalgic mood. He admitted how surprised he was by their unlikely reunion, affectionately calling Wang Jun now by name and making it clear that he could never have forgotten her. Visibly moved, she sighed in relief that he still remembered her and briefly explained how hard she had fought to build the successful empire she had today. Taking advantage of their restored connection, Jun now offered to help him with whatever he needed. The doctor tried to brush her off, explaining that his current situation was far too dangerous and chaotic to involve her. But the businesswoman stood her ground. She admitted that she didn't have the same influence as the massive Chu or Long families, but assured him that her own influence was nothing to underestimate, something he agreed with without a second thought. Suddenly, the tone of the conversation grew serious. Jun now revealed that she had staged that entire scene in the dining area because she urgently needed to warn him. She got straight to the point and asked what he knew about the woman waiting for him at the table. When Zhang Yu dismissed her as nothing more than an ordinary patient, the restaurant owner immediately shattered that illusion. She revealed that the young woman was actually the left-hand woman of the Bay Car Corporation's leader, someone she herself had recognized at a high-level conference. The message was clear. If that organization was after him, he was in serious danger. The doctor was confused and sarcastically asked if the corporation sold cars. Jun now shook her head, warning him that their power rivaled the Chu family, and, to make matters worse, underworld rumors pointed to a direct alliance with the Black Dragon commune. It was like a light bulb going off in Zhang Yu's head. The missing piece of the puzzle finally fell into place. That explained why the fake patient knew so much about the local criminals. With a much more serious expression, he thanked his old friend for the information that had completely changed the game. Whatever the spy's real plan was, from that moment on, he would be keeping a close eye on her. The heavy mood disappeared as soon as Wang Jun now flashed a sly smile. Showing off her negotiating skills, she warned him that a simple thank you wouldn't cut it. Amused by the young man's sudden nervousness, the businesswoman admitted she was materialistic and demanded a fee for keeping such valuable information confidential. However, she made it clear that money wouldn't pay this particular bill. The price would be a favor owed. Cornered but amused by the situation, Zhang Yu accepted the deal, promising that she could call in the favor whenever she wanted. The break was over. The doctor needed to return to the dining area immediately before his companion became suspicious. Jun now gave him one final warning about the danger he was facing, but the doctor simply glanced back over his shoulder with a sharp smile. He had everything under control. When he returned to the table, the spy wasted no time. Hiding her nervous sweat, she questioned why he had taken so long and tried to get information about the owner's true identity. Playing along, Zhang Yu expertly dodged the question. He closed his eyes and calmly summed up the businesswoman as an old friend with a terrible habit of playing practical jokes. Without giving her a chance to ask anything else, he slipped back into his doctor persona. After a quick apology for the ruined lunch, he got straight to the point. Looking at the girl intently, Zhang Yu laid out his bait. He claimed to have found a way to cure her illness, but demanded that she follow his treatment without question. Caught off guard and immediately alert, the agent asked what she was supposed to do next. The answer came in the form of a small red pill. The young woman held the medicine, eyeing it with deep suspicion. In her mind, she tried to detect any trace of poison, but the pill appeared completely harmless. Noticing her hesitation, the young man tossed an identical pill into the air, radiating confidence. He claimed that the medicine was a secret family formula, unmatched when it came to stabilizing the body. His medical instructions were simple: take the pill, monitor her body's reaction, and come back if she experienced any discomfort. Caught up in her own act and needing to recover her energy, she decided to take the risk. In an act of blind faith, the patient put the pill in her mouth and swallowed it. Night had already fallen over the city. Bored in the comfort of her room, Madame Chui called Zhang Yu, insisting that he come over to see her. Walking through the busy streets, the doctor was caught off guard. Pressured about why he'd disappeared, he quickly dodged the question. His excuse was hard to argue with. He had to meet with the police for a dangerous operation. Annoyed, she had no choice but to accept the excuse and hang up. The phone flew onto the pillow. Frustrated that she felt like she was begging for the young man's attention, Chui sighed in boredom, but her disappointment didn't last long. If the doctor wasn't coming, there was another solution. With a smile like she'd just had a brilliant idea, she decided to call an old friend she hadn't seen in ages to save the night. On the sidewalk, Zhang Yu put his phone away and turned his attention back to the blonde police officer coordinating the operation. Holding her clipboard, she tried to stop him from participating. As valuable as the doctor's clues were, the mission involved the risk of heavy gunfire, and civilians weren't supposed to be there. Confidently, the young man assured her that he wouldn't be dead weight. The investigator sighed, defeated by his stubbornness, and agreed to bring him along on the condition that he didn't cause any trouble. The problem was, when she turned around, she realized he had completely disappeared. The officer shouted angrily into the night, having no idea where the meddling doctor had gone. Cut to an isolated, unlit road. A box truck pulled over onto the shoulder. Meng Shi waited near the trees with a briefcase in his hand. When he saw Lord Wolf approaching, the Chu family air-waved excitedly. The veteran, however, immediately went on high alert, demanding to know why they were alone. With an innocent smile, Meng Shi explained that sending the henchmen away was the best way to avoid unwanted attention. Wolf didn't like the strategy, but chose not to question the boss's orders. He simply issued a cold warning, making a move without backup, and in the dark was an open invitation for deadly surprises. Meng Ji swallowed his pride and admitted his mistake, visibly uncomfortable with his own inexperience. With no time to waste, Wolf cut him off and checked whether the transaction money was secured. After getting confirmation, the veteran flashed a greedy smile and motioned for him to inspect the cargo in the truck. During the short walk to the trailer, the Chu heir's steps grew slower. The cold sweat gave away his panic. Wolf noticed his hesitation and gave the rookie a reality check, warning that without keeping his cool, he'd never be able to close any major deals in the future. When he opened the truck's heavy doors, the smuggler bragged about the colossal fortune represented by the merchandise inside. In silence, Meng Ji maintained a cold expression, mentally calculating that he needed to stay alive if he wanted to spend that money. But the glory didn't last long. As the darkness inside the truck was illuminated, Wolf froze in complete shock. Sitting casually on top of the smuggled crates, Zhang Yu stared at him with utter contempt. Desperate, the criminal shouted, demanding to know who the intruder was. With a mocking tone, the doctor simply replied that he was the police. The next second, the road erupted into chaos. Sirens tore through the silence as blinding headlights surrounded the area. Police cruisers blocked every escape route. The blonde officer coordinated the tactical team's advance, weapon in hand, shouting the final warning through a megaphone. Surrender immediately or face lethal force. Cornered by the ambush, Wolf's mind raced. There had to be a spy. Blinded by rage, he grabbed Meng Ji, pulled out his gun, and pressed the barrel against the heir's head. The young man fell into complete panic, crying and begging for help, while the smuggler promised to kill him right there to avenge the operation he'd just lost. Even with a desperate gunman aiming at him, Zhang Yu didn't back down an inch. Wearing an arrogant grin, he coldly reassured Meng Ji that he wasn't going to die because he was far too valuable as a pawn. Furious at the intruder's audacity, Wolf demanded to know what was going on. That was Zhang Yu's cue to deliver the final blow. The doctor loudly declared that the heir had betrayed the Chu family and was now working as his personal informant. Far from the truck, the blonde investigator watched the scene in panic. Fearing the worst, she desperately shouted for the doctor to back off and stop provoking the armed criminal. Desperation took over Wolf. Blinded by rage after realizing he'd been set up, the smuggler pulled the trigger, screaming that he was sending the intruder straight to the grave. The gunshot tore through the night. Cut abruptly to the inside of a luxurious mansion, where Jin collapsed onto the floor with a dull thud, letting out a startled cry. Madame Chui immediately rushed over and caught her by the shoulders. Trying to break the tension, Jin gave an awkward smile, joked that the house seemed to hate her, and called her auntie. The homeowner immediately shut down the formality. Clearly embarrassed, she insisted on being called sister, pointing out that the two of them were practically the same age. Outside, holding a cup, Jin frowned and questioned whether the new way of addressing each other wasn't a little too weird. Chui brushed off the concern like it was nothing. The logic was simple. Since they'd both been cast out of the Chu family, the old hierarchy no longer meant anything. From that moment on, their old titles didn't matter. They were simply sisters now. Taking advantage of their growing friendship, Madame Chui invited her friend to stay for a few days, since Jin had been complaining about how boring it was living alone. Looking around, the girl asked if anyone else lived there. Chui forced a laugh and quickly brushed off the question. She lied, saying she only had friends over from time to time, determined to keep her relationship with Zhang Yu locked away under 7 layers of secrecy. Telling Jin that she was going to take a shower, the hostess instructed her to settle into the first bedroom on the left on the 2nd floor. As soon as she was alone, the guest narrowed her eyes. Her instincts never failed. She was absolutely certain Chui was hiding something big. Back on the isolated road, the tactical operation was successfully wrapped up. Wolf and Mengji were handcuffed and dragged toward the police cars. Before they were taken away, Zhang Yu approached the heir with an unforgiving warning. He needed to come clean and confess every detail at the station. In a complete panic, Mengji begged to know when he would be released. The doctor's answer was cold and blunt. "I don't know." From a distance, the police investigator watched the aftermath in complete shock. The confrontation replayed in her mind over and over. When Wolf had pulled the trigger at point-blank range, Zhang Yu had simply dodged the bullet with inhuman ease. As she processed what she'd just seen, the officer reached an undeniable conclusion. The doctor was far from an ordinary man. While the blonde officer struggled to process the absurd speed, wondering if something like that was even humanly possible, Zhang Yu simply smiled. With a dismissive attitude, he downplayed the feat, claiming it was nothing more than basic kung fu lessons he had learned from his grandfather. Realizing she had underestimated him, the officer formally apologized. The doctor accepted it calmly, but left her with a serious warning before walking away. The Chu family would move heaven and earth to get Chu Mengxi released, so she needed to stay on high alert. At the mansion, the early hours of the morning seemed endless for A Xin. Lying in bed, she kept thinking about how far Zhang Yu had gone to protect her from her own family. Torn between doubt and gratitude, she wondered whether he was acting out of loyalty to her grandfather or because he genuinely wanted to protect her. The resentment she had once held no longer made sense. She sighed, deciding that when the time was right, she would have to apologize to the doctor. The silence was broken by a creak. The door slowly opened. Jin jolted awake, letting out a muffled gasp when she noticed a figure in the room. Zhang Yu appeared beside the bed with a suggestive smile. Before she could ask a single question, he leaned in and kissed her urgently, silencing her instantly. Frozen in place, Jin felt her face burn as she tried to process what had just happened. In an instant, she realized there was a secret relationship between them. The moment of surrender ended when Zhang Yu suddenly pulled away as if he'd been shocked. The look of desire on his face turned into an expression of pure horror as he studied the woman's face. Without filtering himself, he blurted out, "The taste is wrong. You're not Meng Fei Chui." Xin's shock was immediate. A piercing scream of pure panic escaped her lips. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu was thrown into a panic of his own. Breaking into a cold sweat, he realized the full extent of the disaster. He had entered the wrong bedroom and, in the darkness of night, had accidentally kissed Chu Hongxin. The woman took a deep breath, dropped the subject, and ordered the intruder to get out of her sight, warning him that she'd pretend none of this had happened while she investigated the relationship between the two of them. Surprised by how easily he'd gotten off the hook, Zhang Yu turned around, but Hongxin's panicked reaction stopped him. Completely stunned, she asked if he seriously planned to walk out the front door like nothing had happened. Still pushing his luck, the doctor casually mentioned that, since he was already there, he'd stop by Fei Chui's room. With her patience completely gone and a vein practically popping out of her forehead, Hongxin exploded, ordering him to go back the exact same way he'd come in. Seconds later, Zhang Yu's muffled screams echoed from outside as he begged her not to beat him while scrambling into the open air. Back in the dimly lit room, Hongxin sank into her pillows with a sigh, trying to process the chaos her life had suddenly become. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the room next door. Xiang Yu was already sprawled out on the bed beside Fei Chui. Confused by his delay, she asked what had caused the bizarre scheduling mix-up. The doctor assured her that some unexpected problems had come up, but reaffirmed his loyalty, thinking to himself that only a complete idiot would pass up a chance to be there with her. The romantic mood died instantly. Fei Chui narrowed her eyes, studying him carefully. She noticed a suspicious strand of hair, caught the scent lingering on his skin, and froze. That perfume was unmistakable. It belonged to a Jin. The realization hit her like lightning, and an unstoppable fury took over. Grabbing a pillow like it was a deadly weapon, Fei Chui unleashed a barrage of blows on the unfortunate man. She screamed that he was a shameless bastard, demanding to know how he dared touch a Jin before showing up in her bed, and ordered the doctor to get out immediately. Cornered and raising his arms to shield himself from his girlfriend's fury, Xiang Yu begged for mercy, swearing that the whole thing had been one gigantic misunderstanding. Amid the barrage of pillow strikes, the chaos finally gave way to a conversation when Fei Chui stopped, huffing angrily, and asked if he'd gone into the wrong room. Xiang Yu tearfully confirmed everything, admitting that he had no idea the rooms had been switched. He then took the opportunity to ask whether a Jin had discovered their secret, and whether she was furious. Xiang Yu thought about what had happened, admitting that a Jin hadn't seemed angry, and that, if the mistake hadn't been discovered in time, the kiss might have gone much further. Fei Chui shot back in disbelief, sarcastically remarking that a Shin's proud personality would have resulted in an epic beating or, who knows, maybe a secret crush. The doctor immediately dismissed the idea. The boss kept teasing him about his reputation as a ladies' man before bringing up a touchy subject: the cancelled marriage arrangement with a Jin, saying she wouldn't object if he ever changed his mind. Xiang Yu shut that down immediately, reaffirming his complete refusal and insisting that the two of them simply weren't meant for each other. Changing the subject, Fei Chui asked whether his refusal had anything to do with his history as a womanizer, and wanted to know more about the mysterious client hanging around his clinic. The doctor figured that behind the woman's beauty and bold attitude, she was hiding ulterior motives. His girlfriend quickly cleared up the mystery. The spy had been sent by a mutual friend to test the level of his martial arts skills. Since the woman was also at war with the Black Dragon Commune, an alliance was possible, and Fei Chui offered to cut ties with her if the doctor wanted. After thinking it over briefly, Xiang Yu decided it was better to stay cautious and see where the spy's plans led. Putting the underworld aside, the mood heated up. Meanwhile, in the quiet hours before dawn, the agent woke up choking on a violent coughing fit. When she pulled the handkerchief away from her mouth, the sight made her blood run cold. The fabric was stained dark red. The next morning, while hunting down the culprit on the streets, she intercepted Xiang Yu in the middle of the road. Pale, coughing, and visibly weakened, she stepped directly into the doctor's path. Xiang Yu turned around, taking in the girl's miserable condition with a cynical smile. Consumed by anger, she waved the blood-stained handkerchief and demanded to know what he'd made her swallow. Completely calm, Xiang Yu explained that his family's secret pill was simply doing the heavy lifting, flushing the toxins that had built up in her body. The girl completely lost control, screaming that she'd never coughed up blood in her life and calling him the worst kind of quack, swearing she'd kill him if she suffered any lasting damage. While the doctor tried to understand all the hysteria, after all, the pill was only cleansing impurities, he caught her off guard and grabbed her by the wrist. Startled by the sudden move, she demanded to know where he was dragging her, only to hear that the clinic was the only place where he could prove he wasn't lying. When they entered the clinic, the spy came face to face with a huge steaming wooden barrel filled with a reddish liquid. Annoyed, she demanded to know if the doctor had dragged her there just to show her that. Xiang Yu coldly explained that she needed to soak in the mixture to speed up her recovery. Recognizing the substance and seeing the doctor raise the same pill she'd taken earlier, the girl freaked out, accusing him of trying to trick her a second time. Despite her anger and threats to kill him if this turned out to be another prank, she decided to take the risk and started undressing to get into the barrel. When Xiang Yu stepped closer, offering to help under the excuse that it would speed up the treatment's absorption, the agent completely panicked, shoved him away, and slammed the door in his face. Outside, the doctor grumbled, lamenting that his good intentions had been misunderstood, since he had only planned to use his qi to optimize the toxin cleansing process. Relaxing afterward, Xiang Yu figured that, because of her connection to Fei Chui, he would forgive the spy's intrusion and hoped her boss would do the same once he found out everything, especially after seeing how powerful the pill was at flushing all the accumulated toxins from the girl's body. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, a henchman strutted around carrying a giant bouquet of roses and boxes of gifts for his master, Long Tang-yun. Praising his boss's romantic effort, he handed everything over and proudly bragged that he'd even written the love note for him. Satisfied, Long Tang-yun took the flowers and promised him a generous bonus once he won over the woman he loved. However, the moment he read the note, the master's blood ran cold. The subordinate had signed his boss's name to an overly sweet and exaggerated declaration addressed directly to Chu Hongjin. Enraged, Long Tang-yun slapped the henchman hard across the face. With his cheek turning red and his confidence shaken, the subordinate stammered and innocently asked if that wasn't the name of the woman his boss was pursuing. Trying to salvage his wounded pride after the embarrassing blunder, Long Tang-yun lifted his chin and grumbled that, since the girl had been kicked out of the Chu family, he didn't even care about going after her anymore. In fact, he considered it a huge stroke of luck that she'd escaped his wrath. The conversation changed instantly when the boss placed a hand over his heart and flashed a love-struck smile. He declared that he'd found true love at a business conference, praising the woman's elegance while lamenting her supposedly humble background. Kneeling in the background, the henchman immediately started sucking up, claiming that a simple woman was perfect for someone with Long Tang-yun's power in Chungcheong City, then begged to know the name of his new love. Pressed to remember, the purple-haired master searched his memory until it finally clicked. Wang Zhan Ruan. Without wasting a second, he ordered his subordinate to prepare another gift package and take it straight to her residence. At the green-haired woman's residence, Long Tang-yun's henchman showed up carrying stacks of roses and luxury gifts, greeting her and announcing his master's supposed love. But when she opened the note tucked into the package, her confusion turned into a bored, bewildered expression. The torn dedication mentioned another woman, leading her to conclude that the idiot had sent the gifts to the wrong address. Abruptly, the scene shifted to a freezing sidewalk beneath a steady drizzle. Curled up with her knees pulled against her chest, the purple-haired girl shivered from hunger and cold, melancholically wondering if dying there on the sidewalk would finally allow her to reunite with her deceased parents. The rainy delirium soon dissolved into a bittersweet memory, where a red-haired woman wearing a bow appeared with an umbrella and offered her shelter. The girl smiled and called her big sister, until the illusion was abruptly shattered by Zhang Yu's mocking voice, invading her thoughts and correcting her with a cynical smile that he was actually the older brother. The girl jolted awake, flushed with fury, told the doctor to go to hell, and slapped him squarely across the face, demanding that he get out of her sight. Holding his reddened cheek and sporting a bandage, Zhang Yu grumbled about her rudeness and teased her for throwing a tantrum, reminding her that he'd already seen every inch of her body. Quickly covering herself with nothing but a towel and practically dying of embarrassment, she shouted that she'd never given him permission to barge into the room. The doctor defended himself by blaming his concern, explaining that she'd been locked in the bathtub for 2 hours in complete silence, so he thought she'd drowned. Taking partial responsibility, he admitted that he'd forgotten to warn her about the extreme exhaustion caused by the toxin cleansing process, then held out a steaming bowl of soup to help her recover. Her aggressive attitude vanished instantly. The young woman calmed down, apologized for slapping him, and asked if she'd hurt his face. With a resigned sigh, the young man assured her that his face was already pretty tough, then told her that once she finished the bowl, she'd be free to leave because he had other things to do. Still weak, she took the bowl and asked for permission to walk around the place without causing any trouble. Zhang Yu agreed, as long as she put her clothes back on first. Minutes later, the scene shifted to a meeting where the doctor spoke with an elderly man who praised his incredible reputation even before the official introduction, earning a polite nod of thanks from the young man. Shortly afterward, Zhang Yu recruited the girl, now properly dressed, to help him prepare the next batch of medicine. They crouched beside a rustic burner and a clay pot, while he explained that the secret to the entire process was precise heat control and the exact cooking time. Steam rose from the pot as exhaustion began to catch up with the girl. She checked the time and announced that she needed to leave. Zhang Yu tried to convince her to stay for a few more minutes, assuring her that the medicine would have incredible benefits, but she preferred the comfort of her own home and got the doctor's permission to go. The scene dissolved into the cityscape before focusing on a steaming cup sitting on a table. At another location, the red-haired leader spoke with the newly arrived subordinate, questioning whether bringing Zhang Yu into the group was really necessary. Maintaining a firm stance, the agent argued that the doctor's abilities were nothing special, claiming that the organization didn't need another medical practitioner and that bringing him into the group would only make him dead weight. She urged her boss to reconsider. The leader found her attitude suspicious and launched a deadly question. She asked point blank whether the girl had betrayed the faction. Panic shot through the spy, who broke into a cold sweat and stammered as she begged to prove her innocence. Without warning, the redhead pulled out a blade and slammed it violently into the wooden table right in front of them. Demanding immediate proof of loyalty, the boss cornered her subordinate. Trembling with both hands gripping the knife, Hong Yun confessed that although she'd developed some sympathy for the doctor, the organization would always come first. She swore she'd do anything to prove her worth. To seal her oath, the girl cut herself. Impressed by the drastic display of loyalty, the redhead ordered her to go home and recover, permanently removing her from the case. She then ordered a Kong to bring in the latest contact they'd been negotiating with, coldly instructing him to call an ambulance for the henchman afterward. As they walked through the corridors, a Kong lamented the doctor's terrible luck for attracting the boss's attention, praying that he'd make it out alive. While talking with Hong Yun, he teased her about developing feelings for the target. She admitted her mistake, reminding her colleague that the leader's plan was only to conduct a thorough investigation, not to kill him. Outside, the redhead took charge of the negotiations herself, meeting with the blonde man representing the interests of Pei Car Company. The man frowned when he saw a woman running the show and threatened to do business with the Black Dragon Commune if her faction refused to partner with him. Cold and calculating, the redhead ignored his bravado and went straight for the key point. She mocked his injured condition and demanded to know whether this Xiang Yu was really such a serious threat, suggesting that the blonde man shouldn't even need help dealing with him. Completely losing his temper, the blonde man waved his arms wildly and shouted that nobody there had any idea how dangerous Xiang Yu really was. He insisted that the doctor was a genuine demon against whom clubs were useless, demanding nothing less than firearms. Annoyed by the criminal haggling over the 2 million on the table, the redhead caught him completely off guard when she tossed an iron rod onto the pavement, pulled off her jacket to reveal a pink tank top, and stared him down with a deadly challenge. If he could lay a single finger on her, her faction would bankroll all of his plans. Confident and amused by the situation, the blonde man picked up the iron rod from the ground, flashed a crooked smile, and warned her that he never went easy on women. Cut to the chaos of the city streets. With her arms raised and stretching, the restaurant owner complained that she was exhausted from spending the entire day walking around on a shopping marathon. Right behind her, Zhang Yu staggered along, dragging a mountain of heavy shopping bags in both hands, looking like he was seconds away from collapsing. She turned around with a cynical smile and asked if he wasn't enjoying the outing. The doctor reminded her that she owed him for the favor, pointing out that he'd given her valuable information and asking if she really dared complain about going shopping with him. Realizing she'd struck a nerve, she immediately apologized. But when she tried to leave, asking if she was finally free after the shopping tour, Xiang Yu cut her off and ordered her into his car so they could go to his place. Terrified by the invitation, she stammered and asked what they were going to do there, but the young man simply floored the gas in his powerful red sports car, turning it into a challenge on wheels to see if she could keep up. Meanwhile, across the city streets, an ambulance tore through traffic at full speed. Inside the emergency vehicle, the paramedic checked the patient's vital signs and confirmed that he was still breathing. The camera revealed the blonde man who had challenged the redhead moments earlier, now completely unrecognizable, horribly disfigured, and sprawled across a stretcher. The medical staff whispered that even if he survived, he'd be left with severe disabilities and permanent injuries for the rest of his life. One member of the team cursed in horror at the brutality of his wounds, asking who could have been cold enough to destroy a man like that, but a chilling voice immediately silenced him and ordered everyone to shut up and focus on their work. Back to the main storyline, the scene transitioned to the imposing facade of a luxurious mansion as evening fell. In the marble foyer, the pair made their way through dozens of shopping bags scattered across the floor. The homeowner turned to Zhang Yu and, showing off the luxury around them, asked what he thought of the place. Taking a calm look around, he coldly summed it up as not being too bad. Looking over the massive rooms, the young man commented that villas of that size made him slightly uncomfortable, though he admitted that she was living an excellent life. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a colossal pile of boxes and assorted gifts stacked by the entrance, prompting him to ask whether wasting so much money on useless junk was really necessary. She rolled her eyes and explained that all that stuff came from unwanted advances by a persistent client. Afraid of causing trouble, she'd accepted the gifts and left the packages there. The doctor teased her, saying it looked like she had a whole line of annoying suitors chasing after her. The woman sighed and confirmed it, complaining that the guys came from powerful families in Chungcheong, forcing her to stay polite to avoid retaliation that could destroy her life. life. With a cocky smile, Zhang Yu patted his chest and assured her there was nothing to worry about, claiming he had more than enough guts to deal with any spoiled rich kid like them. She gave a melancholy laugh, reflecting that in the concrete jungle, everyone was nothing more than a grain of sand, and simply surviving required a monumental effort. Cutting the small talk short, she asked the doctor to examine her medical results, leaving him confused as he asked whether she was sick. The revelation came without any filter. She'd been carrying that burden since childhood. When she arrived in Chungcheong years ago, she swore she'd work herself to the bone so she'd never have to return to the poverty of her hometown. But the business empire she'd built came at a price. To keep it alive, she had to throw herself into endless banquets and kiss the rings of the people who ran the city, depending on powerful men not to crush everything she'd built. It had been 3 years of pure exhaustion, jumping from one party to another. To keep going and stay on her feet, she'd relied heavily on synthetic stimulants to stay awake through consecutive nights. The consequences eventually caught up with her. Her body completely collapsed, her immune system was devastated, and the cruelest aftermath destroyed any chance she had of ever becoming a mother. Looking the doctor straight in the eyes, she bitterly opened up, wondering whether reaching the top of Chungcheong was worth destroying her very essence. Zhang Yu lowered his guard and admitted that he didn't have the answer, but pointed out that the past couldn't be changed and that she needed to stop punishing herself, treating this moment as the starting point of a new life. As he turned away, the woman murmured something inaudible, but eventually agreed to his request to sit down and let him examine her. Feeling her pulse revealed the extent of the damage. In silence, Zhang Yu assessed her condition. No matter how hard she'd tried to reverse the recent damage, her vital meridians had been severely damaged, turning the healing process into an almost impossible challenge. The diagnosis was grim, requiring years of painful recovery with no guarantee of success. Feeling the weight of the tension, she gently squeezed his hand. Reading the expression on his face, she assumed she'd received her sentence and resigned herself to living with the emptiness. But Zhang Yu immediately stopped her, assuring her that the problem wasn't a lack of a cure, but simply a lack of time to find the right method. Overcome by a desperate wave of vulnerability, she suddenly stepped forward and hugged him. She declared that he was the only man in all of Chungcheong she trusted without question, the only light in the middle of her darkness. Accepting her broken condition, she offered him everything she had if he would accept her, accept the chance of motherhood. With her voice trembling and sadness in her eyes, she called his name and asked for one last hug, begging them to relive the innocence of their childhood days. Blushing from head to toe and completely caught off guard, the doctor stammered, telling her to breathe and calm down. Taking a deep breath, she regained her composure and apologized for letting herself get carried away by the moment. Zhang Yu crossed his arms, remained calm, and explained that although he had effective methods for restoring her health, the real cure depended far more on the patient's own choices than on his needles or medicine. Confused by the doctor's vague answer, she asked what exactly he meant and what she was supposed to want. Zhang Yu was brutally direct. He pointed out that her mind was a mess, torn between her obsession with the empire she'd built and her emotional needs. He laid it all out, questioning whether she truly loved him or was simply projecting her longing for the carefree, radiant girl she'd left buried in the past. Before she could process the harsh truth, the doctor's phone vibrated, breaking the tension. It was Director Mao from the police department, demanding that he report in immediately. Desperate not to lose him, she grabbed him by the shoulder, blushing as she begged him to stay, promising to prove just how much she loved him. With a gentle smile, Zhang Yu replied that he could never turn down a woman of her caliber, then told her to think about what truly mattered in her life before rushing out the door. Minutes later, Zhang Yu pushed open the station doors and got straight to the point, demanding an explanation from Director Mao. With exhaustion etched across his face, the officer dropped the bombshell. Chu Ruan had bought a scapegoat to take the blame and smuggled his own son out of the city. While the director cursed in frustration over the operation falling apart and giving the criminals even more room to become cautious, Zhang Yu kept a cool head. The doctor looked at the situation from the bright side, arguing that being forced to flee had put Chu Ruan in a tight spot with his own allies, forcing him to make careless mistakes. Impressed by the young man's tactical thinking, Director Mao praised his composure, but his expression soon hardened as he warned that an even bigger problem involving the Chu family had just surfaced. Director Mao broke the tension with an unusual question. Did the doctor know the famous Top Royal Entertaining Palace? Zhang Yu confirmed that he'd heard of it as the city's biggest entertainment complex, although he'd never actually been there. The revelation came right after. The massive complex belonged to major underworld figures, and the police needed someone to find out who was really pulling the strings behind the scenes. Inside, Zhang Yu's survival instincts immediately went into panic mode. He'd just barely escaped a war with criminals, and he thought going straight back into the lion's den was insane. Trying to get out of it, he suggested sending a seasoned officer from the department instead. But the director wouldn't budge. The criminals knew every active cop, making the newcomer Zhang Yu the perfect person to infiltrate the place without raising suspicion. Seeing the young man's resistance, the boss played his final card. The job wasn't optional. When Zhang Yu asked if there would be money involved, Director Mao changed tactics and went straight for the doctor's weak spot, promising to set him up with the hottest female officer at the station if he completed the mission. Zhang Yu nearly exploded with outrage, thinking his superior was resorting to cheap tricks. But his serious expression disappeared when Director Mao shamelessly held up his phone displaying a QR code, ordering him to make the officer add him on Messenger, leaving the protagonist completely stunned by his boss's audacity. Minutes later, Zhang Yu stood outside the imposing Royal Entertaining Palace, which from a distance looked more like a peaceful resort than a gangster hangout. Determined to finish the job quickly and avoid any more headaches, he remembered Director Mao's instructions: keep a low profile and get out as soon as he found the boss's name. The undercover plan, however, crashed at the front entrance. Two burly security guards crossed their arms, blocking the way and demanding a formal invitation. Zhang Yu tried to bluff his way in, claiming he usually walked right in, but they rudely cut him off. A tycoon had rented out the entire resort for an exclusive event that day, and anyone without a VIP pass was forbidden from entering. Frustrated after hitting a wall at the very first obstacle, the doctor mentally cursed Director Mao, wondering if he'd just been sent on a hopeless mission. He debated whether to force his way inside or turn around and come back another time. The surprise came in the form of confident footsteps and an elegant dress. A woman stepped in at the entrance, ordering the guards to let him through and confidently claiming that the young man was with her. Surprised, Zhang Yu turned around and found himself face to face with the restaurant owner, impeccably dressed for the party and flashing a VIP card. She introduced herself as the guest of honor and asked the staff if there would be any problem with her entering with her partner. She was surprised to see him there herself and asked what he was doing at the resort. He fired the same question right back, though he quickly decided getting inside was more important. With her approval, the guards immediately traded their rudeness for reverence, opening the way with a polite, "Welcome, ma'am," while Zhang Yu mentally cursed at how money could buy every privilege under the sun. Once inside the polished lobby, he commented that the complex was basically a front for underworld dealings, which explained the strict security at the entrance. Crossing her arms, she shot him a sideways glance and demanded an explanation, reminding him that he'd left her house claiming he was going to meet Director Mao. Embarrassed, the doctor brushed it off by claiming it was a strictly confidential mission, earning an irritated scoff from her as she complained that apparently that was his excuse for abandoning her. In the middle of the hallway, a man in a dark suit approached with excessive politeness, bowed to greet her as Miss Wang, and asked if she remembered the gifts he'd delivered the day before. Introducing himself as nothing more than a subordinate, he delivered his boss's message, a VIP invitation to a high-level business meeting. Hesitant, she pointed out that matters of that magnitude were beyond the scope of her business, but the emissary insisted that the higher-ups specifically wanted her there. When he noticed Zhang Yu standing right behind her, the man swallowed hard, wondering whether the young man was her lover or some VIP guest of the boss. Taking control of the situation, Miss Wang confirmed that he was under her responsibility and asked if the doctor could come upstairs with her. The henchman immediately changed his tone, trying to separate Zhang Yu by arguing that the negotiations involved millions of dollars and that having a stranger there would only create unnecessary complications. Miss Wang cut him off coldly and ordered him to back off. Zhang Yu frowned and demanded to know what the man was mumbling about, forcing the subordinate to swallow his anger and put on a welcoming smile while cursing internally, thinking that sooner or later she'd end up in his boss's hands. Upstairs, the VIP suite doors swung open to reveal a private party. A woman raised her crystal glass and wished that CEO Long would expand his empire until the Chu family's influence was completely crushed. The man known as CEO Long laughed at her bold toast and gladly raised his glass, while a hungry guest demanded that they finally serve the banquet. The host brushed off the impatience, assuring everyone that the star of the night hadn't arrived yet. The heavy mahogany door creaked open, allowing the henchman to announce the arrival of Wang Zhuanhuan, who crossed the threshold flanked by Zhang Yu and greeted the table. CEO Long shot up from his chair with a radiant smile, making room for the guest of honor. But it took only a second for his host's mask to crumble. His eyes locked onto the man standing right behind her, narrowing with pure venom as he recognized the doctor. Long Tan Yun's mind erupted with triumphant fantasies. The man who had traded medicine for the humiliation of becoming nothing more than a bodyguard. To him, it was a gift from the gods, the perfect chance to crush his rival right there in front of the city's elite. Hiding his hatred behind fake courtesy, Long Tan Yun welcomed Wang Juanhuan, who returned the greeting with obvious confusion. The moment she tried to introduce her companion, the CEO cut her off, hissing that he and the bodyguard were already old acquaintances. The entire table turned their heads in unison, caught between the businesswoman's confusion and the curious whispers of the wealthy guests. Desperate to humiliate him, Long Tan Yun openly sneered, portraying Zhang Yu as a nobody in the medical world who was now reduced to begging for work and playing bodyguard. While Juanhuan visibly panicked and tried to defuse the situation, one of the female guests burst into laughter, comparing the doctor to a sewer rat trying to climb the social ladder by riding the coattails of a wealthy woman. Inside, the CEO was drowning in his own arrogance, convinced the financial gap between them was impossible to overcome. After all, everyone in that room was moving billions. Zhang Yu, meanwhile, kept a stone-cold expression, thinking that Long Tan Yun was still the same arrogant clown, completely unaware that the combined fortunes of everyone at that table wouldn't even amount to the change Zhang Yu had refused when he tore up his marriage contract with the Chu family. Before the verbal beating could go any further, Wang Juanhuan put her foot down. Cutting through the mockery, she stared at Long Tan Yun and dropped a bombshell that brought the entire room to a standstill. She announced loud and clear that Zhang Yu wasn't a bodyguard at all, but her official fiancé, and that the two had been in a serious relationship for years. The impact was seismic. Long Tan Yun completely froze, while the doctor calmly stared at her, stunned by her nerve in standing up to a shark like him just to protect Zhang Yu. Around them, the room erupted into scandalized whispers. Burning with jealousy and with his ego completely shattered, the CEO was consumed by blind rage. It was always the same story. Every woman he wanted somehow ended up orbiting that damn doctor, as if fate itself were mocking his supposed superiority. Unable to accept the public rejection, he lost his temper, slammed a fist against the table, and demanded that Juanhuan dump the imposter immediately, offering to personally put her at the top of the world if she agreed to stay by his side. Standing their ground, the supposed couple turned his provocation back on him, using the untouchable excuse of a marriage arranged by their parents to reject his advances. Driven completely over the edge by their audacity, CEO Long finally dropped the act, screaming that nobody had the right to reject him and still expect to keep breathing in Chongcheng. The tension reached its breaking point as the sharp sound of an impending impact filled the room and the pressure became almost unbearable. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Yu locked the executive's arm in a powerful grip, throwing his hypocrisy right back in his face for acting like a savage while pretending to be high society. Completely panicked, Long Tan Yun tried to hide behind his position, shouting that he ran a massive corporation. Zhang Yu dismissed the title with absolute contempt, calling him nothing more than an opportunist who had climbed the ladder by leeching off the Chu family, and warned that he'd teach him a lesson he'd never forget. The tense climax was shattered by the sound of sarcastic applause. An elegant woman with her hair tied in a ponytail and a feline smile approached, praising the doctor's attitude. She admitted that the arrogance of these people made her sick and that the CEO's goons deserved an even worse beating. However, her tone changed a second later. Bringing her hands together in a conciliatory gesture, she asked for a truce. Since the suit and tie was a vital business partner, she begged Zhang Yu to forgive him just this once. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, the young man questioned the stranger's identity. With effortless charm, she introduced herself as the true owner of the resort, deliberately keeping her name mysterious before asking him to release the prisoner. Internally, Zhang Yu was stunned to see such a young woman running an empire powerful enough to intimidate the city's biggest figures. Weighing the risks, he decided to end the circus and violently shoved his rival away, sending him crashing to the floor while warning that if he ever crossed paths with him again, he'd break every bone in his body. The woman crouched down to help the CEO up, and he stammered his thanks, addressing her as Miss Tong. Her response was a cold splash of reality. With a sharp look, she told him to stop whining and thank the man who had just spared his life instead. Watching the scene closely, Zhang Yu froze as he sensed the invisible signature of energy radiating from her. The woman had mastered the flow of internal ki. It all clicked instantly, explaining how someone so young could dominate the underworld with such ease. Through the dimly lit hallways of the resort, Long Tan Yun cursed under his breath as he walked beside Mrs. Tong, demanding to know why she'd denied him the chance to destroy the doctor. The heiress replied with icy indifference, reminding him that her only job had been to escort him inside and that the rest of his tantrums were irrelevant. Gritting his teeth in anger, the CEO swore he'd swallow his wounded pride for now, but he'd make her pay for the humiliation with interest the first chance he got. The dark hallway was interrupted by a bald man with an exotic appearance who introduced himself as Uncle Feng, Mrs. Tong's personal henchman and bodyguard. Without beating around the bush, he laid his cards on the table for Long Tan Yun. If the money was good enough, he'd do the dirty work and eliminate Zhang Yu. Mrs. Tong immediately shut down his arrogance, calling him insolent and reminding him that he was nothing more than a spy planted there by her father to keep an eye on her, threatening him with the patriarch's wrath. Uncle Feng scoffed, boasting that the only reason he'd lost to her in the past was because she'd been weakened by an illness. An icy pressure shattered the air as Mrs. Tong released her killing aura, asking with a mocking smile if he wanted to test his luck again. Swallowing hard and backing down, the bodyguard grumbled that challenging a woman wasn't worth the trouble, while a terrified Long Tan Yun begged the two of them to make peace. Seeing a lifeline in the middle of the chaos, the CEO wasted no time. He offered an irresistible deal, 10% of his company's shares in exchange for Zhang Yu's head, asking Mrs. Tong to escort him while Uncle Feng carried out the hit. When she heard the percentage of the profits, the heiress's eyes lit up with greed, and the deal was sealed immediately, convinced that her father himself would approve. With her approval secured, the bodyguard accepted the mission with a sadistic grin. Before sending him off to the slaughter, Mrs. Tong gave the rich man a stern warning, ordering him not to underestimate the doctor and to use everything in his arsenal if he wanted to survive. Alone with his thoughts, Uncle Feng could barely contain his excitement, planning to use the mission to impress the big boss and blackmail him into handing over complete control of the resort. Reality, however, crushed his arrogance in less than a second. With a lightning-fast move that seemed to defy physics, Zhang Yu emerged from the shadows and slammed into the bodyguard with full force, smashing him against the concrete floor with a deafening impact. Lying on the ground, bleeding from the head as his bones cracked, Uncle Feng's eyes widened in pure shock, unable to comprehend how he'd been obliterated without even seeing his attacker coming. From above, Zhang Yu stared down at the henchman with absolute contempt, concluding that sending only an idiot like him had been a fatal mistake, and that, aside from the woman who owned the place, the rest of the gang was nothing but trash. Minutes later, out on the cool sidewalk in the early morning hours, Zhang Yu caught up with Wang Juanhuan and offered to escort her home safely, insisting that he wanted to protect her. Her eyes shining with excitement and admiration, she stared at him in disbelief, confessing that she'd never imagined he was hiding such monstrous strength. Scratching the back of his neck and trying to hide his nervousness, the doctor fell back on his usual excuse that he'd learned a few tricks from his grandfather, keeping the true nature of his power tightly under wraps. Their walk ended with a serious warning from the businesswoman, telling him to stay extra alert because Long Tan Yun's wounded ego would never accept the humiliation and would definitely come back looking for a way to destroy him. As he drove through the deserted streets, Zhang Yu broke the silence by reminding her that his grudge with Long Tan Yun went way back, so a few more provocations wouldn't make much difference. He invited Wang Juanhuan to chat during the drive. She thanked him for the support and admitted that she'd never tolerated that bunch, but expressed concern that the rivalry might hurt the doctor's business. Zhang Yu assured her that he could handle any fallout, making Wang Juanhuan laugh sarcastically as she joked that he might end up going broke because of her and demanded that he deal with the consequences, prompting the young man to dramatically beg her to go easy on him. A short while later, the car pulled up outside Wang Juanhuan's mansion. Seeing that the danger was behind them, Zhang Yu announced that it was time for him to head out and go back to his own place. However, before he could take a step toward the exit, he was caught off guard by a tight hug from behind. The businesswoman grumbled that he'd abandoned her earlier and, in a needy tone, demanded that he stay for good. Minutes later, the scene shifted to the property's living room. Zhang Yu waited on the couch, nervously biting his nails with his nerves completely shot, until the sound of footsteps made him look up. Wang Juanhuan appeared in the doorway wearing nothing but a towel wrapped around her body, calmly announcing that she'd finished her shower. With the temperature in the room rising, she suggested that the doctor wash his face and relax after the chaotic day, earning an immediate nod from him. However, when Zhang Yu announced that he'd be spending the night stretched out on the living room couch, the woman's expression immediately fell into hurt and frustration as she questioned why he seemed to be allergic to being around her. Dominated by vulnerability and the ghosts of her past, she finally opened up, asking if he was keeping his distance because she carried the stigma of that infamous nickname or because he knew she could never have children. Without holding anything back, she told him her story. At 15, she had been sold off as a wife to a man who died shortly afterward, forcing her to flee with nowhere to go until she eventually collapsed in Chengcheng and started her life over from scratch. Locking eyes with Zhang Yu with a defiant, desperate look, Zhang Yu completely short-circuited, breaking into a cold sweat and frantically waving his hands to clear up any misunderstanding. Grabbing her hands firmly, he swore that keeping his distance was nothing more than a shield to keep her safe. The doctor argued that if she stayed tied to him, she would become the main target of Long Tan Yun's blind fury, losing her entire empire and reputation in Chengcheng within seconds. Ignoring his warnings, Wang Zhuanhuan stood her ground, insisting that her roots were simple and that, in the worst-case scenario, she could always go back to being a country girl. Rejecting all the leeches circling around her, she declared that if she couldn't be with Zhang Yu, across town, at the Black Dragon Commune's headquarters, tensions were running high. Tong Wang Long confronted his daughter, Tao Feng, throwing it in her face that her uncle had gone straight from a mission to the operating room and demanding to know whether she knew about the ambush. With a barely concealed ironic smile, she admitted that she did, saying she had warned the poor fool about the danger. That prompted the leader to accuse her outright of setting up her own relative to take the fall. Without holding back, Tao Feng mocked her father's subordinates for their incompetence, asking if he really expected her to coddle a bunch of useless lackeys. Tong Wang Long laughed at her audacity, saying he understood her better than anyone and challenging her to prove her worth and silence the faction's critics. The girl let out an annoyed sigh, declaring that she was done with the commune's business, which made the patriarch practically break down, begging for her help at such a critical moment. Seeing the perfect opening, Tao Feng pressed him about a forbidden subject. Why had Bei Bei left the organization? Just hearing the name shattered the boss's patience. With a brutal squeeze, Tong Wang Long crushed the crystal glass in his own hand, shattering it and sending shards and blood everywhere. Completely enraged, he roared a strict order that his daughter was never to say that name again, declaring that Bei Shi Li now belonged on the commune's list of mortal enemies. Hours later, alone in her room and hugging a pillow, Tao Feng finally let her cold facade crumble. She sank into nostalgic memories of the happy days she had spent with Sister Bei, dwelling on the pain of being left behind and the crushing boredom of loneliness. A mischievous glint lit up her eyes. Determined not to obey her father's ban, she decided she could simply track down Bei Bei behind his back without anyone in the commune finding out. Excited at the thought of reuniting with her former comrade, she jumped out of bed, ready to put her plan into action immediately. Shortly after walking through the gates of the university hospital, Zhang Yu sensed that he was being followed. Instead of picking up the pace, he planted his feet and turned around to face the problem. The alley revealed a group of Black Dragon Commune thugs, eager to settle the score for the beating their leader, Feng, had taken. The men exchanged confused looks, unable to understand how someone who looked like a harmless doctor had completely wiped out their boss. In the middle of the standoff, Shou Shangyun suddenly entered the scene. She had been tracking the doctor under the cover of Bei Corporation, but ended up drawing the gang's attention instead. The criminals quickly recognized her corporate connection and began speculating about Shang Yu's relationship with the powerful company. Frustrated that her surveillance had been blown so quickly, she heard the doctor's cold explanation. The thugs' killing intent was so strong that it practically drowned out everything else around them. Ignoring the danger right in front of him, Shang Yu pressed Shou Shangyan, demanding to know why she was following him and sarcastically asking if she was sick again. She defensively shot back that the street was public property, but her attitude changed when she realized how serious the ambush was. Stepping in front of the doctor, she challenged him to prove that he could protect her. The thugs laughed, telling the girl to get out of the way since their target was the doctor. That's when Lei, the gang's leader, cut in and humiliated Bei Corporation, calling them exiled trash from the commune. With a cynical smile, Zhang Yu taunted the gang, saying he was curious to see just how strong they really were. Horrified by his audacity, Shou Shangyan told him to stay back, convinced he was just a fragile civilian, and stepped forward to fight herself. Finding it hilarious that a woman was trying to play human shield, Lei charged forward with a devastating high kick. She crossed her arms and absorbed the impact, feeling her bones vibrate from the opponent's absurd strength, while the attacker admitted that she could actually hold her own in a fight. The fight erupted into chaos, but the scene quickly took on a bizarrely comedic tone. Zhang Yu appeared chewing on a slice of watermelon, leaning comfortably against the side and watching the brawl like he was at the movies. He casually assessed the balance of power out loud, while shouting encouragement at Shou Xiaoyun. Furious that she was getting pummeled while the guy she was protecting was eating fruit, she screamed at him to shut up. Lei took the opportunity to promise that the doctor would be next in the ring. The gang leader, however, quickly lost patience. Realizing the delay would hurt his report to the big boss, he decided to take the fastest route. Lei pulled a handgun from his waist and settled on his final plan. Take the woman out with a clean shot and drag Zhang Yu away alive for a torture session that would earn him a hefty reward. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The gunshot ripped through the alley, but Zhang Yu reacted on instinct. He He yanked Shou Xiangyun out of the way, causing the bullet to shatter nothing but the concrete wall. Across from them, Lei froze, suddenly questioning his own aim. The doctor criticized the cowardly sneak attack, but the gangster leader simply shrugged, arguing that on the streets, anything goes when you're taking out a target. Done with the talk, Zhang Yu cracked his knuckles and stepped forward to fight. Lying on the ground, Shou Xiangyun yelled that she could help. Completely relaxed, the guy told her to stay right where she was, just watch and cheer him on. Impressed by the doctor's confidence, she blushed and quietly offered him some encouragement. The fight erupted. One of the thugs charged forward with a knife on Lei's orders. Zhang Yu effortlessly dodged the blade and, in a devastating counterattack, drove a crushing punch straight into Lei's chest. The leader spat blood and collapsed instantly, stunned that he had been knocked out with a single blow. Seeing their boss go down, the armed thug completely lost it. Calling his allies useless, he went all in, promising to send the doctor straight to hell. Zhang Yu simply smiled. Before the knife could even get close, a front kick smashed into the thug's face and sent him flying. Looking down at the unconscious gang members scattered across the ground, the protagonist mocked the supposed threat this faction was meant to represent. Once the dust settled, he checked on Shou Xiangyun. She downplayed the pain, but her mind was already racing. Impressed by the guy's monstrous strength, she swore she had to recruit him for her boss at all costs. To avoid attracting the police and curious onlookers to a hospital, she suggested going to her nearby apartment. Once inside, Zhang Yu noticed several pieces of workout equipment and asked if she was some kind of athlete. Looking away shyly, she brushed it off as nothing more than a casual hobby. While the doctor rummaged through the indicated drawer for the first aid kit, the girl racked her brain, trying to come up with a subtle strategy to recruit him. When he found the medicine, he pointed out that she must get hurt pretty often out on the streets. In response, Shou Xiangyun smiled, turned around, and exposed the bruises across her back, asking him to apply the medicine. Zhang Yu hesitated as he assessed the situation, finding the whole thing a little awkward, but Shou Xiangyun cut off any objections. She demanded that he apply the medicine immediately, secretly celebrating the false sense that she had the guy under her control. She laid out the boundaries for the physical contact, and he assured her he'd handle it with nothing but a doctor's professionalism. The treatment was interrupted by the phone ringing repeatedly. When Zhang Yu answered, he heard Director Mao's voice on the other end. Without much patience, the guy said he was busy, promised to stop by the police station later, and hung up. The mention of the police set Shou Xiangyun's gears turning. She immediately put two and two together. The doctor was working as a spy for the cops, which perfectly explained his direct conflict with the Black Dragon commune. When Zhang Yu tried to resume treating her injuries, the Bay Corporation representative's attitude suddenly changed. She hurriedly got dressed, pointed toward the door, and ordered him out of the apartment, promising to use force if he resisted. Completely confused by the sudden change in mood, the guy simply wished her well and left. As soon as the door slammed shut, Shou Xiangyun took out her frustration by kicking the wall hard, completely stunned by the doctor's connection to the police. Far away, things were pure desperation. Lei crawled to Tao Feng's feet, begging her to protect him from her father's wrath after the disastrous attack. The heiress coldly shot back, rubbing it in that his decision to act on his own had dragged the commune's reputation through the mud, and that the boss would never forgive such a mistake. Desperate to save his own skin, the subordinate used Bay Corporation as a shield. He blatantly lied, claiming that Zhang Yu only survived because an agent from the rival company had provided him with tactical support. The excuse caught Tao Feng's attention, and she began racking her brain to figure out the hidden connection between the doctor and Bei Shili. Intrigued, she decided to spare Lei from immediate execution, but made it clear that he wouldn't escape a severe punishment. Taking responsibility before the faction, she reassured the thug. When Lei emphasized just how monstrous the enemy's strength was, Tao Feng smiled with complete confidence, ordered a detailed report of every second of the fight, and assured him that she already had the perfect plan in motion to neutralize the target. Tao Feng walked across the school courtyard, feeling nostalgic about the place. After analyzing the situation, she concluded that Zhang Yu being at the same school made perfect tactical sense, while she wondered curiously about the fate of the man connected to Bei Shili. Inside the administrative office, the reception was hostile. Ling Yanhui confronted the student about returning without notice, asking whether the family patriarch knew about it, since the official agreement required her to study at home with private tutors. That was the final straw. Tao Feng slammed her fist onto the desk, cornering the teacher as she reminded her that her family's money paid for every brick of the institution, giving her free rein to come and go whenever she pleased. Intimidated by the girl's fury, Ling Yanhui backed down, hiding her nerves behind the excuse that she simply wanted to see Tao Feng make some friends. When the teacher tried to use the agreement she'd made with the young woman's father as an argument, Tao Feng delivered a cutting ultimatum, forbidding any interference in family matters and demanding that the homeschooling arrangement be scrapped. Trying to maintain her authority, Ling Yanhui ordered the student to focus on her studies. Tao Feng responded with pure sarcasm, promising to change her attitude and telling the woman to enjoy the school. Before leaving for a meeting, the teacher made one last offer of support, which was immediately and bluntly rejected. Without letting herself be completely shaken, Ling Yanhui left a dark warning hanging in the air, reminding her that empires fall, nothing stays untouchable forever, and that the young woman should start being more careful. The scene transitioned straight to the police station. Zhang Yu was slumped in a chair, staring blankly ahead with his spirits completely crushed, internally brooding over the mess his love life had become. His depression was interrupted by a department chief who showered him with praise for his efficiency during the mission and for gathering vital information about the palace's operations. The superior tried to cheer him up with the promise of a huge financial bonus, but the incentive did nothing. Sighing in exhaustion and taking notes on autopilot, Zhang Yu bitterly replied that the reward didn't matter because he felt the emotional damage from the mission had been infinitely greater than any tactical victory. Things changed when Zhang Yu ran into Officer Zhou in the hallway. Excited, he flashed a smile and immediately invited the blonde to lunch. Suspicious, she shot back bluntly, asking if the doctor had been thrown in jail again. He immediately defended himself, assuring her that he was a law-abiding citizen. Without giving him any room to flirt, Zhou figured the director had sent the guy in as backup. Buried under paperwork, she desperately begged him to help organize the mountain of open case files in chronological order. Not sure how he'd somehow been demoted to a filing clerk, Zhang Yu reluctantly accepted the assignment. While sorting through the paperwork, one particular report caught the doctor's attention, a human trafficking case at Chungcheong University. The document stated that the investigation had been shelved under pressure from the victim's own family. The name on the file made Zhang Yu freeze. Tong Aolin. He frowned, remembering perfectly that he had knocked out the criminal responsible. So how had the police not arrested anyone? The scene suddenly cut to another part of the city, where a blonde girl screamed in agony, clutching her head and desperately crying out for her mother. Far away, during a secret meeting, Ling Yanhui confronted Mr. Tong. She asked if he was really going to skip the school's restructuring meeting. Completely smitten, the tycoon assured her that he'd much rather spend time with her, showering her with compliments about her stunning beauty. Mr. Tong continued flattering the teacher, praising her devotion to him and to Tao Feng's education. Ling's response, however, was a bucket of cold water. She declared that their secret meetings were over, warning him that from then on, their relationship would be strictly limited to the school environment. Panicking over the rejection, the rich man opened his wallet, offering to buy her a house nearby and a brand new car, promising to visit her every day. The teacher smiled, but greed quickly took over. That was pocket change. With the upper hand, she made it clear that the bribes weren't enough and demanded that he submit to her new terms and ambitions. The scene abruptly cut back to the streets. Zhang Yu and Officer Zhou parked in front of the next key location in the investigation, Tong Olin's residence. On the way to the target, Zhou pressed Zhang Yu for answers about the loose ends in the Tong Olin investigation. The doctor trusted his instincts, assuring her that the situation went much deeper than the reports suggested. The reception at the house confirmed their worst fears. Mrs. Tong threw the door open in tears, desperately begging the doctor to intervene and save her daughter's life. Inside the bedroom, the scene was chaotic. Tong Aolin writhed on the mattress, clutching her head in agony and screaming at everyone not to touch her. The officer tried to control the panic and insisted they rush her to the ER. Zhang Yu, however, stopped the panic from escalating. Knowing the girl had been perfectly healthy just days earlier, he ruled out natural causes and suspected sabotage. A quick examination of her body revealed no bruises, shifting the focus of the investigation. Pressed about any unusual changes in her routine or suspicious food, her mother remembered one disturbing detail. Her father had recently bought exclusive snacks specifically for the girl. Examining what was left in the package confirmed the theory immediately. The food had been poisoned. Crushing the packaging in anger, Zhang Yu was outraged by the cold-bloodedness of a father capable of poisoning his own daughter. The officer stood there in shock, trying to process the discovery. Mrs. Tong still tried to make excuses for him, refusing to believe her husband could be that much of a monster, but eventually admitted that he was the only one who fit the evidence. Furious over the cruelty, Joe cursed the suspect, bagged the contaminated sample for forensic analysis, and decided to take action. The doctor suggested waiting until the girl was stabilized so they could hunt down the culprit together. Joe shut the idea down immediately. With her gun drawn and fury in her eyes, she ordered Jiang Yu to stay behind and keep Tong Aolin safe while she went after the suspect alone. Outside, the armed officer's deadly posture caught the attention of two teenagers skipping class. Assuming the cops were there to bust them for sneaking off to the cyber cafe, the pair panicked and took off running. Focused solely on her target, Joe ignored the fleeing kids and continued the chase. Officer Joe trusted her instincts completely, convinced that a criminal's eyes always gave them away, and her instincts didn't fail her. The moment she locked eyes with Tong Yuji, the man broke into a cold sweat and bolted. The chase began right there, with the officer hot on his heels, ordering him to surrender immediately. Out of breath and cornered, the suspect tried to throw her off by claiming it was just a personal matter. With no patience for the act, Joe used brute force and slammed him onto the pavement with a clean takedown. Face down on the ground, Yuji put on a whole show, screaming for help and pretending he was the victim of police brutality. The officer shut down the performance immediately, throwing the poisoning of All-In right in his face. Cornered, the man broke down and confessed to the crime. In a mix of rage and desperation, he blurted out that spending 2 decades supporting his sick daughter had destroyed his family and wiped out his finances. In his twisted mind, killing the girl was the only shortcut to finally getting his normal life back. That hatred went way back. The past revealed little Aolin trapped in a hospital bed, her eyes covered in bandages. While her mother tried to keep hope alive for her recovery, Yuji had already reached his breaking point after 3 years of medical hell. Rejecting the burden and declaring that this wasn't the life he had chosen, he simply turned his back and abandoned his family. The wound ran so deep that whenever the girl asked about her father's visits, her mother coldly told her that she no longer had a father. All that abandonment left the child vulnerable and adrift until she crossed paths with Mr. Joe, who at the time considered adopting her, having no idea about the dark baggage the girl was carrying. Tong Yuji vanished into the alleys the second Joe got distracted. With his arm throbbing, he ran for his life until he ducked into the ruins of an abandoned building. A relieved smile spread across his face. In his mind, it was the perfect hiding spot. Outside, Joe cursed herself for losing him, but the logic was simple. The street was a dead end, and that building was the only place he could have gone. With her gun drawn, the officer kicked down the door and stormed inside the hideout. What she didn't expect was an ambush. Tong Yuji jumped out from behind the door, swinging a piece of wood with all his strength. Joe's sharp reflexes kicked in. She dodged the attack and drove a punch straight into his chin. The criminal went limp instantly and crashed to the floor. Game over? Not even close. As the officer straightened up, a purple-haired accomplice emerged from the shadows and brought a club crashing down on the back of her head. Joe collapsed unconscious. When he came to, Tong Yuji thanked his ally for saving him from prison, only to get brutally chewed out. The purple-haired man was furious that he had dragged the police into their base. Seeing the officer lying unconscious on the floor, Tong Yuji saw a quick payday and suggested selling her. His accomplice shut the idea down immediately. They had only just established themselves in Chongqing, and making a police officer disappear was basically begging the authorities to tear their operation apart. The message was clear and cold. Tong Yuji needed to get out of the city before he caused any more trouble for their business. Alone for a moment, Tong Yuji boiled with rage, realizing that his partner was ready to throw him away at the first sign of trouble. The tables turned when Joe, tough as nails, regained consciousness and staggered back to her feet. She had heard enough. With fury in her eyes, the officer laid everything out and confronted them about the human trafficking operation running rampant across the city, demanding to know whether Tong Yuji was part of the gang. Realizing the officer had become a walking file full of their secrets, Tong Yuji's cynical smile returned. He warned her that she had dug her own grave by uncovering the faction's secrets. Without wasting another second, he lunged at her, grabbed the weakened officer by the throat, and slammed her violently onto the floor, ready to deliver the final blow and silence her forever. Before he could finish her off, a brutal flying kick tore through the air and exploded straight into the criminal's face. Zhang Yu suddenly landed on the scene, while the devastating impact sent Tong Yuji crashing into the wall, leaving him sprawled on the floor, completely wrecked. The police officer's ragged breathing revealed her immediate relief as she looked up and recognized her savior, asking if he had already settled his business with the department. Zhang Yu hurried over, explaining that the police station had tracked the signal from the hideout and that he had rushed in to cover her back. Seeing the officer's weakened condition, the doctor skipped the small talk and channeled his chi to speed up her recovery before sending the bill to the attacker. A few feet away, Tong Yuji shook his head to clear the dizziness and spotted the glint of a pistol on the floor. Driven to desperation as he watched his empire crumble, he stretched out his arm, felt around for the grip, and jumped to his feet with the gun in hand, roaring that he would kill them both and disappear from this hellhole. The officer screamed a desperate warning, but the trigger was pulled without hesitation at point-blank range. The gunshot echoed through the warehouse. Knowing that dodging would leave the officer directly in the line of fire, Xiong Yu chose to intercept the bullet with his own body. Tong Yuji's sadistic laughter, however, died in his throat the very next second. The gun mechanism gave nothing but a dry click. The magazine was empty, leaving only the round he had just fired. Before the traitor could even process what had happened, Xiong Yu's fist began to glow with a dense aura of pure energy. His punch crashed down like a meteor onto the criminal's face, unleashing a shockwave that sent him flying into the window. The frame shattered into 1,000 pieces, sending Tong Yuji into a dizzying free fall into the void below, his panicked screams fading into the distance. With the danger dealt with, the officer crawled over to Xiong Yu, checking every inch of his body with trembling hands and asking if the damage was fatal. The doctor gave a tired smile, joking that one insignificant piece of lead wasn't enough to take him down, though he admitted that exhaustion was weighing on him like lead and asked her to handle the rest of the operation. His eyelids finally grew too heavy, and he passed out in the officer's arms, sending her into complete panic as she screamed for help and ordered the ambulance to be given top priority. Days later, the mood in the brightly lit halls of the police station was openly celebratory. Officer Ju walked side by side with Xiong Yu, showering him with gratitude and affection, bombarding him with questions about his health, and ending the conversation with a bold invitation to dinner at her place once he was fully recovered. With a shy blush on her cheeks, she emphasized that she was quite good at baking cakes, a scene so out of character that the other officers stopped what they were doing, convinced that the sergeant had finally landed herself a boyfriend. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the quiet serenity of a hospital room. Xiong Yu slowly opened his eyes after a long period of unconsciousness, feeling his strength flowing back through his veins. Beside him, Xiao Jun woke with a start, bombarding him with worried questions about his pain and openly expressing her relief at seeing him awake. While the doctor assured her that he was perfectly fine and praised the supposed skill of the medical team, Xiao Jun let the bizarre truth slip. The surgeons were completely baffled, reporting that the bullet had been expelled from the young man's body by its own force, while the wound healed at such an absurd rate that it defied all modern medical logic. The door handle turned, and the door swung open, revealing Xiao Tong's chaotic energy. The green-haired girl stormed into the room with a huge grin, celebrating Xiong Yu's recovery and bluntly declaring that she already knew how resilient he was. Without a filter, she called her brother-in-law a hero for saving the uniform, leaving the doctor unsure where to hide his embarrassed face. Taking the teasing even further, she leaned in way too close to Xiong Yu and suggested with a mischievous smile that since his body was crying out for help, she and her sister could work overtime to take care of him in the middle of the night. The doctor nearly short-circuited from panic, turning bright red from head to toe as he stumbled over his words and refused the offer. Seeing his desperation, Xiao Jun cleared her throat with a flushed face, cutting her sister off and telling her to take it easy so the patient could rest in peace. Xiao Tong winked knowingly, burst out laughing at her own boldness, and announced that she was going downstairs to buy some vitamins for the recovering patient. However, as she stepped into the hallway, the green-haired girl came face to face with Officer Zhou. The officer froze instantly, her cheeks turning bright red. With razor-sharp curiosity, Xiao Tong asked if she was lost, or if she had come to pay her respects to the injured man. Looking inside the room, and spotting Xiao Jun standing beside the bed, the officer swallowed hard, stammered out a completely nonsensical excuse, and nearly collapsed from embarrassment at being caught. Taking a deep breath with her face burning, the officer stammered that her visit was strictly official, sent by the higher-ups to thank him for rescuing the squad and capturing the fugitive. Holding out a little gift box decorated with a heart, she asked Xiao Tong to deliver it to the hero. The green-haired girl immediately refused, stepping aside and insisting that the officer go inside herself and deliver the message. Completely panicked by the suggestion, Zhou turned around and sprinted down the hallway, claiming there was some imaginary emergency back at headquarters. Letting out an exhausted sigh, Xiong Yu pointed out the obvious, reminding her that he worked for the police and wondering why she kept asking. Blushing, she apologized, explaining that she needed to assess the risks. The doctor then opened up with brutal honesty. He admitted that even he didn't know which side he was really on. With the Black Dragon commune breathing down his neck and the crossfire between the Chu and Long families threatening to burn down everything he cared about. His loyalty belonged only to himself and the mission of protecting anyone under his watch. Turning the tables, Yang Yu pressed her for answers about the secret connection between Bei Corporation and the criminal faction. Hesitating for a second, Zhang Yun decided to open the black box. She revealed that the company's top boss was a defector from the Black Dragon Commune, having served as its right-hand man and co-founder who built the criminal empire from the ground up. The executive continued the briefing, explaining that this former right-hand man had broken away from the faction last year for mysterious reasons. With only a dozen loyal followers, her group was far too small to take on the leadership head-on, which was why she had gone after Zhang Yu to turn the tables on the Black Dragon Commune. Willing to fulfill her mission on her knees if necessary and blindly devoted to her leader, Zhang Yun leaned over the hospital bed and played her final card. She offered him everything she had, including her own body, if he agreed to reconsider the alliance. Expecting a moralistic rejection, she got the shock of her life. Zhang Yu accepted the offer without hesitation, claiming that he trusted her character. The door cracked open, creating the perfect opening for a little eavesdropping. Xiao Tong froze in the hallway when she saw Zhang Yu with another woman, covering her mouth as she swallowed her surprise. It hit her hard. The green-haired girl realized why she'd been kicked out of the room minutes earlier. Burning with anger and frustration, she stomped her feet and turned around, muttering that the doctor had gotten lucky and escaped her trap, but now she'd discovered his Achilles heel. Meanwhile, far away, the faction's intelligence center delivered the golden ticket to the director. Bei Corporation's headquarters had finally been located. The subordinate asked for the green light to launch an attack, but was immediately shut down. The boss reminded him that Tao Feng had just returned to school, and any invasion now would trigger the girl's wrath, ordering them to keep a close watch and save the strike for next week. Taking advantage of the conversation, the director gave Xiao Feng a stern warning not to screw up the operation again, demanding surgical precision. Tense and rigid, the subordinate promised he wouldn't fail in his hunt for the woman, but was given strict orders to stay away from Tao Feng. Alone in the room, the director lifted his cup of tea and stared at an old portrait of Bei Shi Li, murmuring that he was burning with longing and wondering whether checkmate was near and whether she would finally return to her empire. Back in the hospital room, the internal cultivation process had worked wonders. Zhang Yu tested his muscles, finding that his injuries had completely vanished. Quickly buttoning up his white shirt so he could sign his discharge papers, the scene transitioned to the streets and then inside a busy police station. The sharp-chinned sergeant walked down the hallway after being summoned to Director Mao's office for a meeting. Her superior greeted her with a welcoming smile and showered her with praise, explaining that her outstanding success in solving the last case deserved formal recognition that he hadn't had time to give her yet. Pointing at herself with wide eyes, the police officer swallowed hard, stunned to finally receive praise from the higher-ups. Director Mao continued piling on the compliments, highlighting the brilliant skill she'd shown in cracking the case. With the department chronically short on qualified officers, he made the proposal official. He wanted to appoint her commander of the Criminal Investigation Division. Eyes wide with shock, the sergeant tried to refuse on the spot, honestly admitting that the credit wasn't hers at all, but Zhang Yu's, the real mastermind behind the capture. Cornered by her superior's insistence, she eventually gave in and reluctantly accepted the promotion. She then pointed out that although the big fish was behind bars, his accomplice had escaped, exposing a much larger and more dangerous criminal network than they had imagined. With the threat still at large, the director declared that Zhang Yu would join the task force as soon as he was discharged from the hospital. Haunted by guilt and remembering that the young man had nearly died during her last operation, she put her foot down, refusing backup and insisting on hunting down the danger alone. Director Mao rubbed his temples, exhausted by his subordinate's stubbornness, and laid down the law. She would never go into the field without backup. Before the office could turn into a battlefield, the purple-haired deputy director stepped in, volunteering to team up with the sergeant and make sure the operation was covered against any surprises. Back at the police station, surprised by the turn of events, the officer looked at Miss Tong, asking if she was sure about the risk. Director Mao nodded in relief, declaring that he had complete confidence in his colleague. With a confident smile, Miss Tong joked that it had been ages since her last field mission, teasing that maybe she'd be the one giving everyone else a headache this time. The scene abruptly cut to the dim interior of a rundown medical clinic. A quack doctor with deep-set glasses held the wrist of a ponytailed patient whose hair was tied with a bow at the collar. When the doctor asked why she'd come in, the girl shot back that if she knew the answer, she wouldn't be holding out her arm in the first place. challenging him to prove he was actually capable of curing her. Sweating nervously because he had absolutely no idea what to do, the doctor fell back on the usual generic excuse. He diagnosed her with a common cold and prescribed a few sips of water. Suspicious, the young woman touched her forehead and muttered that she didn't even have a fever. Demanding an immediate re-examination, she crossed her arms while the fake doctor checked her pulse again. Suddenly, the man's expression changed when he noticed an unusual heat pulsing through the girl's vein. Swallowing his panic, he apologized and delivered the worst diagnosis possible. He congratulated the patient and announced that she was pregnant. The silence in the clinic lasted 1 second before exploding into pure chaos. The girl completely lost it, screaming that she'd never been involved with anyone and demanding to know what kind of nonsense that was. Calling the doctor incompetent and useless trash, she accused him of medical slander and swore she'd rip his head off if he ever crossed her path again. Furious and still without answers, she sat down in the waiting room and declared that she'd stay there until Zhang Yu showed up to sort everything out, leaving the terrified doctor sprawled on the floor. Amid bitter complaints about the hell of interning in traditional Chinese medicine and threats to quit on the spot, the young intern was interrupted by Zhang Yu's sudden arrival, who asked what all the commotion was about. Relieved to see a fellow doctor, the intern unloaded his frustrations, explaining that he had to deal every day with an unbearable patient obsessed with finding Dr. Zhang. Since the missing doctor wasn't showing up for work, the staff had been doing their best to keep the situation under control. The intern also warned that his colleague was incredibly lucky to have avoided that walking disaster, revealing that the girl's bodyguards had brutally beaten anyone who crossed her path. Caught off guard by the trail of destruction left in his absence, Zhang Yu rubbed his chin, thanked him for the warning, and decided curiosity was worth the risk, announcing that he'd go see what was going on. As he opened the office door, he was immediately greeted by the patient's voice, asking if he was the one she'd been hearing about. Facing the doctor, the girl flashed a provocative smile, revealing that she was the true owner of the high-end entertainment palace and teasing him about whether he had expected her to be much older than she looked. Letting out a long sigh, Zhang Yu cut the small talk short and demanded to know why she was there, throwing it in her face that her henchman had tried to ambush him first. Completely relaxed, she denied having any desire for revenge, claiming that she simply found him extremely fascinating. Extending her arm, she threw down the challenge. She'd heard rumors that his hands could work miracles in medicine, so she demanded that he diagnose her right there. Suspicious that the whole thing was nothing more than a trap, Zhang Yu hesitated for a second before giving in. He felt the girl's pulse to begin his examination, but internally frowned. Her pulse was perfectly normal, without the slightest trace of illness, while she stared back at him with a challenging smile. Meanwhile, the ponytailed girl's mind was racing, wondering whether Bei Shi Li really saw something special in this guy. As far as she was concerned, knowing a little chi wasn't anything worth making a fuss over, since she could manipulate spiritual energy with ease herself. With a mischievous giggle, she decided to test the doctor's confidence the hard way. She injected her own chi into Zhang Yu's wrist to fake the symptoms and throw him off, trying to catch him off guard. But his counterattack was immediate. The doctor clamped his fingers tightly around her arm, locking it in place. Her eyes widened in shock as she tried unsuccessfully to pull free. With a serious expression, Zhang Yu asked if she really thought she could use internal chi to fake a medical examination. Visibly tense but still maintaining her mocking attitude, she praised his lightning-fast reflexes, ordered him to let go, and threatened to beat him up if he tried anything else. The tension vanished when the door suddenly slammed open. Miss Leng, wearing her signature plaid coat, stormed into the room with a glare aimed straight at Tao Feng, questioning whether the boy was so sick that he needed to hide out in the school hospital. The moment she saw the two of them standing there in silence, with Zhang Yu holding the girl's wrist, she froze, crossed her arms, and demanded an immediate explanation for their suspiciously close interaction. Zhang Yu tried to smooth things over by introducing himself as a member of the medical staff, but Miss Leng cut him off sharply, reprimanding him for behaving so unprofessionally with a patient before turning on the girl and accusing her of attending the school purely out of stubbornness and defiance. The ponytailed girl returned her glare with disdain, asking whether he was there to spy on her at her father's orders. Zhang Yu didn't hesitate, taking responsibility for his actions and telling her she was free to report him to her father if she wanted. Mentioning her family name was the final straw for Miss Leng. She completely lost her temper, shouting that the girl belonged to the Tong clan and ordering the doctor to stay away from that family. Zhang Yu finally lost patience with the teacher's authoritarian attitude and fired back just as harshly. He asked who she thought she was to dictate who he could associate with, openly declaring that he liked the girl and that nobody was going to come between them. To his own surprise, being so close to her revealed an unexpected gentleness in the young woman, making him wonder whether she was really as dangerous as everyone claimed. Miss Lang tried to bring him back to reality, demanding that he distance himself from the girl immediately, but the doctor simply mocked her warning, showing complete disregard for her status. The teacher boiled with rage, promising that he would pay dearly for his insolence. Tired of the argument, the girl cut her off and ordered her to get out of her sight. With no cards left to play, Miss Lang threatened to report everything to the patriarch of the Tong clan and stomped toward the exit, only to be met with a mocking laugh. Once things settled down, the young woman admitted that she had hated him at first, but blushed slightly as she thanked him for standing up for her. Zhang Yu responded awkwardly, insisting that he hadn't done anything special. Confused by the whole dynamic, the doctor asked why she put up with all of that and whether she didn't plan to get revenge on the henchmen. The girl simply shrugged, completely indifferent to the bunch of thugs. Taking advantage of the opening, Zhang Yu came clean about his real mission. He was investigating the Bay Corporation and wanted to know whether she had enough connections there to arrange an introduction. The girl's mind raced. She figured some big shot from the Black Dragon commune was trying to infiltrate the rival Bay Corporation, remembering the reports that the company had been founded by defectors from the faction. Seeing an opportunity, Zhang Yu suggested giving her a ride to the corporation's headquarters, pointing out that the mass defections proved the Dragon Clan's imminent downfall. Amused by his theory, she agreed with a laugh. Seeing the situation as a free pass to spy on her rival from the inside while pretending to believe the story that she'd defected from the faction herself, she accepted the ride and got into the car, which sped off down the road. Meanwhile, in front of the imposing facade of a European-style mansion, the purple-haired heiress paced back and forth across the paved courtyard, flanked by two hulking bodyguards in suits and sunglasses. Nervously biting her fingers, she found herself wondering whether Zhang Yu would remember their appointment before shaking her head and refocusing on the bigger goal, getting him safely into Miss Bay's presence. The roar of an engine broke the tension. The black car slammed to a stop, and Zhang Yu jumped out, apologizing for being late because of an unexpected issue at school. The girl's face immediately lit up with relief. Flashing a warm smile, she grabbed the young man's arm and invited him inside so they could meet her leader together. The calm lasted about a second. The passenger window rolled down, revealing Tong Tao Feng's cynical smile as she mocked the executive's supposed hospitality, teasing her for acting like they knew each other so well. Seeing her rival hit the purple-haired girl like a punch to the gut, she froze and blurted out in pure panic, "Tong Tao Feng? What the hell are you doing here?" Zhang Yu tried to put out the fire, asking whether the girl wasn't there to seal an alliance with the group. The purple-haired heiress completely lost her footing, demanding to know how a sworn enemy could possibly be involved in all this. While Shang Yun threw the newcomer's pedigree in her face, reminding her that her father was none other than the supreme boss of the Black Dragon commune, Tao Feng fired back with absolute disdain, declaring that she was her own boss and nobody controlled her. Furious, Shang Yun blocked the entrance, shouting that the place was off-limits to nosy visitors. Refusing to accept the barrier, Tao Feng demanded to see Bei Bei with her own eyes so she could get to the bottom of the truth, only to run into Shang Yun's wall of resistance as she insisted that she was simply following her boss's strict orders. The tension tightened at the entrance. Zhang Yu tried to calm things down, but Zhang Yun exploded, furious to see her rival there. Ignoring the argument, she cut the discussion short, pulled Zhang Yu inside, and ordered the guards to block Tao Feng's path. The men immediately surrounded the entrance. With her arms crossed and a mocking smile, Tao Feng warned that she'd get inside one way or another. Elsewhere, Mr. Tong tried to calm teacher Ling Ling down, brushing off Tao Feng's behavior. Ling Ling simmered with resentment, remembering that the girl was still parading around with a boyfriend and feeling like a terrible stepmother because all her affection was met with coldness. Mr. Tong promised to give his daughter a serious lecture as soon as she got home. Seeing his hesitation, Ling Ling pressed him, demanding to know whether he'd already told his stepdaughter about their relationship. She threatened to reveal everything herself and accused him of hesitating to marry her. To calm her down, Mr. Tong pulled her into his arms and swore that the wedding would happen, promising to deal with Tao Feng soon. Ling Ling pretended to accept the excuse, but secretly planned to make her stepdaughter's life a living hell once she became her stepmother. The scene shifted to the luxurious headquarters of Bei Car Company. Shang Yun led Shang Yu through the hallways toward Miss Bei's office, but stopped at the door and told him she'd wait outside. Confused, Shang Yu wondered why she refused to come in, completely unaware that Shang Yun was terrified of her boss discovering their secret relationship. As they walked down the hallway, Zhang Yu questioned why she was so afraid of her boss. Zhang Yun blushed and stammered, trying to play it off. To calm her down, Zhang Yu hugged her from behind and promised to keep their relationship under wraps until she found the courage to come clean. Touched by his affection, Zhang Yun smiled and leaned against him. Taking advantage of the opening and their close proximity, Zhang Yu shifted her attention and took the physical contact a little further. The door suddenly flew open. Miss Bei appeared in the doorway, studying the scene with a sharp gaze and pointing out that Zhang Yun seemed a little too relaxed for work hours. Frozen in panic, Zhang Yun tried to stammer out an excuse, but was immediately cut off. Miss Bei made it clear that she didn't care about gossip or anyone's love life. What mattered was Zhang Yu's work, and ended the matter with a sarcastic remark, telling the two of them to save the cuddling for another time. Once the shock had passed, Zhang Yun quickly agreed with her boss and pushed Zhang Yu inside, reminding him that the event was what mattered. Lost in thought, Zhang Yu reflected on the mystery surrounding the head of Bei Company, unable to read her thoughts at all, before turning the doorknob and stepping inside. The meeting began with Zhang Yu assessing the woman's strength and the strange sense of familiarity he felt around her, recognizing her as the only person capable of standing up to the Black Dragon commune. Invited to sit down, he received a direct and blunt compliment about his looks, with her remarking that he was attractive enough to make someone lose their head over him. Zhang Yu tried to play it down, asking her not to twist things and reminding her that she was the one who had tried to push him toward Zhang Yun. With an ironic smile, Miss Bei asked whether he really thought she knew nothing about what had happened at the hospital, questioning whether he seriously believed she wouldn't notice. Realizing he'd been caught red-handed, Zhang Yu changed the subject and brought up the Black Dragon commune. Miss Bei asked whether he had any questions, and he wanted to know the real reason she had chosen to stand against the faction. She cautiously warned him that stepping into that spiral meant embracing an endless cycle, asking whether he was really sure he wanted to go down that road. Firmly, Zhang Yu said he needed the truth, no matter how painful it was. The conversation is cut short when the door suddenly explodes open. One of the guards collapses to the floor as Zhang Yun tries to hold the intruder back, but it's already too late. Zhang Yun bursts into the office demanding answers about the connection between Miss Bei and her father. Miss Bei freezes when she sees Tong Taofeng standing there. As Zhang Yu rushes over to check what happened, Taofeng assures them that no one was seriously hurt, explaining that she only knocked the guards out for a few moments to prevent a bigger mess for the employees. Recognizing the girl, Miss Bei notices the incredible growth in her abilities. Taofeng confirms it, proudly boasting that she's continued training exactly according to the teachings she received from Miss Bei herself in the past. The realization hits Zhang Yu and the others, who finally understand where that strange sense of déjà vu came from and the true identity of Taofeng's former instructor. Determined to see things through, Taofeng begs for answers and apologizes in advance for whatever screw-up her father may have caused. Miss Bei tries to warn her that ignorance can bring peace and questions why she's been so obsessed with the truth for so long. Ignoring the warning and displaying complete confidence in herself, Taofeng demands the truth, no matter the cost. Defeated by the girl's sheer determination, Miss Bei sighs, gives in, and prepares to tell her everything. The story flashes back to a crucial summit. Tong Taofeng's father celebrates the unification of the White Demon Commune, declaring that no one has the power to challenge them anymore. During the strategy meeting, the leaders celebrate their expansion into other cities and the guaranteed profits from smuggling, real estate, and prostitution. Xiao Bei cuts through the celebration and imposes an absolute boundary. Drug trafficking is forbidden. She demands the immediate shutdown of every production base and drug route, reminding them that the faction's dirty past cannot dictate their future. The room erupts in angry protests. The bosses argue that drugs are the backbone of the organization's finances and question the point of unifying everything if they can't keep the massive profits, forcing President Tong Hanglong to step in. Trying to defuse the situation, Tong Hanglong attempts to compromise, leaning against the table and arguing that they only sell the drugs and don't use them internally. Xiao Bei refuses to accept the cheap excuse and demands that everyone take the matter seriously. Looking the leader straight in the eye, she calls on the commune to uphold its basic moral code and warns that crossing that line is unacceptable. Seeing his control slipping, Tong Hanglong makes an emotional appeal, asking her to reconsider out of respect for him. Without hesitation, Xiao Bei shuts down any possibility of a deal, warning that this was already her final concession. Frustrated and furious at being challenged, the president puts an end to the argument and reminds everyone who's really in charge. The story returns to the present as Xiao Bei reveals the cold truth about Tong Taofeng. The red-haired woman explains that after the split, the girl's own father tried to isolate and eliminate her, proving just how badly money can corrupt a person's character. Taofeng freezes, absorbing the revelation in complete shock. Unable to process the idea that her own father could stoop to such cruelty, she staggers backward in total denial. Watching the scene unfold, Zhang Yu takes in the weight of that revelation. He realizes just how insanely brave Xiao Bei is for standing up to an entire organization over her principles, understanding that Bei Company is on a whole different level and reconsidering everything he thought he knew. In a panic, Tao Feng grabs her head, screams that she refuses to believe it, and takes off running down the hallway. The purple-haired woman tries to catch up with her, but stops and turns to Zhang Yu in a panic, begging him to go after the girl. Cold and indifferent, Zhang Yu suggests that letting Tao Feng confront her own father might be a good test. His ally immediately shoots back, insisting that she knows the patriarch and that it would end in a bloodbath for everyone. Seeing the stalemate, Zhang Yu decides to go after the young woman. The purple-haired woman tries to follow him, but Xiao Bei blocks her path with a deadly stare, ordering her to stay put. In a cold, intimidating voice, Xiao Bei warns her that they still have unfinished business, leaving her ally pale, wide-eyed, and stammering an obedient response. Alone on the couch, Miss Bei looks at her purple-haired ally and drops a bombshell. She wants to know if she slept with Zhang Yu. Caught completely off guard, the girl freezes, stammers out a yes, and tries to explain herself. Miss Bei reacts with total indifference, saying she doesn't care and asking how their relationship is going. Hesitantly, the subordinate blurts out that they just did what needed to be done, instantly getting on Miss Bei's nerves. Her boss puts a hand to her head, stunned by how little of a filter the young woman has around that man. Shocked that she hasn't had her head chopped off, the girl asks if she's getting off scot-free. Miss Bei reasons that it's normal for someone her age, praises Zhang Yu as a good catch, and sees no reason to object. In a rare moment of affection, she grabs her ally's arm, recalls the hard years they went through together, and says it's a relief to see the young woman being well taken care of. Moved, the girl lowers her head and murmurs that she's only doing her duty. The conversation shifts to their plans for the future. The ally showers Zhang Yu with praise, calling him reliable, and saying she'll try to bring him into the company. Miss Bei jumps in surprise, cuts her off, and orders her to stick with Zhang Yu, saying she'll handle the company on her own. The girl panics, widens her eyes, and asks if she's being fired over some screw-up. Miss Bei calmly explains that staying there is like playing Russian roulette because the BDC is hot on their trail, and warns that Zhang Yu is far more capable of keeping her safe. Suddenly, Miss Bei glances out the window and notices something strange happening in the street. As she focuses, her blood runs cold. They're BDC operatives. Down below, a bald thug with a mohawk screams desperately for everyone to run because the cargo is about to blow. The very next second, Miss Bei yells at her ally to get out and find reinforcements, but it's already too late. The world comes crashing down as a massive explosion tears through the building's facade. The building shakes from a chain of explosions as the invasion's leader roars orders to capture the red-haired woman at all costs. The base is breached within seconds when a thug kicks the door down. The bald mohawk guy sends his goons into every room. Through the smoke, the red-haired woman gets back on her feet, shaking off the dust and striking back. When she comes face to face with a sunglasses-wearing intruder searching the room, she takes him down with a precise move, demands answers about the invasion, and turns the tables by sprinting through the hallways to throw them off. Down below, traffic struggles to move through the streets as hurried pedestrians rush past. Out of nowhere, Zhang Yu stops in the middle of the sidewalk, his eyes locked on something in the distance. Beside him, the ponytailed girl crouches down in concern, wondering if he's having some kind of episode. With tension written all over his face, Zhang Yu drops the bombshell. Miss Bei is being targeted by the BDC, and all hell has broken loose, so they need an immediate plan to get back. Confused, the girl questions what happened, and Zhang Yu explains that he was sent away specifically to escape the bloodshed. She realizes she was pushed away to keep her safe, but scowls and digs in her heels, declaring that abandoning her boss is never an option. Zhang Yu tries to stop her from doing something reckless, warning that going back into a war zone could get her killed, but the girl clenches her fists, refusing to back down. Realizing there's no talking her out of it, Zhang Yu gives in and approves the counterattack, but warns that stepping into BDC territory means certain death. Meanwhile, the war rages on inside the HQ. The red-haired woman lands a kick square in the face of a suited thug, dropping him to the floor without ceremony. Straddling the intruder, she demands to know who sent him. Bleeding, the thug smiles and warns that there is no escape from the hunt. The next second, the redhead's world comes crashing down. The bald mohawk guy bursts into the room and ambushes them, grabbing the purple-haired girl by the neck in a brutal chokehold. Gasping for air and terrified, the hostage becomes an easy target, leaving the redhead frozen with rage and no room for error. With a knife pressed to her neck, The bald man tightens the noose and delivers his warning. If she wants to see her subordinate breathe again, the redhead will have to play along and make the right choice. Wide-eyed, her head spinning in desperation reaching its breaking point, the red-haired woman desperately tries to figure out a way out of the deadly ultimatum. Choking, the hostage screams at Miss Bay to get out and save herself. Blinded by rage and desperation, the redhead raises her hands, screams at the thug to let the girl go, and threatens to cut him to pieces if he crosses the line. The BDC leader laughs at her bravado, reminding her that the knife is at the girl's throat, and that one wrong move will seal the hostage's fate. The house of cards comes crashing down moments later. In the middle of the carnage, the redhead is overpowered, collapsing unconscious and covered in blood after a brutal blow. Minutes later, the purple-haired girl staggers through the rubble of the destroyed HQ. Zhang Yu comes rushing into the area, finds his injured ally, and demands to know what happened. Through sobs, she confesses that the BDC orchestrated the bombing and that the redhead willingly gave herself up to the criminals to save her from being captured. Zhang Yu calms the young woman down and offers to stop the bleeding, but she grabs his arm, begging him to rescue her boss. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu swears he'll tear the redhead away from the faction and sets off on the hunt. The BDC leader tries to make a getaway, flooring it through the streets, but Zhang Yu catches up on foot at an absurd speed, intercepts the moving car, yanks the thug out by force, and drops him to his knees on the asphalt. Terrified, the bald man trembles as Zhang Yu tells him the race is over and demands the hostage be released immediately. With a snap of his fingers, Zhang Yu shatters the redhead's handcuffs, and she wakes up dazed, glaring at the enemy with a deadly stare. Across town, a suited man impatiently checks his watch, waiting for the green light. Seconds later, the luxury car returns on autopilot. The thug is passed out and tied to the steering wheel, serving as a message that the mission was a complete and utter failure. Back at the clinic, the purple-haired girl wakes up on the examination table, dizzy and covering her face as she tries to shake off the trauma. The ponytailed girl appears beside her, relieved and full of questions. The young woman thanks her and says she survived, while the redhead stands in the background with her arms crossed and a stern expression, clearly relieved to see her alive. Without wasting any time, the redhead turns her fury on the ponytailed girl, giving her a serious lecture for being stupid enough to go out alone while a war zone was breaking loose. The girl lowers her head, swallowing hard as she takes the scolding. The funeral-like atmosphere disappears instantly when Zhang Yu bursts through the door with a huge, cocky grin. Zhang Yu casually announces that the BDC is a thing of the past and that nobody is going to bother them anymore. The ponytailed girl stares at him with her mouth hanging open, stunned by how effortlessly he pulled it off, while Zhang Yu gives a thumbs up, assuring her the job is more than taken care of. Far away, in a boss's office overlooking the city, a suited man enjoys a glass of fine wine while chatting with a subordinate eating at the table. The piece ends when the subordinate's phone vibrates on the desk. A red alert announces the mission's total failure. The scene abruptly shifts to the front of a fancy building surrounded by police cars with their sirens blaring. A tough-looking female officer in a blue uniform and hat commands the squad across the courtyard. When they reach the entrance, their stomachs turn. The body of a man in a suit lies sprawled in a pool of fresh blood. The detective drops to her knees to check for a pulse, while the other officers secure the body and begin combing through the crime scene. Analyzing the evidence, the pink-haired officer discusses the case with her blonde partner in a hat, who watches in shock at the sheer brutality of the scene. Sometime later, Zhang Yu casually walks along with his purple-haired ally until they run straight into the police cordon. His timing couldn't be worse. The blonde officer running the show spots him immediately. Her eyes practically turn into hearts, and she completely loses it with excitement. Without holding back, the officer takes off sprinting towards Zhang Yu, leaving him frozen in place with a massive look of panic right in the middle of a murder investigation. As the blonde comes charging toward him, the purple-haired girl frowns, crosses her arms, and shoots her a deadly jealous glare, completely killing the mood. Not knowing where to hide, Zhang Yu takes a few steps backward, trying to escape the situation while his #1 fan approaches with a radiant smile. Before the circus can get completely out of hand, the purple-haired girl steps in firmly, grabs Zhang Yu by the arm, and drags him away, leaving the policewoman standing there stunned and looking like a complete fool in the middle of the street. From a distance, her pink-haired partner throws out a sarcastic joke about the awkward tension and the girl's jealous attitude, while the couple disappears from sight under the watchful eyes of the authorities. Far away, as they march out of the danger zone, the girl takes out her anger by giving Zhang Yu's arm a merciless pinch. The guy lets out a pained yelp, and immediately tries to apologize, but she shuts him down with her stubborn stance and crossed arms, putting him back in line by force. Meanwhile, in a high-end executive office, a mustached man discusses the chaotic investigation with his purple-haired subordinate. The pressure is mounting thanks to the furious blonde police officer, proving that the law is closing in on the criminals. The young purple-haired man thanks him for his help and says he'll settle the bill. The veteran smugly thinks it's nothing more than a favor, and that the kid will probably toss him a few bucks at most. His arrogance vanishes the exact moment thick stacks of cash come crashing down onto the mahogany desk with a heavy thud. The young man says he hates owing favors, drops $5 million right away, and promises the rest once the job is finished. Wide-eyed, the old man stammers in disbelief at the fortune sitting in front of him. The moment he sees the mountain of cash, the man drops all his dignity. He hugs the money to his chest, flashes a huge mocking grin, and assures him that taking out a tyrant will be pocket change. Moments later, the dossier containing the information sent by Chu Mingji appears spread across the table, setting the next move of the war into motion. Going over the papers beside the red-haired woman, the dark-haired man clenches his jaw and curses. Chu Yue has crossed every line by threatening to kill a police officer, furious that his rival is back to making everyone's lives miserable after their brief truce. When she offers to join the fight, Zhang Yu turns her down immediately. With a mischievous grin, he assures her that he already has a strategy in place, and that he's going to let the enemy have a little fun before pulling the rug out from under them for good. Taking advantage of the moment, the girl places her hand over his and demands something of her own, wanting to know if she's going to be part of the action too. Blushing and caught off guard, the guy stammers as he asks what she wants. Without beating around the bush, she hugs him, vents about how little time they've spent together, and demands to know how long it's been since they had some alone time. Picking up on his partner's need for attention, the guy lifts her into his arms, squeezes her in a hug, and apologizes for dropping the ball. She flashes a smug smile, pretends not to care, and grumbles that it was about time he finally realized it, while the redhead fires back that blah 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 isn't going to cut it and demands some actual proof. The dark-haired man flashes a mischievous grin. The scene cuts to the scorching asphalt under the blazing sun, where Zhang Yu runs into the blonde police officer sitting beside him in a red convertible. Surprised, she asks what he's doing there, reminding him that he claimed he was swamped with work. Zhang Yu tells her straight up that the job is done and gives her a warning. Keep your eyes open and take a few days off, because some dangerous men are coming after her with blood in their eyes. Crossing her arms, she laughs off the warning, saying she's not afraid of the people who ran away last time, and admitting that her only concern is that the criminals might go into hiding and never show their faces again. Zhang Yu tries to rein in her confidence and tells her to be careful, but the policewoman refuses to back down. Firmly, she says she knew exactly what she was getting into when she put on the uniform, and if playing bait is what it takes to flush those rats out of the sewer, then the risk is worth it. Thanking him for the heads up, she says goodbye as Zhang Yu climbs into the convertible, joking that they should head back to the station together before speeding off with the tires squealing. The mood crashes the moment they enter HQ. A massive argument is raging between Director Mao and Deputy Chief Madam Song. The man yells that the operation is a suicide mission and insists he won't let her go undercover. Chasing him around the room, Madam Song loses her patience, grabs the poor guy by the collar, and demands that he sign the paperwork before the clock runs out. The door swings open, and Zhang Yu and the blonde policewoman walk straight into the middle of the chaos, confused by all the yelling and asking if someone made a threat. Sweating bullets and forcing an awkward smile, Director Mao brushes it off as nothing more than a friendly debate. Seeing his chance to escape, he asks Zhang Yu for help, and Zhang Yu agrees without hesitation. Madam Song crosses her arms dismissively and vetoes the deal, arguing that the guy is an outsider and has no business being part of the operation. The blonde policewoman jumps in, reminding her that Zhang Yu has saved their lives several times and already has her full approval. With no way out under the pressure, Madam Song grumbles and reluctantly gives in, but warns him with a poisonous smile that she'll put him through a trial by fire. She calls him over for the test. Encouraged by the policewoman to shut his critics up, Zhang Yu puffs out his chest and promises he'll earn the deputy chief's respect. The scene suddenly cuts to the indoor shooting range, covered in synthetic grass. With a rifle in hand, Madam Song plants herself in front of Zhang Yu and warns him that things work differently here. To demonstrate elite-level standards, she chambers the rifle with a sharp click, fires at a target 800 meters away, and hits dead center with surgical precision. Tossing the weapon toward him, she challenges him to do the same. With a sarcastic grin, Zhang Yu accepts the challenge, joking that the whole thing reminds him of the old hunting days with his grandfather. Without hesitation, he rips the scope off the rifle, claiming the thing only gets in the way of instinct. He pulls the trigger, but the shot flies wide and shatters the wall wall with a metallic echo. Madame Song immediately bursts out laughing, calling the shot a complete joke. Calmly, Zhang Yu tells her to wait and says the bullet is still on its way. Seconds later, the projectile ricochets precisely off the walls of the room and buries itself dead center in the target with a sharp bang. Wide-eyed, Madame Song stammers that it defies the laws of physics, while the young man smugly replies that impossible is just a matter of opinion. With his arms crossed and an arrogant grin, Zhang Yu asks if the show was good enough. Madame Song fires back that it was pure luck and warns that the test isn't over, declaring that good aim means nothing if the guy is useless in hand-to-hand combat. She takes off her jacket, revealing a tight combat suit, assumes a fighting stance, and challenges him to prove his worth in a fight. Zhang Yu jokes about whether he should take it easy, earning a deadly warning to come at her with everything he's got or end up in the hospital. Living up to her reputation as a badass, she unleashes an insane barrage of lethal punches and kicks. To the deputy chief's frustration, Zhang Yu simply dodges with his hands in his pockets, making her burn through all her energy punching nothing but air until she finally drops to her knees, exhausted and gasping for breath. Outside, the blonde policewoman and Director Mao tremble at the sound of the beating shaking the walls, debating whether they should break down the door to save whoever is inside. The lock turns and the door swings open. Madame Song staggers into the hallway, pale, drenched in sweat, and leaning against the wall as she begs for water. Seeing her boss in such terrible shape, Director Mao panics, while Zhang Yu asks if she passed the test with flying colors, only to receive a defeated, downcast nod from the deputy chief. The blonde policewoman freaks out and demands to know what he did to her superior. Zhang Yu raises his hands in surrender, explaining that he spent half an hour doing nothing but taunting her and dodging her attacks while she practically beat herself to a pulp. The group gathers around the conference table to map out their battle plan. Director Mao lays everything on the table. The faction is going to hold a fake auction featuring an extremely rare item, the perfect bait to lure them out. Zhang Yu is assigned to infiltrate the party in a suit and tie, with strict orders to keep his mouth shut and not go off script. The blonde policewoman tries to insist on joining the operation, but Director Mao shuts her down immediately, reminding her that there's a bounty on her head and ordering her to stay locked down at the base for protection. He warns that someone else will be partnering with the young man in the field. The scene shifts to the quiet of a tree-lined park. Sitting on a bench, Zhang Yu lets out a sigh and thinks about his retirement plans. Once this mess is over, he's leaving the mercenary life behind and going back to his peaceful routine as a doctor surrounded by beautiful women. His daydream is interrupted by a honk. A noisy, beat-up convertible screeches to a stop, and Madame Song steps out, announcing that they're going to the auction together that very night. Zhang Yu frowns and questions why she's been assigned to him, while the policewoman defensively replies, slightly blushing, that she only volunteered because she doesn't trust anyone else to watch his back if things go sideways. The pair heads to the business district and parks in front of an elegant storefront with a sign reading Earl's Business. Zhang Yu finds the stop strange, but Madame Song explains that they need to look like wealthy people to get through the auction doors without raising suspicion. Then she drops the bombshell. To make the cover believable, they need to pretend to be a family. Zhang Yu swallows hard, blushes, and thinks that pretending to be a married couple would have been a more accurate way to put it, silently cursing her lack of tact. Inside, walking arm in arm, Madame Song puts on her elegant act while Zhang Yu agrees to stick to the script. When they reach the counter, the young man asks the brown-streaked saleswoman for a few casual, understated pieces. The attendant looks them up and down with a judgmental stare, decides they're a couple of nobodies, and rudely sends them off to browse the cheap racks on their own. The insult sends Madame Song's blood boiling. Furious, she threatens to have the manager fire the rude employee. The arrogant saleswoman sticks her nose in the air and fires back that the store sells high-end designer brands, and that even if the entire pair of them worked all year, they couldn't afford a single button from the place. Zhang Yu steps in without making a fuss. With one quick motion, he pulls out a heavy black metal credit card, slaps it onto the glass counter, and challenges the saleswoman to run it and check the exact available balance, leaving her pale, wide-eyed, and completely frozen in shock at the fortune behind it. The blonde-haired man flashes a Centurion card from Shangcheng Bank, mentioning that he'd heard only a handful of Shangcheng's elite families even owned one. The moment she sees the black card, the saleswoman completely changes her tune, forcing a nervous smile as she begs forgiveness for her rudeness and swears she didn't mean anything by it. Without wasting another second, she rushes to escort them toward the most expensive racks, while Madame Song simply tells her to shut up and get out of their way. Keeping things light, Zhang Yu turns to his partner and tells her she can pick out whatever she wants because he's paying the bill, earning a shy little "okay" from the policewoman. Internally though, Madame Song is freaking out. stunned by the sudden fortune of a mere doctor, and wondering if the dossier she received had been completely wrong. The scene abruptly cuts back to the police station, where Madame Jo sits down at her desk. Out of nowhere, Mr. Chu bursts into the room screaming for help and claiming that a killer is after him. Startled, the officer tells him to calm down and asks for the details. The old man hisses that he received a death notice days ago and has felt someone following him ever since. As she pulls out her notepad to take down his report, Mr. Chu pulls out a cloth soaked in chloroform, grabs the officer from behind, and forcibly covers her mouth. Through muffled cries and desperate kicks, the attacker apologizes but warns that he has no choice but to take her with him. As the gas takes effect, Madame Jo's muscles go limp, and she passes out with one final muffled sound, sending the paperwork crashing to the floor. Seconds later, another officer comes in for the shift change, notices the empty desk, and assumes his colleague left early. Back at the designer store, Madame Song steps out of the fitting room wearing a stunning, sparkling blue dress. The saleswoman goes completely overboard with the flattery, swearing that she'll stop traffic and be the center of attention at the event. Trying to hide her embarrassment behind a stern expression, Madame Song lets out a dismissive, says the test drive is over, and turns around to show off the entire look. Jiang Yu appears wearing an immaculate light blue suit, striking a model pose and asking if he looks like a tycoon. The employee gushes over him, suggesting the look would only be complete with a 5 million yuan watch, but the young man shrugs off the idea and turns down the extravagance. With her arms crossed and her cheeks slightly flushed, Madame Song admits to herself that, as much as she hates to say it, the well-dressed guy definitely has something going for him. Minutes later, the pair reaches the imposing entrance of the auction, only to be stopped by sunglasses-wearing guards demanding their invitations. Madame Song completely panics, frantically digging through her purse after realizing nobody told her they needed VIP passes, and starts wondering what they're supposed to do. Cool as ice, Zhang Yu says they don't have an invitation at all, leaving her frozen in place. Without breaking a sweat, he pulls a gray card from his pocket and asks if the guard recognizes the emblem. The thug turns ghostly pale when he recognizes Qin Yaofeng's seal, belonging to the feared Black Dragon Tea Club, realizing he's dealing with someone untouchable and immediately opening the gates. Settled into the auction audience, the guests exchange anxious whispers about the delay. Rumors are already spreading that underworld kingpins and highly dangerous criminals are eyeing the night's main lot, turning the hall into a powder keg as the audience waits somewhere between tension and boredom. Behind the scenes, the event's true purpose is revealed. Far more than an auction of relics, the venue serves as a front for shady deals between high-ranking businessmen. The double doors swing open with a bang, and the final guests enter under the watchful gaze of the stern security guards. Zhang Yu walks alongside his pink-haired partner, commenting that this is his first time at an event of this scale and advising her to stay cautious. However, the young purple-haired man spots him and immediately loses his temper, furious to see him there. One of the organizers apologizes for the lack of VIP seating, but Zhang Yu brushes it off, saying any seat will do. While his partner suggests the front row, he prefers staying in the back to keep a low profile. Watching the scene, the rival grits his teeth in anger, practically foaming with jealousy at the sight of Zhang Yu constantly surrounded by different beautiful women. With the room packed, the auctioneer brings down the gavel and launches into the flashy lineup of opening lots. Lot number 1 is a blue and celadon porcelain vase from the Ming Dynasty, once used by the imperial court, with an opening bid of 20 million yuan. The Chen family representative raises paddle number 8 without hesitation and wins the antique for 40 million. The second relic takes the stage, the sacred painting Mount Wansui, painted by Emperor Wenzong, opening at 50 million. The Zhao family heir takes the lead, drives the bid up to 80 million, and takes the artwork home to polite applause from the host. The night's main event finally arrives. The auctioneer unveils the final lot, an enigmatic golden key granting exclusive ownership of an isolated mansion. The starting price explodes to 120 million yuan. The audience erupts in outrage and disbelief, grumbling that it's absurd to charge the equivalent of 10 luxury properties for a tiny key. To shut the cheapskates up, the organizers play their surprise card. The key also grants direct access to a high-value hostage locked inside the villa. The screen behind them flickers to life, revealing Madame Jo tied up and gagged, leaving Zhang Yu frozen as his blood runs cold at the sight of his ally with her life on the line. Desperate to save her, Zhang Yu raises his paddle and blows up the bidding with a 200 million yuan offer. His pink-haired partner immediately jumps in, grabs his arm, and scolds him for losing his head and blowing their undercover mission. She tells him to calm down, arguing that no sane person would spend a fortune like that on such a bizarre lot, and suggesting they wait for the price to come down. The strategy falls apart when the purple-haired heir of the Long family spots the hostage and instantly becomes captivated by her beauty. Seeing a golden opportunity to get both the woman and the property in one shot, he raises paddle number 4, matches the 200 million bid, and even demands to strike a business alliance with the event's organizers. The auctioneer prepares to bring down the gavel and close the deal in favor of the Long clan, inviting the young aristocrat backstage to finalize the paperwork. Before the hammer can fall, Zhang Yu raises paddle number 8, pushes the bid to 250 million yuan, and coldly declares that the hostage already belongs to him. Zhang Yu's pink-haired partner completely freaks out beside him, covering her mouth and demanding to know what happened to their plan to keep a low profile. With a cold expression, Zhang Yu cuts her off and warns that he isn't going to leave anyone to fend for themselves. With his nerves shot, Long Chuhao laughs mockingly, shoots the bid up to 300 million yuan, and shouts that nobody in Shengcheng dares challenge his name. Zhang Yu doesn't even blink. With a stone-cold expression, he raises it to 350 million and, the very next second, jumps straight to 450 million yuan. The audience watches the auction turn into a madhouse, calling the two billionaires complete lunatics, while Zhang Yu's companion holds her head in despair over the budget going up in flames. Trying to intimidate his rival, Long Chuhao grits his teeth, challenges Zhang Yu to throw down 800 million yuan already, and asks if he actually has the money to back up all that swagger. The answer comes cold and deadly. Zhang Yu rounds the bid up to a staggering 1 billion yuan. Long Chuhao suffers a complete mental breakdown, collapses into his chair, and grabs his head, stunned as he struggles to process his defeat. Faced with the astronomical offer, the auctioneer flashes a huge grin and declares that the buyer's generosity has blown every goal for the event out of the water. The auctioneer hands the key over to Zhang Yu, and the blue-haired woman motions for him to follow her. His pink-haired partner tries to warn him, but Zhang Yu reassures her with a mischievous grin, promising he'll get the key and pull Yahello out of that hellhole. Meanwhile, inside a filthy hideout, the mastermind and his henchmen keep watch over the hostage, whose wrists are bound as she's suspended in the air. The boss orders his thug to check the street, reminding him that kidnapping a police officer will bring the entire police force down on them. He boasts that their final score will make them rich enough to crush the enemies who treated him like garbage. The henchman mutters about being afraid the hostage might escape and ruin everything, but the boss laughs off his paranoia, reminding him that the drugs have already done their job. Grabbing the policewoman by the hair, he mocks her, saying she's so weak now she couldn't even crush an ant. Meanwhile, a powerful car cuts through the foggy road. In the back seat, Zhang Yu travels blindfolded and sarcastically asks if they're taking a sightseeing tour through some criminal hideout. The purple-haired thug beside him apologizes for the security protocol, claiming the underworld demands absolute secrecy. Zhang Yu fishes for information, commenting that crime must be the most profitable business around. Surprised, the man reveals that he makes his money through high-end trafficking and selling women to exclusive clubs and luxury hotels frequented by Shengcheng's elite. With an invisible smile beneath the blindfold, Zhang Yu quietly mutters that he can't wait to see the whole operation go up in flames. The car slams on the brakes, bringing the trip to an end. Zhang Yu pulls off the blindfold and takes a deep breath, relieved that the boredom is finally over, but his smile disappears the instant he recognizes the building, the luxurious and imposing Chu family mansion. Inside, he boils with rage, condemning the clan's descent into depravity for joining forces with scum, and directing all his contempt toward Chu Yuehei. As soon as they enter the courtyard, Chu Yuehei rushes toward Wu, asking if the mysterious buyer has arrived. Wu nods and tells him the buyer is right behind him. The patriarch's world comes crashing down when Zhang Yu steps out of the car, raises a hand with a smug grin, and says, "Hey, long time no see," leaving the crime boss frozen and completely drained of color. Face to face with the architect of his downfall, Chu Yuehei turns pale, his eyes widening as he stammers in terror. Confused by the tension, Wu asks if the two of them know each other, and the old man confirms it through gritted teeth. Pointing a trembling finger, Chu Yuehei screams that this bastard destroyed his family and roars that he'll shoot him dead right there. Zhang Yu mocks his rival's desperation, drops the act completely, and demands to know where Zhou Yehua is, ordering them to hand over the hostage immediately if they want to live to see the morning. In the ornate courtyard with a fountain in the background, Chu Yuehe completely loses control and screams at his guards to tear the intruder apart, bellowing that nobody is allowed to stain his property. The thugs charge as a pack, armed with iron rods, but Zhang Yu doesn't even move. With a sarcastic smile, he praises their courage compared to their bosses, but warns them that the gap between their abilities is astronomical. In the blink of an eye, the fight explodes. With a series of precise strikes, Zhang Yu sends the thugs crashing unconscious onto the pavement, turning the so-called elite squad into nothing but wreckage. Terrified as he sees his men sprawled across the ground and realizes that the supposedly insignificant former doctor has become a monster, Chu Yuehe completely snaps. He pulls a heavy revolver from his waist and fires point blank, screaming for his rival to drop dead. Zhang Yu strikes instantly. With a sonic boom, he appears in front of Chu Yuehe before the gun smoke has even cleared, driving his fingers with brutal force into the man's head and neck. Wide-eyed with terror, the businessman lets out a strangled groan as Zhang Yu coldly declares that it's time to collect the debt for all his atrocities. Without mercy, Zhang Yu warns that he'll collect Grandpa Chu's blood right there. With a deafening crack that tears through the air, he delivers the fatal blow that seals the patriarch's fate. Among the bodies of the thugs scattered across the ground, only one survivor remains. The young purple-haired man watches the massacre in frozen terror, wondering how anyone could wipe out the entire base in seconds. With a deadly stare, Zhang Yu advances and corners him, demanding to know whether he was the mastermind behind the cowardly attacks on Qin Yulan and Zhou Yehua. Panicking and cornered, the thug pulls the hostage closer, presses a sharp blade against her throat, and screams at Zhang Yu to freeze, threatening to slit the girl's throat if he takes another step while desperately trying to buy time with empty bluffs. With a cold, indifferent expression, Zhang Yu mocks the pathetic attempt to use a hostage as a human shield. Trying to hide the tremor in his voice, the rival praises Zhang Yu's incredible powers and changes tactics. He proposes a strategic alliance, claiming that together they could rule the world, and asks the hero for his answer. The tension reaches its peak in the courtyard when the thug tries to negotiate his surrender, offering a truce, and even the position of boss if they join forces. The answer, however, comes in the form of gunpowder. A precise shot tears through the criminal's chest, making him cough up blood before collapsing lifelessly. Startled, Zhang Yu turns toward the source of the gunshot. The door swings open, revealing the purple-haired woman in a fresh uniform with a gun in hand. She spots Zhou Yehua unconscious in Zhang Yu's arms and apologizes for arriving too late. Deep down, she admits she's shocked by the depth of Zhang Yu's feelings for Yehua, realizing she had judged him wrong and finally understanding her colleague's feelings. Meanwhile, the blonde policewoman begins to wake up in Zhang Yu's arms, completely distressed, mumbling that she's burning up and feeling unbearably nauseous. When she finally opens her eyes, she grabs the young man's face and demands a kiss without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Yu tries to keep things under control, telling her to focus and regain her senses. The purple-haired ally blushes all the way to the roots of her hair, completely baffled by the insanity unfolding in front of her. Zhang Yu explains that the victim was drugged, sending his friend into a panic and ordering him to cure the policewoman immediately since he's a trained doctor. Zhang Yu argues that medicine can't work miracles without the patient's cooperation and warns that, in her critical condition, he has no choice but to resort to a drastic and embarrassing method. His partner jumps in shock, shouting in disbelief and asking if he's seriously going to do that in broad daylight. Holding the policewoman under the effects of the drug, Zhang Yu takes a deep breath, silently apologizes to Madame Song, and makes his decision. Time flies until dusk settles over the city. Yehua wakes up in bed, her eyes widening in panic when she realizes she spent the entire night in Zhang Yu's arms. Trying to piece together what happened between the kidnapping and her rescue, she is startled to see a stranger in the room offering her a tray of fruit and asking how she's recovering. Armed and confused, Yehua demands to know who the intruder is, but Zhang Yu appears with a smile, assuring her that the house is safe and that the woman is part of the clan. Yehua's confusion explodes when she asks if the rival is also his girlfriend, wanting to know where she stands in all of this. With a confident smile, Zhang Yu takes her hand and casually tells her that she's his girlfriend too, calmly declaring that both women belong with him. Laughing at the scene, Meng says she's only kidding and compliments the young man's taste, then quickly adds that she invited some friends over to check on the two of them now that they're awake. Zhang Yu doesn't even get a chance to guess who it is before the door swings open, revealing three familiar faces: the green-haired girl, the brunette, and the red ponytailed athlete. They walk in saying Meng was the one who called them, surprising the young man that they already know each other. Without wasting any time, they demand an explanation about the secret relationship. The conversation gets serious when the athlete reminds him that Chu Yuehi's downfall has settled the score with the Chu family, demanding to know what his next move is. Surrounded by the girls and wearing a determined smile, Zhang Yu lays it out. He's going to work twice as hard to support all of them and make sure no trouble ever comes near his women. Thanks so much for watching all the way to the end. We've officially reached the end of another series, and I hope you guys enjoyed this story as much as I did. Comment "soap" down below so I know who made it all the way to the end, guys. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to drop a like and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the next one. God bless you all, and I'll see you in the next video.